Crosstone's mountain was never silent. Birds chirped in the morning, owls hooted at night, boars grunted during the day, and tame winds blew through its old forest, creating an incessant symphony of rustling leaves. Still, there was a rhythm to that symphony, one that Liam had long since committed to memory. It was the lullaby that had put him to sleep for almost a decade, ever since he had been little more than a child, so he had grown sensitive to any of its wrong notes. One of those wrong notes reached Liam now, making his ears twitch and awakening him. His black eyes opening to point at the slightly chill, gray morning sky past the leaves above. It's going to rain soon, Liam thought, smelling the humidity in the air. The rain wasn't a problem for Liam. The mountain was his natural environment, his real home, so he could easily find a resting spot more suited for the incoming bad weather than the thick branch on which he was lying. Instead, the wrong notes weren't something Liam could ignore. Of the 3 sets of steps he had heard, he only recognized one, meaning that he had to take care of the other 2. Keeping the mountain safe from foreigners was Liam's self-proclaimed job after all. Hunters. Liam wondered, yawning. How can they be nosier than Adrian? Moving silently was one of the main requirements when hunting for prey, and those 2 sets of steps didn't even come close to making the cut. They were so loud that Liam almost second-guessed himself, but the shout that followed brought clear answers. "This mountain is haunted." A young voice resounded in the area, coming from the beaten path below. Haunted. Liam snapped, completely awake at that keyword. He and Adrian, his childhood friend, had systems to signal hunters and other unwanted foreigners, and that shout was one of them. Liam abruptly jumped straight, ignoring his perilous location. He had slept on quite a tall branch that night, and falling could outright kill him, but his balance was impeccable, his feet treating it as any other flat surface. One of Liam's hands went to his long black hair, ruffling it to shed off anything it might have trapped during the night. Leaves, dirt, and dandruff fell from his head while he reached for his knife in the trunk behind him. Liam retrieved the knife and the patchworked leather quiver with his handful of simple arrows hanging from it, quickly securing both on his ragged robe's belt and back. Afterward, Liam drew his makeshift bow from his left shoulder, immediately knocking an arrow into it and pulling on its heavy string, only to adjust his aim and release it as soon as another sound of footsteps reached his ears. Due to the branch's height, Liam could see nothing but leaves below. The few holes in those intricate layers showed the mountain's surface, but they weren't suitable to give a proper view of the ground level. Nevertheless, the arrow whistled through the air, piercing any leaf on its trajectory, miraculously avoiding any branch or trunk. Liam even heard it stab the ground, as well as the unfamiliar gasps that followed. Liam had already stored the bow on his shoulder by then. With all his belongings secured, he stepped forward, yawning as he left the safety of his branch. Gravity immediately did its job, accelerating Liam's free fall, blurring the edges of his vision, and urging his eyes to close to withstand the wind blowing in his face. However, as the bed of leaves was upon Liam, he stretched his arms, his expert hands finding a branch hidden under the green and yellow layers that turned his fall into an abrupt swing. Leaves fell everywhere as Liam swung through them, flinging himself toward a more distant tree he couldn't have possibly reached through a simple jump. More leaves hindered Liam's advance, but his eyes remained open during the crossing, ignoring the snapping branches, darting left and right to find what he knew would serve him perfectly. Soon, the base of a large branch caught Liam's attention, and his left hand snapped at it, clawing at its bark, his callous fingers scraping through it, turning his forward momentum into a spin. Liam spun around the branch until his feet landed heavily on its upper side, his knees bending to disperse his momentum. He retrieved his bow before his figure was fully straight, already knocking another arrow in it. The muscles in Liam's left arm and shoulder tensed while he kept the arrow ready. He held his breath, closing his eyes to focus on his hearing. The previous shot had brought some stillness in the path below, but a faint noise eventually reached his ears, giving him another target. Liam adjusted his aim and fired the arrow seemingly blind, opening his eyes only when he stored the bow and jumped again, heading for another nearby branch. A painful cry resounded through the area, but Liam didn't stop. He jumped and swung from branch to branch, avoiding crossing leaves or making noise now, until he reached another tree. After finding another secure position, Liam drew his bow and knocked an arrow into it, only for reassuring sounds to reach his ears. The two foreign sets of steps were on the move, one limping while they ran down the path. Liam stored the bow and arrow for good at that point, swiftly climbing down branches until he got low enough to peek past the leaves. He immediately found his childhood friend, as well as the distant silhouettes of two retreating men further below the mountain path. Once the silhouettes completely disappeared, Liam jumped on the tree's slightly inclined trunk, sliding over it to head directly toward the ground. Liam slowed down his descent with his hands and feet, the bark unable to scrape past his calluses, but his speed reached dangerous levels nonetheless. Yet, Liam leaped once the crash was imminent, lightly landing and rolling over the ground to disperse whatever dangerous momentum he had accumulated. "My feral brother, we did it again!" Adrian, Liam's childhood friend, shouted, running toward him. Unlike Liam, Adrian had short blonde hair and was taller, but lacked his broad shoulders and overall muscular body. He was 16 like him, but his gray robe was intact, only stained by the soot from his father's workshop. The two boys' demeanor was also opposite. The mountain had made Liam silent, while Adrian couldn't stop smiling and talking. "You must truly have the blood of the ancestral ape in you," Adrian laughed, seizing a leaf still stuck in Liam's messy hair, his nose wrinkling at the stench that assaulted him. "You even smell like a monkey." Liam ignored the comment and went to retrieve one of the arrows he had fired earlier, checking its integrity before storing it in his quiver. However, when he looked for the second, he only saw the trail of blood left by the man he had hit. "He let them go away with my arrow again," Liam cursed in his mind, deciding to address the previous comment. "You have never smelled a monkey." "I know they move like you, monkey boy," Adrian argued. "Smelling you counts." Liam rolled his eyes but didn't add anything. For years, he had been known as Monkey Boy among the kids in the village due to how nimbly he navigated the trees, so that veiled insult hardly had any effect. This is already the second time this month, Liam thought, rechecking the trail of blood. The other villages must be short on food. Crosstone was only one of the many small villages in that area of the outer circles. As such, they were extremely poor, turning the imminent winter into a dangerous challenge. The villages didn't even have decent connections. The few paths between them were dangerous to cross, so the fact that hunters had traveled for Crosstone's mountain twice in a month spoke for their desperation. Yet Crosstone's mountain wasn't big. Liam couldn't risk compromising its balance. His father had been Crosstone's hunter, so that job had fallen on Liam after his tragic death. Luckily, the village people were easy to scare away. Liam's agility and good aim allowed him to fire arrows with great accuracy from different spots in a short time, giving the impression that the mountain was occupied by more than just him. Welcoming foreign hunters might feed the villages for a while, Liam thought, recalling his father's teachings to push away the bitterness of his realization. But the mountain can't take it. If too many animals die, everyone will starve in the next winter. "I hit one of their feet, right?" Liam eventually asked. "Dead center," Adrian confirmed, patting Liam's shoulder. "They might be staying in the village for a while then," Liam concluded. "It's better if I don't leave the mountain until they are gone." "Did you forget what day it is?" Adrian scoffed. "The caravan from the Recruiters Guild is here. The two uncles can follow it back to their village." "Is the Recruiters Guild here?" Liam gasped, forgetting about everything else, his black eyes snapping at his friend. "Yes, my feral brother," Adrian nodded. "Today is the day we find out if we can become cultivators." Screams and voices Liam had forcefully burned in his memory resounded in his ears, while he looked into his childhood friend's blue eyes. A hatred he couldn't hope to bottle up washed over his brain while a spot on his right forearm began to itch. Liam lowered his gaze and scratched his forearm, some restlessness joining the foul feeling that had filled him. The gesture didn't appease the itch, but he knew nothing could. "You should learn to control that," Adrian sighed. knowing what Liam was doing since his forearm carried the same mark. "It itches," Liam commented, squeezing his left hand into a fist to stop himself. "I know it does," Adrian sighed again, "but you can't go around doing that in the inner circles. They will hang you, or worse if they believe you resent the Dragon King." "What's worse than dying?" Liam asked, meeting his friend's gaze again, showing genuine confusion as well as pristine resolve. "They might hang me too," Adrian claimed, pointing at his face in all seriousness. "I'm too young and good-looking to die because you can't lie to save your life." Liam didn't even blink, showing no reaction at the joke, before walking toward an untrod path that would bring him to the village quickly. Adrian was right, but Liam's mind was set. Yet, Adrian followed with a serious tone and words Liam couldn't ignore. "They'd hang father, too." Liam halted his steps. His forearm itched again, the urge to scratch it stronger than earlier, but his mind wandered, helping him suppress that reaction. Liam's debt toward Adrian's father, Cyrus, the village's blacksmith, was so big that several lifetimes wouldn't be enough to repay it. However, thinking about the reason behind that immense debt brought Liam's attention back to his itching forearm. The urge to scratch it had become unbearable, but Liam chose to pull up his ragged sleeve instead. The source of that almost 10-year-old sensation became visible. A burn mark at the center of the inside of Liam's forearm came into contact with the slightly chilly air, worsening the itch even further. The passage of time had removed the mark's redness, but its precise edges hadn't faded, leaving a detailed, white shape on Liam's clear skin. A stylized dragon rested on his forearm, confirming his survival in the bloodline screening mandated by the king himself. The dragon-shaped burn was also Liam's greatest secret, one that only he, Adrian, and Cyrus knew about. "I need to become a cultivator to enter the inner circles," Liam said, reaffirming his resolve, pulling down his sleeve to cover the burn mark. "If the guild says that I have no talent, you'll have nothing to worry about." "You heard what father said about revenge," Adrian reminded. "It will corrupt you in body and spirit." "Adrian, they killed my family," Liam stated, his gaze still lowered as the screams and voices from 10 years ago echoed in his brain once more. "They killed father, mother, and big sister while I hid like a coward." "You were 6, Adrian pointed out. "You weren't a coward. You were a kid." Liam turned a deaf ear to that comment. His mother had been the one to hide him in his old house's secret trapdoor back then. He even recalled promising not to come out no matter what, but the same went for the screams that followed. "Your mother was right," Adrian insisted, aware of the whole story. "Old Jack had riled up those butchers. They would have killed you instead of performing the screening." "The king shouldn't have sent butchers in the first place," Liam scoffed. "Quiet," Adrian hushed. "You can't speak like this about the Dragon King." Liam shook his head. He didn't care for kings. The outer circles were so distant from the center of the Dragon Kingdom that they might very well belong to different domains. Yet, the bloodline screening had been a kingdom-wide event involving extensive manpower. Finding the men who had come to Crosstone's village 10 years ago among that crowd would be challenging, impossible even, since Liam only had the voices from his memory as clues. That was, unless Liam could become a cultivator. Those legendary figures were nothing like mortals. Stories said they could accomplish the impossible, and Liam needed exactly that. Moreover, rumors had it that cultivators led those who handled the bloodline screening, so Liam needed the same strength to hope for any kind of revenge. "Everyone in the village knows the heavens have blessed you," Adrian reassured, approaching his friend. "You are as strong as a boar and as nimble as a squirrel. If anyone can become a cultivator, it's you." Liam didn't answer but lifted his gaze, peeking past his shoulder to watch Adrian stop behind him. "Just be careful," Adrian requested, "and don't try anything complicated. You know you are too dumb for those." Adrian smiled, but Liam's dark mood endured. He knew he couldn't just forget about what had happened to his family. Liam hadn't allowed himself to, yet he could make a promise. "If anything happens to me," Liam uttered, "I'll make sure not to involve Cyrus and you." The mountain had been a poor teacher of human interactions, So Liam could only speak through genuine honesty, which now was too blinding for his childhood friend. "Don't say these things," Adrian said, ruffling Liam's black hair, only for his hand to get stuck in its many knots. "Go have fun becoming an almighty cultivator while I pay off father's debt to the Church of the Man." Before Liam could laugh and help his friend break free of his messy hair, sounds of footsteps reached his ears, chaotic and distressed, but familiar nonetheless. The noise claimed his gaze to its source, and Adrian followed suit, looking in the same direction. An old man with disheveled white hair and an unkempt long gray beard stepped out of the trees Liam was looking at, his robe more dirt and mud than fabric. The man's walking pace was odd, mixing stomps with unstable light steps. He always seemed on the verge of stumbling, but never did. He also constantly mumbled something incomprehensible, the few actual words he spoke making no sense. The old man's eyes were half-closed and unfocused, seemingly in a drunken haze, but they gained a scary sharpness when they fell on Liam. Still, Liam simply nodded at him before breaking free and resuming walking down the mountain. Instead, Adrian went completely unnoticed, so he made sure to shout something that would earn him a reaction. "Hey, crazy uncle! Aren't you watching the guild's caravan?" Adrian teased. "Ah!" The old man suddenly raised his voice while continuing on his way. "I have no business with those children. When I was in the Dragon Palace, such lowly cultivators weren't even worthy of pouring me wine." "Whatever you say, crazy uncle," Adrian laughed, watching the old man disappear behind more trees before hurrying after Liam. "I never understood why you haven't kicked him out," Adrian commented. "You barely let me climb the mountain." "He doesn't disturb anyone," Liam said. "Even the animals are fine with him." Liam remembered that as if it were yesterday. The old man had appeared on Crosstone's mountain barely 2 years after the bloodline screening and Liam's decision to guard that place from anyone who threatened to disturb its peace. Yet, after weeks of watching the old man in secret, Liam had deemed him harmless, leading to that non-interactive cohabitation. The trees grew scarce as the two boys kept walking. The mountain ended in a flatter scenery featuring sparse, small houses made of wood, mud, and bundles of straw. Crosstone's village was up ahead, close enough for Liam to hear the chattering of a crowd. Liam noticed that Adrian was about to say something, but darted ahead, his restlessness having reached the critical point as he crossed the village's border, leaving his friend far behind. The chatter was already telling, and diving deeper into the village confirmed Liam's guess. Every small house he crossed was empty, and reaching the muddy, central square showed their inhabitants, as well as the well-kept caravan they had gathered around. Horses were a luxury Crosstone's village couldn't afford, and the caravan had 2 of those, highlighting how foreign it was in that environment. The wooden emblem with an open scroll at its top even confirmed that point. The envoy from the Recruiters Guild had arrived, and Liam could already spot the few kids from the village in an orderly line behind the caravan, eager to see if the heavens had blessed them with the talent to become cultivators. Nevertheless, someone among the crowd spotted Liam, too, and the chattering turned into quiet whispering. People even moved aside at his arrival, creating a path to the back of the caravan. That reaction wasn't new for Liam. He was somewhat famous in the village, both for what had happened to his family and for his successful protection of the mountain. That fame even affected the boy in the head of the line, who stepped aside seeing Liam, leaving his spot to him. The caravan's curtains opened at that exact moment, and the bald, beardless, slightly chubby man who peeked out witnessed the scene. "You must be the Liam everyone has been whispering about," the man announced. "Well, come on in." Living in the mountains had granted Liam a sort of animalistic sixth sense, which rang the alarms at that interaction. The hairless, slightly chubby head that had peeked out of the caravan's curtains featured a gentle smile, but a chill ran down Liam's back anyway. Is he really human? Liam couldn't help but think as his dark eyes widened in fear. The Recruiters Guild's envoy was a creature Liam couldn't gauge with the experience amassed in Crosstone's mountain. He was only certain that he was hopelessly outclassed, which could only mean one thing. That was Liam's first meeting with an actual cultivator. In the mountain, Running away was the only option against a direct meeting with a superior predator. But Liam suppressed that acquired urge. His instinctive fear didn't freeze him. If anything, it confirmed that cultivators wielded the strength he sought. So, Liam held his breath and climbed the few steps into the caravan, crossing its curtains as the chubby face disappeared behind them. The ride's wooden insides were quite barren, its dim environment illuminated by a lantern hanging from its roof. A metal basin rested on the floor, with the chubby man sitting on its opposite side. Liam could inspect the envoy now. The man wore a tidy, clean green robe with long sleeves and a picture of an open, white scroll sewn on his chest, further confirming his membership in the Recruiters Guild. Still, instead of the strikingly rare clean clothes, Liam focused on the man's size. How did he get there so quickly? Liam wondered, astonished. The space inside the caravan was narrow. Even a skinny child would have trouble getting to the bottom with the metal basin standing in the way. However, the chubby envoy had gotten there without creating a single ripple in the clear liquid in the basin. Moreover, he had done so after retreating inside the curtains, completing the task before Liam could cross them, which couldn't have taken longer than a second. Liam was quick, but not as quick. He also couldn't imagine mustering such speed without causing a ruckus or spilling the basin's liquid. The stories said that cultivators were far beyond mortals, and Liam obtained undeniable proof now. "Before we begin," the envoy said, unaffected by Liam's evident shock, "I must confirm that you bear the dragon's approval." Liam had yet to recover from the experience but pulled up his right sleeve anyway, exposing the dragon-shaped burn to the lantern's light. Despite not being Liam's first time going through that procedure, his body tensed up. He had never been checked by an actual cultivator, and the previous scene made him wonder whether those incredible figures had mysterious methods that could uncover his mark's secret. Nevertheless, the chubby envoy nodded after a single glance, his gentle smile broadening as he gestured at a spot on the other side of the basin. "No need to be so tense, Liam," the man reassured. "I'm Carl from the Recruiters Guild. Please, take a seat." Pleasantries and pretenses weren't Liam's strong suit, but he was big on imitation. He perfectly mimicked Carl's stance, sitting cross-legged in front of the basin before letting his genuine honesty speak for him. "Sir Uncle Carl, what did the villagers say about me?" Liam asked, pulling down his ragged sleeve. "It wasn't just the villagers," Carl chuckled, amused by the strange way in which Liam had addressed him. "You might have tricked the nearby villages, but the guild has long since known about a child with outstanding strength protecting Crosstone's mountain on his own. The mountain made me strong." Liam nodded in all seriousness. "Not just strong, am I correct?" Carl laughed, warmed by Liam's honesty. "You are also a capable hunter." "My father taught me well," Liam revealed. "He was the village's hunter." Carl noticed the "was," but didn't say anything. Liam also began to scratch his right forearm in a spot that gave a clear hint to the cultivator, but the latter avoided mentioning anything again. Everyone knew how bloody the bloodline screening had been. Liam was only one of the countless kids it had affected. Still, it wasn't the guild's place to exclude those kids from the test when the Dragon King himself had cleared them. Besides, spotting talents could bring huge benefits, and what Carl had heard about Liam made him hopeful. "A strong body is a good sign," Carl announced, changing the topic. "For the body is the soil where the Dantian's roots can sprout." "Dantian?" Liam asked, relaxing a bit. "Your core," Carl explained. "It's the organ where cultivators gather their chi." "Chi?" Liam wondered, keeping the question in his mind now, but his face betrayed his confusion. "Don't worry about this yet," Carl chuckled. "Pour some blood into the basin. A single drop will be enough to see whether the heavens have blessed you." Liam didn't hesitate to follow those instructions. The talk about his father reminded him why he was doing all that, so he ran his forefinger on the knife in his belt, carving a shallow cut on its tip before hovering it over the basin. Liam squeezed his fingertip with his thumb until a drop of blood fell into the basin, immediately causing a reaction in its clear liquid. The drop disappeared, but the liquid instantly brightened, shining with white light that soon overcame the lantern's illumination. Whoa! Liam thought, his eyes going wide. That reaction was nothing short of magical, appealing to the innocence of his young age. Carl experienced a similar marvel, his mouth and eyes opening in pleased shock, which loosened his tongue. In all my years of performing this test, Carl gasped, I have never witnessed a sign of such pristine talent. The blood of the ancestral beasts must be strong in you. I have talent? Liam cried in his mind, which began to echo the screams and voices burned in his memory. It seemed he could truly become a cultivator, his innocent excitement stained by the dark feelings from his goal. A friend teases me about carrying the ancestral ape's bloodline, Liam revealed. Is that good? Maybe the ape of Fury's blood does run through you, Carl explained, calculations already happening in his mind. The clash among the ancestral beasts made their blood rain over this plane and beyond. We all became part of their bloodlines on that distant day. Precise details about that story were limited to cultivators, but Carl didn't mind disclosing some to earn Liam's trust. The basin's test was far from perfect, but such bright and intensifying light was an unmistakable sign of talent. Some sects would pay a fortune to secure such a disciple, a fortune that could go to the Recruiters Guild if it played a role in that matter. You could even be a direct descendant, Carl added, smiling from ear to ear. Am I really a monkey boy? Liam wondered, checking himself. He wasn't that hairy. Adrian had him beat in that regard, actually, so he couldn't really imagine having an ape as an ancestor. Still, something suddenly changed, Liam's nose noticing it before his eyes could. A foul scent reached his nostrils while the white light from the basin vanished, the liquid inside it turning pitch black and slimy. Bubbles also inflated and burst on the black liquid surface, releasing dark trails of dense smoke that made Carl jump to his feet and cover his nose with his sleeve. Liam reacted quickly. Carl's move hinted at the liquid's danger, so he also jumped to his feet and retreated. Meanwhile, a shattering noise brought his gaze to the caravan's ceiling. The lantern's glass had broken, and its flames soon vanished, bringing darkness to that isolated environment. The darkness was short-lived since the dark smoke corroded the fabric above, carving a few holes in it and letting the outside illumination shine on the basin. Then, the piece of cloth from which the lantern was hanging broke, too, making it fall into the basin, which had lost all its liquid by then. Clinging noises resounded as metal bounced on metal, signaling the end of that strange development. Liam didn't know what any of that meant. He glanced at his forefinger, slightly concerned about his own blood, before the matter at hand reclaimed his attention. So, Sir Uncle Carl, Liam called, when can I become a cultivator? The pure innocence Liam radiated conflicted with what the basin had shown. Only a bottomlessly foul feeling could have caused that terrible reaction in the liquid, but Carl saw no trace of it in Liam's expression. Still, the test had been clear. Despite Liam's incredible talent, Carl couldn't allow him to become a cultivator. The Recruiters Guild had strict orders to filter out anyone who might harbor resentment toward the Dragon Kingdom. The seed of resentment has infected you deeply, Carl declared. The Guild will warn everyone. No sect will ever awaken your core. Carl lowered his arm now, sighing helplessly. It was truly a waste to reject a kid with such potential, especially due to the benefits that pushing him toward a specific sect could bring to the Guild, but his hands were tied. Of course, Liam was clueless about those topics. He only had Carl's previous words to go on, leading to another innocent question. But, Liam muttered, furrowing his brow, can I be a cultivator without awakening my core? That second burst of blinding, youthful innocence made Carl sigh again. It seemed Liam wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, but he was also to blame for not explaining himself clearly. You will never be a cultivator, Carl explained. This test revealed your impure motivations. It's a pity to let your talent go to waste, but this is for the best. Liam's eyes went wide at that point. That outcome had always been a possibility, but its manifestation uncovered Liam's unwillingness to give up on his goals. No, please, Sir Uncle Carl, Liam pleaded, stepping forward. You said I have the talent, right? I must become a cultivator. Otherwise, dash. Liam couldn't finish his line since something suddenly appeared in front of him. His survival instincts reacted, his hair standing on end, prompting a swift retreat that put him at the caravan's edge. Carl had somehow jumped over the basin without making any sound, his size not hindering that instantaneous move at all. His expression had grown stern, exerting an invisible pressure that made Liam feel incredibly small. Otherwise, Carl asked, taking a single step forward, somehow managing to freeze Liam's entire being. Crap! Liam realized his mistake but was utterly powerless. Despite his screaming fear, his body wouldn't move, forcing him to watch as Carl took another step forward, reaching him. "Never utter those words," Carl warned, his chilling voice sounding like knives in Liam's ears. "Don't even think them. I can pretend nothing happened because you are a child. I wouldn't be able to if you were a cultivator." Actually, Carl could still report the incident, delivering a terrible punishment to Liam. Yet, Liam's blinding innocence had tugged his heartstrings, saving him from that fate. "See this as mercy," Carl continued. "Now get out." Liam felt able to move again, and his body didn't hesitate to summon the training from the mountain. He leaped without turning, crossing the caravan's curtains, crashing on his butt on the muddy square, only for his figure to roll to soften the landing. "Next!" The envoy's voice resounded from the closing curtains, while Liam was still sitting in the mud, too shocked to move. Still, Liam's ears were far too sharp for mere shock to deafen them. His dramatic exit from the caravan had caught the surrounding crowd's attention, triggering an incessant series of whispers he couldn't help but hear. Everyone around the caravan also shot glances at Liam, which joined his internal shock to turn it into panic. The mountain had only taught him one way of dealing with that, so he jumped to his feet and darted away, planning to return to his treasured home. The journey back to the mountain felt like a blur. Liam didn't see anything, letting his expert legs lead him through paths he had long since committed to memory. Meanwhile, other memories resurfaced. Liam's father, mother, and sister's screams echoed in his ears, blending with the voices of the 4 men who had carried out the screening in his old house. The memory was so deafening that Liam almost missed when the first drop fell on his head. Still, a second arrived, and countless more followed, eventually forcing him to acknowledge the rain. Nevertheless, that did little to distract Liam. His awareness of his surroundings only returned when he was deep inside the mountain, standing in front of a particularly big tree with thick roots poking out of the ground. As if possessed, Liam kneeled among a specific spot between 2 thick roots, digging through the increasingly muddy ground with his bare hands, ignoring the intensifying rain. Liam had to dig until he could fit his entire forearm underground before his fingers touched something cold. He gripped onto it, pulling with all the strength he could muster, landing on his but once he retrieved what he had hidden 10 years ago. A metal stick ending in a circular shape appeared in the open, only for the heavy rain to clean it of the mud it had captured. The process revealed the tip's true nature, which was a dragon-shaped stamp identical to the mark on Liam's right forearm. Luck had wanted for Adrian to go through the screening before Liam, so his father had been able to forge an illegal stamp by using his burn as a blueprint. Cyrus was a good blacksmith, and he hadn't hesitated to cover for Liam after he found him in his old house, still hidden in the trapdoor with his family's corpses lying above. Yet, Liam couldn't help but think that all that had been for naught. As he stared blankly at the stamp, he believed he had survived the bloodline screening just to live with the memory of its tragedy, cursed to know that he was powerless to make it right. The 4 voices Liam had forced himself to remember felt pointless, too, his desire for revenge being nothing more than a childish dream that didn't want to disappear. Even now, Liam kept hearing those voices, always accompanied by his family's screams, which shielded his ears from the rain. Part of him felt as if he had lost, but his itching forearm turned his torrent of emotions into anger, making him lift the stamp to slam it into the tree. Nevertheless, a firm hand grabbed Liam's wrist before he could complete the action, and a familiar sensation washed over him. The same pressure he had experienced in Carl's presence descended, but his body was able to move now, so he tilted his head to look up. The rain dampened everything, acting as Liam's incredible hearing's greatest enemy. However, he had grown used to that, too. At least, his ears were good enough to spot anyone nearby despite the eventual downpours. But that skill didn't work now, and it failed against the most unlikely character. Liam saw the old man from earlier standing behind him, his disheveled hair and unkempt beard somehow immune to the rain, while an uncommonly focused gaze met his. "Crazy uncle?" Liam called, confused, too full of emotions to remember that he was holding an item that could earn him a death sentence. "The hand of fate beckons," the old man stated, his voice deep and eerie. "Will you take it and let a terrible destiny unfold? Or will you refuse it and wallow in self-pity for the rest of your days?" The rain only grew heavier, turning the mountain into a challenging environment to cross. Its inclined and uneven surface had long since become muddy and unstable, but that wasn't a problem for the two figures navigating it. Liam didn't know why, but he had ended up following Crazy Uncle, who had begun to leave without waiting for his answer. The event had been so sudden that Liam had brought the dragon-shaped stamp with him and was using it to scratch the very burn it had created. Still, the downpour, itch, and previous rejection couldn't occupy Liam's brain while he stared at the old man's back. Everything about him was different, from his firm, steady walking pace to the whole aura that surrounded him. Crazy Uncle didn't feel as dangerous as Carl, but appeared infinitely more mysterious. If anything, he was far harder to gauge, making Liam wary but also curious. Also, there was that odd detail with the rain. Liam clearly saw drops falling on Crazy Uncle's hair, only to fail to make it wet. That went against everything Liam knew, but also told him another thing. Somehow, Crazy Uncle might also be a cultivator, rekindling Liam's hopes in embarking on that journey. Hence, Liam followed Crazy Uncle silently, pushing away the screams and voices from his memory rising in his ears, constantly scratching his forearm as the two dived deeper into the mountain's forest. Liam knew where Crazy Uncle lived, but rarely ventured so deep into the mountain. That was Boar's territory after all, and they didn't like invaders. Yet nothing approached the two. Just like the rain, it seemed Crazy Uncle's presence was keeping any potential interference away, making their climb as uneventful as possible. A narrow opening in an inclined rocky wall eventually appeared ahead, and Crazy Uncle swiftly entered it, walking sideways. Liam hesitated only for a second after the old man's figure disappeared inside, but ultimately pressed ahead. That wasn't Liam's first time seeing that entrance, but he had never scoured its insides out of respect for the old man's privacy. The narrow cavity turned out to be quite short, opening into a circular underground chamber, most of the rocky ceiling covered in green moss. Meanwhile, candles flickered on the ground, illuminating the environment and the odd pool they encircled. The pool had no rainwater. Instead, a slimy, dark green liquid swirled inside it without needing external input. It seemed to possess a will of its own that filled Liam with the same dread he had experienced in Carl's presence. What's with cultivators and strange liquids? Liam wondered, not daring to voice that thought, his black eyes glued to Crazy Uncle, attentively following him. Crazy Uncle seemed to have forgotten about Liam's existence ever since he had started walking. He didn't address him now that they had reached his cave, either, instead pacing around the pool, immersed in a mumbling that carried no actual words. Nevertheless, the mumbling had an effect on the pool. The dark green liquid inside stirred at Crazy Uncle's voice, its swirling changing trajectory, creating opposing waves that crashed onto each other to rise and merge. The liquid cleared under that activity, its green shades becoming more prominent, and everything settled once Crazy Uncle finished circling the pool, stopping at its edge, showing his back to Liam. "Strip and immerse yourself," Crazy Uncle eventually said. Liam couldn't help but blink, leaning to his right to peek at the pool past the old man's figure. The green liquid had calmed down, becoming completely still, but Liam's instincts told him to stay as far away as possible from it nonetheless. Now Liam was quite desperate. Liam had gone through his options countless times over the decade he had spent in the mountain. He was far from knowledgeable, and Crosstone's village didn't offer any opportunity to change that. so he had long since concluded that becoming a cultivator was the only path that might lead to his family's murderers. However, Liam's sense of self-preservation was also strong. Despite his internal turmoil, he wouldn't just jump into what looked like a toxic pool, especially when such a strange man had given the order. "Crazy uncle, who are you?" Liam probed. "The son of the ancestral turtle," Crazy Uncle revealed. "Just like the king is the son of the ancestral dragon." Liam's eyebrows arched in surprise, his curiosity formulating another question. Is that story true? Did the ancestral beasts truly exist? That part of the story was common knowledge, but Liam was a simple boy from a poor village. Legendary beings like the ancestral beasts, capable of making rain blood over the entire kingdom and beyond, sounded like nothing but fairy tales to him. Long ago, Crazy Uncle announced, the balance among the 7 ancestral beasts broke, leading to a conflict that threatened to shatter the very plane we all live in. Liam nodded silently. He knew that part and didn't forget about the new details he had learned from Carl. There were 2 sides, Crazy Uncle continued. The one led by the Dragon of Perfection won, and balance was restored. That piece of history was also common knowledge. The Dragon of Pride had come out victorious from the clash among the ancestral beasts, establishing itself as the strongest of them. Is that why the Dragon King is the king? Liam wondered, not knowing how much of that old legend translated into the reality of the current times. To seek revenge is to seek power, Crazy Uncle added, peeking behind his shoulder to eye Liam still scratching his forearm with the metal stamp. I can only show you the door, but you must be the one to cross it. Liam's black eyes widened as he squeezed his grip on the metal stamp while hiding it behind his back. He didn't want to be exposed twice in a day, so he focused on another detail that left him confused. Crazy Uncle, Liam called, his gaze going over the rocky chamber. What door? The old man didn't blink at Liam's ignorant question. He simply waved his dirty sleeve at the green pool. That's a big puddle, Liam pointed out. But Crazy Uncle didn't speak anymore, turning to face the pool again. Clearly, the strange old man truly wanted Liam to step inside that green liquid, and everything boiled down to what the latter was willing to do. Will the puddle make me a cultivator? Liam asked. It will make you what you are meant to be, Crazy Uncle responded. Liam frowned, not liking that unclear reply at all, but his pickle remained. He could turn back now, giving up on avenging his family forever. Or, he could step into what was probably a suicidal bath, hoping that the man who answered to Crazy Uncle could give him what he needed. Truth be told, as soon as Liam considered his options, he realized he didn't have much of a choice. Maybe time might make him forget the screams and voices he had burned in his memory, but his itch wouldn't go. That annoying sensation would always act as a reminder of what he had given up. So, Liam removed his bow and quiver from his back and loosened his ragged, gray robe, quickly slipping out of it to remain naked. He was about to leave the metal stamp behind, too, when the old man said otherwise. Bring the dragon stamp with you, Crazy Uncle ordered. Liam complied, not thinking much about it as he crossed the old man, stopping at the pool's edge for a second to test its liquid with his right toes. The liquid felt strangely fine, warm, but no different than water. Despite its appearance, it wasn't slimy at all, emboldening Liam and making him dive carefully into it. What is your name? Crazy Uncle asked while Liam had yet to reach the pool's center. Liam replied, his arms raised to keep the stamp out of the liquid that had reached his chest by then. Do you know what that means? Crazy Uncle questioned. Protector, Liam nodded, stopping in his tracks, inevitably looking down. His father had been the one to explain that meaning to him, as well as what it implied. At least what it should have implied. Is that why you decided to protect this mountain? Crazy Uncle wondered. Because you couldn't protect your family? Liam's head snapped back, glaring at the old man still at the pool's edge. He knew his guilt in the screening from 10 years ago, but couldn't appreciate Crazy Uncle mentioning it. What is this? Liam called, his gaze snapping to the knife and bow past the old man before refocusing on him. Have you been spying on me? I'm merely an agent of the wise turtle, Crazy Uncle declared. May the fate it has predicted now unfold. Liam frowned, but his itch suddenly flared with unfathomable intensity, making him dizzy enough to release his grip on the metal stamp. The item fell into the green liquid and sizzled loudly, but Liam only caught the beginning of that process since his mind went blank in the next second. Liam felt like fainting, and his mind went dark, but only for a fraction of a second. Light, color, and awareness immediately returned, leading to deep confusion. The rocky chamber had disappeared, as well as the pool and Crazy Uncle. Liam found himself in a cramped wooden box that barely fit him, but the discomfort that environment caused failed to get to the top of his priorities. That was because Liam recognized that wooden box. It wasn't a box at all. He knew each dent and stain in the brown tiles that encircled him. After all, he had spent the worst day of his life hidden inside it. Somehow, Liam had teleported inside his family's secret closet. Still, oddities immediately stood out. For once, he could see clearly despite the lack of illumination in that secluded environment. Moreover, there were no supplies hidden with him. Liam didn't linger in his inspection. 10 years ago, he had hidden for hours in that secret closet, but that had become his greatest regret. So, he promptly pushed on the trapdoor above, lifting it to climb out of that wooden hole. Another familiar environment unfolded in Liam's vision once he jumped out of the closet. He found himself in his old home, the small shed where he had once lived with his family. Yet, everything was strangely clean, except for 3 vast red spots on the wooden floor. Liam's mood soured as soon as he noticed those large stains. A hatred he had never been able to quell flared, too. The scene featured no corpses, but Liam knew those spots marked the places where his father, mother, and sister had bled and died. That detail was simply unforgettable. After all, Liam had seen it when Cyrus had pulled him out of the closet and when he had returned to the shed to bury his family. What kind of bad joke is this? Liam cursed in his mind, unable to hide how deeply he loathed the experience. His face had become cold and expressionless, his black eyes seemingly ready to kill. Liam instinctively reached for his left shoulder, only to notice that his trusty bow wasn't there. He was wearing a simple black robe, but no knife rested in its belt. He had no weapons, but that didn't halt his steps. In Liam's mind, it didn't matter whether the experience was real or fake. Someone had decided to bring him back to the worst day of his life, even playing with it, and he could only respond with all the courage and strength he had lacked back then. Nevertheless, once Liam barged out of the shed in a hurry, searching for anything that could become a target for his foul feelings, he found himself in a white world that featured no ground or sky. The shed seemed to be the only object to exist in that white world that expanded as far as the eye could see, as if hovering among that emptiness. Yet, Liam had already stepped outside, and his foot had landed on something solid. He couldn't see any surface among that whiteness, but it seemed to exist nonetheless. Liam's eyes darted left and right, trying to find answers to that confusing experience, only to give up on it quickly. He remembered why he was there and who had sent him. That stuff belonged to the realm of cultivators, making it beyond his understanding. But that lack of understanding didn't stop Liam. He carefully took another step forward, leaving the shed completely once he confirmed that an invisible surface did exist among that whiteness. Still, as soon as Liam completely exited the shed, the latter disappeared, leaving him alone in that endless whiteness. Nothing seemed to exist anywhere in every direction, but that quickly changed, too. Countless faint silhouettes suddenly materialized all around Liam, the smallest of them in his immediate surroundings, the bigger ones further in the distance. The silhouettes weren't exactly clear. They were hardly humanoid, either, and Liam had to get close to one of them to uncover its real nature. He picked randomly, approaching the shadow to his right, until his eyes could make out the shape of a small dog. What is this? Liam wondered, frowning. The small dog was made of relatively detailed gray smoke now. It seemed the vicinity had made it solid enough for Liam to interact with it, but a widespread rustling reached his ears as soon as he tried to stretch his hand toward it. "Who's there?" Liam shouted, immediately stepping back, scouring his surroundings. Echoes of that widespread rustling still rang, but he couldn't see anything that might have caused it. However, when Liam looked back at the small dog, he discovered that it had disappeared. That previously clear silhouette had vanished, only leaving white emptiness behind. "Is it telling me that it was wrong?" Liam thought, not knowing what the it was. He wasn't even sure about what he was actually doing, but that hunch had instinctively formed in his mind anyway. Following that hunch, Liam disregarded the nearby silhouettes, randomly picking a direction to head for the more distant, bigger shadows. Liam paid close attention not to get too close to any other silhouettes, but details appeared on those shapes nonetheless. He saw more dogs, which grew bigger until they became proper wolves, eventually getting distant enough for those shapes to become humanoid. One of those humanoid shapes was almost 3 meters tall, attracting Liam's attention, bringing him closer to it. The shadow soon revealed itself as a giant ape with 4 arms and 2 heads, allowing Liam to connect some dots. Is this the ancestral ape? Liam considered, knowing that normal apes lacked those additional limbs and heads. Are these bloodlines from the ancestral beasts? Liam could only reach for the shadow again to test that theory, but the rustling noise returned before he could touch it, far louder than before, somehow bringing tremors to that completely white and empty world. A gasp escaped Liam's mouth as he instinctively crouched down, assuming a stabler stance to withstand the tremors. Meanwhile, he searched with eyes and ears for the source of that rustling, only to obtain unexpected results. The rustling seemed to have no source, or rather, it simply came from everywhere, as if it occupied that whole environment. It also grew deeper and louder as the seconds passed, as if getting closer. At the same time, the countless silhouettes began to disappear, initially slowly, then hundreds simultaneously. Then, something appeared in the distance, so faint that Liam squinted his eyes to see better. The effort was fruitless, but he persisted until he blinked, and the world transformed. The white world in Liam's immediate surroundings still existed, but giant dark scales had occupied everything else, continuously moving around him, encircling him in that endless coiling trend. Liam straightened himself but didn't know what to do. He saw nothing but slithering scales everywhere, blocking his every possible escape route, and things somehow worsened. A hiss as deep as the foundation of the very world resounded through the area, making the white environment shake again, but giving a proper source to Liam now. Liam steadied himself and looked up, only for his black eyes to go wide. The gargantuan head of a massive snake hovered among those coiling scales, standing above him, its forked tongue flicking in his direction. Liam wanted to freeze at that sight. The fear he felt wasn't something he could escape from, and his instincts told him as much. However, the screams and voices from 10 years ago suddenly surged in Liam's brain, louder than ever, which intensified until he fell to his knees, covering his ears in an attempt to silence them. But the effort was fruitless. That terrible memory grew even louder, threatening to make Liam go crazy, stirring his resentment awake and forcing it to flood the entirety of his being. "Make it stop," Liam begged, his request having no actual target. Yet, the gargantuan snake replied with a deep, almost ancient, hiss that carried human words. "There is only one way," the snake said. "Tell me," Liam cried, too in pain, dizzy, and full of that foul emotion to think about that strange development. "Kill them all," the snake hissed. "Eat their children, curse their bloodlines, burn their lairs, and desecrate their temples." Those words made no sense to Liam, but they soon gained one. As the memory grew even louder, Liam started to see unclear silhouettes of the 4 men whose voices he had forced himself to remember. That was nothing short of a hallucination, but a very vivid one that Liam couldn't forsake. He would do anything to learn more about those butchers, even agreeing with that gargantuan snake. "I'll do it," Liam shouted, forcing himself to look up, his hands still pressed on his ears. "I'll avenge my family." And, surprisingly, Liam felt able to spot a smirk in that giant reptilian head before its hiss resounded once more. "You shall inherit my hatred, my son." Then, the giant snake opened its maw, which descended to fill the entirety of Liam's vision before eating him whole. Liam snapped back to reality with a loud gasp, inhaling deeply as his eyes recognized the circular underground chamber, the green pool, and the old man standing at its edge. Yet, Liam's surroundings failed to retain his attention since a warm, almost scorching sensation spread from his lower waist, filling his body and pressing against his skin. The process was uncomfortable and painful. Liam felt as if the warmth was digging through his body, carving something from his very flesh to push it out. And something did come out. Liam's eyes went wide when black spots expanded all over his body, assaulting his nose with their disgusting stench. All his pores were expelling a goo-like substance, immersing him in its terrible smell. Just like Liam's ears, his nose was incredible, prompting him to dive into the green liquid that still surrounded him. Anything sounded better than the goo, but the pool betrayed him. Liam barely had the time to immerse his head before the liquid's level fell. Whirlpools and waves formed as something sucked that green substance away, soon leaving Liam half-crouched over the pool's dry, rocky bottom. That sudden disappearance left Liam shocked, but something else soon occupied his mind. A hiss that spoke human words resounded in his ears, replacing the entirety of his thoughts. "Kill them all," the deep, ancient hiss said, triggering a far more painful reaction inside Liam. The itch from the burn mark flared as Liam's body rebelled against its shape. His bones creaked, his muscles condensed, and his skin squirmed and stretched, sending him to his knees. Liam screamed, only for an inhuman hiss to escape his mouth, silenced by the traumatic memories he had burned in his brain. His family's screams and the butcher's voices echoed in his ears to no end, threatening to split his mind. Soon, Liam's knees also gave in. He crashed to the pool's bedrock, wriggling like a worm, stretching his limbs and arching his back to follow whatever process was afflicting his body. "What is happening to me?" Liam screamed again, this time managing to utter human words. He even heard his own voice despite the auditory hallucination in his ears. "And so," Crazy Uncle muttered, "the ancestral snake shall be born once more." Liam heard Crazy Uncle clearly, but his words made little sense to him. He knew the ancestral snake had led the battle against the ancestral dragon's side, but was also too in pain to focus on that connection. "For the son of the dragon has disrupted the balance in his pride," the old man continued. "So the heavens delivered the snake of hatred's son as retribution." Crazy Uncle lost Liam at that point, but the latter could start to relax since his painful symptoms were slowly fading. His writhing body was calming down, signaling the completion of that apparent transformation. The auditory hallucination and itch didn't follow that trend, but Liam forced himself to inspect his state anyway. A splitting headache was afflicting his mind, blurring his vision. Still, he could confirm that his body carried no meaningful changes under the goo stains all over him, at least superficially. Instead, Crazy Uncle did change. A trace of confusion leaked into his eerie gaze, making him inspect his surroundings, gradually taking over his whole demeanor. His straight stance faltered, and the same went for his feet. He stumbled, falling to his knees, slouching down once he looked at Liam. "Was this my purpose?" Crazy Uncle gasped, distress and desperation surging in his expression as he looked at the moss-covered ceiling. "Oh, wise turtle, why have you condemned me to enable such horrors?" Needless to say, Liam grew even more confused, but his body seemed to have recovered enough, too. He got on all four, fighting off his splitting headache and the voices in his ears, glancing past the empty pool's edge at the only man who could give him answers. "A huge snake ate me," Liam explained, spitting out some of the disgusting goo that had accumulated in his throat. "It called me its son." Crazy Uncle lowered his gaze, inspecting Liam through a mixture of helplessness and pity. "We are all the mighty ancestral beast's descendants," Crazy Uncle explained, "but on different levels. Their sons and daughters are the closest, acting as sole heirs of their nature and legacy." Liam began to understand something at that point. Each ancestral beast had multiple unique titles. The ancestral dragon was the dragon of perfection and pride, just like the ancestral snake was the snake of envy, but also hatred, which was what Liam had heard at the end of his dreamlike experience. 10 years ago, Crazy Uncle continued, I foresaw the ancestral snake son's awakening and urged the Dragon King for restraint. Was the story about the Dragon Palace true? Liam wondered but remained silent. But the king is the ancestral dragon's son, Crazy Uncle added, lowering his face in shame. And his pride in his perfection turned into arrogance, mandating the bloodline screening to flush out the seed of hatred. Crazy Uncle's way of speaking wasn't exactly understandable for a mountain boy like Liam, but something clicked at those words, prompting an instinctive reaction. Liam darted ahead, leaping over the empty pool's edge, the hatred he had carried since the tragedy from 10 years ago exploding in ways he had never experienced. That single jump brought him directly to Crazy Uncle, slamming him on him and pushing him down. Is the bloodline screening your fault? Liam shouted, pressing on Crazy Uncle's shoulders, keeping him down. The sudden assault didn't faze Crazy Uncle. His eyes started to wander, losing focus, while his mouth muttered an answer. I trusted the dragon's son, as the wise turtle did during the clash among the ancestral beasts. Crazy Uncle's words were once again unclear, but enough to push Liam over the edge. The details were blurry, but the old man seemed to have admitted to having caused the process that had led to Liam's family's death. Kill! Another human hiss resounded in Liam's ears, clearing his mind of every hesitation, urging him to let his foul feelings take control. Liam didn't ask questions anymore. His fists began to speak for him as he slammed them down, repeatedly hitting Crazy Uncle's face with all the strength he could muster. Nevertheless, Crazy Uncle didn't move at all. His face seemed made of unbendable metal as it endured and ignored punch after punch, his gaze stopping to point at the mossy ceiling to look at something far beyond it. Oh, wise turtle, Crazy Uncle called, the punches not affecting his voice at all. What new madness have you compelled me to unleash? Are humans nothing but pawns in the eyes of the ancestral beasts? It's because of you that my family is dead, Liam shouted, his punches growing heavier, discovering new strength he didn't know he possessed. Tears started streaming down Crazy Uncle's eyes, but not due to the incessant barrage of punches. His mind wandered, and the same went for his gaze as terrible memories filled his brain and leaked out of his mouth. All those children, Crazy Uncle wailed, countless dead, and even more branded for life to search for the promised enemy I was destined to awaken. Liam felt no pity at that wail. The foulness inside him only intensified, drawing warmth from his still-hot lower waist, granting even more strength to his punches. Could I have avoided this destiny had I remained by the dragon's son's side? Crazy Uncle asked to no one in particular, the skin on his face finally showing signs of breaking. Or was this madness necessary to create the demon who could restore balance? What destiny? Liam shouted. Who cares? Look at me. We didn't have much, but we were happy. Oh, mad turtle, Crazy Uncle muttered, continuing to ignore Liam. Curse you and all the ancestral beasts. May your fate be worse than the Dragon Kingdom's. Small red spots formed all over Crazy Uncle's face as the barrage continued, but no blood spilled out. Liam truly couldn't understand what that old man was made of, but didn't care. He seemed possessed. Even if his hands broke, he would crush that skull. But Crazy Uncle's gaze finally focused and pointed at Liam, a trace of mad resolve seeping into it and his following words. Come on, son of the snake. Is this all the air of an ancestral beast is capable of? The challenge plunged Liam's mind deeper into the hatred that had submerged it, drawing even more warmth from his lower waist. He halted the barrage, only to join his fists and resume slamming them down repeatedly. Harder, child, Crazy Uncle urged. I forsook my defenses and withdrew my chi. If you can't kill me like this, you can forget about your revenge. Liam didn't know how, but his joint punches grew even heavier. He kept getting stronger, shouting in anger, reaching the point when his body failed to withstand it. The skin on Liam's hands broke due to his blow's might, spurting blood everywhere, but also leading to results. Faint cracking noises and sensations spread in the air and through Liam's arms. The rocks around Crazy Uncle's head had begun to break, and the same went for his skull. "Good. Again," Crazy Uncle shouted. "Kill me. Make me pay for what I've done. Stay true to the seed of hatred the ancestral snake planted in you." Liam lifted his arms higher than ever, launching a primal shout, before slamming them down. His joint fists finally broke through Crazy Uncle's metal-like skull, digging into his head, squashing his brain into a pulp, and sending his gory insides everywhere. Yet, before Liam could realize what he had done, Crazy Uncle's voice resounded once more, this time echoing through the air instead of coming from the mangled head under him. "I wonder, young snake," the voice said, "will you follow the ancestral beasts blindly and lose yourself as I did? Or will you find the strength to be more than a pawn?" The old man's voice quickly faded, leaving Liam's ragged breath as the only noise in the rocky chamber. Awareness and control spread inside Liam as he stared at the mangled head under him. His burn mark stopped itching, and the auditory hallucinations also vanished, seemingly appeased by his recent actions. Still, as those deafening sensations waned, an ominous feeling rose through Liam's mind, gradually making him realize what he had done. Liam slowly lifted his trembling, bloody hands, opening them to inspect them in their entirety. He could see the spots where his skin had broken, as well as the gore all over them, which didn't come from inside him. Afterward, Liam spread his hands, moving them away, obtaining a clear view of the corpse below him. Crazy Uncle's face was unrecognizable now that his forehead had collapsed, crushed by Liam's fists, depicting quite the disgusting scene. Now, Liam had killed and skinned many animals throughout his 10 years in Crosstones Mountain. He had even buried his own family. He knew his way around blood and death, be it human or not. However, retches surged through Liam's throat anyway. He promptly pushed himself to his right, crawling away over the rocky floor until his mouth couldn't suppress that reaction anymore. Liam puked, vomiting nothing solid, his retches quickly turning into mere spitting due to the lack of anything worth expelling from his stomach. Then, once the urge to puke waned, Liam kept crawling to his right, eventually reaching the chamber's rocky wall, leaning on it to curl himself behind his knees. But Liam was no coward. He couldn't be any more after that fateful day 10 years ago. As if compelled by an unbreakable oath, Liam peeked past his knees, looking at Crazy Uncle's corpse a few meters away. "What have I done?" Liam thought. Despite having sworn revenge, that was Liam's first time killing someone, and reality always differed from the imagination. Something had taken over Liam earlier, but he remembered everything. He still felt his fists slamming on Crazy Uncle's head and hearing his skull crack. He could even justify why he had snapped like that, but only emptiness remained at the end. Liam might have made the man who had caused the bloodline screening and his family's death pay. Still, there he was, devoid of any satisfaction, curled like a baby in a corner, a baby who was now a murderer. What happened to me? Liam wondered, slightly panicking. Reality was continuously settling in, making him scared, but also restless. Liam had sworn revenge, but against the 4 men who had carried out the screening in his old home. Crazy Uncle had never been on his list, but his hatred had taken control after learning about how that tragedy had come to be. Then, there was the confusing issue about the ancestral beasts and their bloodlines. Liam wasn't stupid, but he was profoundly ignorant about those topics, too, making his understanding superficial at best. Lastly, there was the issue of the corpse. Murder was a serious crime, one of the worst, one that Liam could never take back. What was that talk about balance? Liam thought, sorting through Crazy Uncle's random replies. Am I really the snake of hatred's son? Do the heavens want me to kill the Dragon King? As if to reply to Liam's thoughts, a human hiss resounded in his ears, reawakening his itch and bottled-up hatred, uttering a single word. Kill. Shut up, Liam shouted, furiously scratching his right forearm, only to realize that the blood on his hand was mixing with the goo still resting on his skin. Luckily, the hatred receded, as well as the itch, forcing Liam to focus on the problem at hand. He had just killed someone, and his corpse had to be taken care of. Should I burn him? Liam wondered, recalling Crazy Uncle's toughness. Would he even burn? The plan's logistics were unfeasible, too. With the downpour outside, Liam only had the 4 candles in the chamber and a pair of robes at his disposal. That wasn't nearly enough to burn a normal person, let alone a cultivator. Still, Liam knew how to cover his tracks. The mountain had taught him as much. The rain was doing that job for him, meaning he only had to take care of hiding the cave's entrance and maybe covering the body. Staying still would force Liam to dwell on thoughts he didn't want to experience, so he jumped to his feet, hurrying to the cave's narrow exit. Yet, upon reaching it, Liam couldn't help but halt his steps, assaulted by another wave of problematic thoughts. Hiding corpses, removing evidence. Liam considered. Am I already thinking like a murderer? Liam couldn't help but turn, looking at the corpse again. No matter how he tried to argue against it, the reality was undeniable. He had killed someone, so he was a murderer. Everything else was about where to go from there. Of course, other details stood out. The pool was empty now, and the metal stamp had somehow disappeared, but Liam had left goo and blood everywhere. Even if he covered the corpse, his tracks would remain. So, Liam didn't do any of that for now, choosing instead to cross the narrow entrance, exposing his naked body to the heavy rain, letting it clean him while he closed his eyes to face the thoughts he didn't want to hear. So, this is what killing feels like, Liam thought. Killing had been a disgusting experience culminating in a strange emptiness. Liam felt as if he had lost something forever despite gaining new memories that were bound to afflict his nights. He was also cold for some reason, almost emotionless, as if his actions had deprived him of whatever innocent spark used to shine inside him. However, that wasn't all Liam noticed. His heart felt heavier, but his body had grown lighter. The rain's humidity had amplified. Its noise had gained new tones, and something inside him radiated a warm energy, eventually drawing his gaze to it. Liam inspected his lower waist, even pressing on it, failing to sense any physical difference. Yet something was clearly there. Something had awakened inside him, changing him in ways he still didn't understand. Did the Danteon Carl talked about awaken? Liam wondered, half concluding. He couldn't be sure, but that guess allowed his thoughts to progress further. Carl had claimed that the Recruiters Guild would warn the sects not to awaken Liam's core. However, if that was now done, Liam could cut the middleman, joining the cultivators directly. As for where those mystical sects were or how to find them, Liam didn't know. He had only heard about those places in legends and rumors, leaving him quite lost about his next move. Yet more thoughts distracted Liam from that immediate issue. He was still mostly clueless, but something did stand out from Crazy Uncle's confusing wails. I'm the son of the ancestral snake, Liam thought, and the king is the son of the ancestral dragon. The auditory hallucinations returned, blending with a deep hiss that carried no human words, but that pushed Liam's thoughts in a specific direction. Crazy Uncle's warning might have caused the bloodline screening, but someone else had mandated it. If we are both sons of the ancestral beasts, Liam pondered, does it mean I can become as strong as the king? Kill them all. The hiss in Liam's ears intensified to convey human words that perfectly blended with his thoughts, giving birth to a genuine question. Does it mean I can kill the Dragon King? Liam asked himself, a still unclear resolve solidifying in his unfocused gaze. Liam snapped out of those troubling thoughts as soon as they arrived, even shaking his head to push away the auditory hallucinations, the hiss, and those 2 distant plans he had no idea how to implement. The heavy rain had cleaned Liam in the meantime, removing the goo, dirt, and blood from his body. The injuries on his hands had also closed, healing far earlier than usual. That realization forced Liam to get on the move. He couldn't dwell there any longer, not with the corpse of his victim lying right behind him. Actually, Liam even knew he couldn't linger in Crosstone's village any longer. He was a bad liar. Adrian would uncover any secret he tried to hide, and he didn't want to involve him in those foul matters. Also, Liam had no idea where to go. He had a few maps of the area, with the best ones done by his father, but chances were he would have to travel far beyond what they depicted to reach those mystical sects. Completing that journey alone was impossible. Liam had the skills to survive the wilderness, but the paths he knew wouldn't lead him where he planned to go. Yet, there was something that could work currently in the village. The Recruiters Guild's caravan would eventually leave, if it hadn't already, and Liam could follow along secretly. The rain was a problem, but Liam was sure he would find tracks as long as he hurried. As soon as the plan formed, Liam snapped into motion, checking himself before diving back inside the cavern. He ignored the corpse for now, focusing on retrieving his robe and weapons, but that sight eventually claimed his attention. Truth be told, a big part of Liam believed that crazy uncle deserved to die, and he needed no human hisses for that. If the old man had any role in the tragedy that befell Liam's family, he belonged on his revenge list alongside the 4 butchers. However, Liam didn't like how little control he had over himself during the event. He now knew what killing felt like, and it was nowhere satisfactory or good. Still, Liam could at least avoid adding regret to the equation. For what is worth, Liam muttered, his slow steps bringing him before the smashed head, right outside the pool of gore it had created. I'm sorry for killing you like this, and thank you for what you have done and revealed. That was all Liam could muster before leaving the cavern in a hurry, lingering in front of it to gather leaves and branches the rain had snapped to cover that narrow entrance. The entrance was already hard to find, so Liam took no time to finish hiding it, throwing one last look at it before descending the mountain. Time wasn't exactly in Liam's favor, especially since he didn't know how much he had before the caravan left and the rain removed its tracks. Luckily, he didn't have much to begin with, so planning a sudden departure wasn't an issue. He only had to make sure to visit one place first. More of what Liam had begun to discover earlier grew clearer now. His steps were indeed lighter. He trod paths he had crossed hundreds of times with newfound confidence and speed, as if his body had gained years of training in a matter of minutes. That was beyond what Liam could explain or conceive, but it did bring reassurance. As he had previously guessed, those were the realms of legendary beings above mortals. Cultivators didn't follow ordinary rules, and his change fell precisely in that category. Still, before Liam could try to feel any better about that whole experience, his nape tingled. He abruptly halted his steps, his gaze snapping left and right. He felt observed, and his other senses filled the blanks. The downpour obstructed Liam's vision and ears, but something ended up reaching his nostrils. He smelled a faint scent of blood, which brought his attention to his left. Liam drew his bow and knocked an arrow into it while he turned toward the target. He couldn't see much, but his sharp eyes eventually spotted 2 head-shaped figures peeking from a relatively distant tree, hidden by the curtain of falling water. "Show yourselves," Liam shouted, hoping that his voice could reach that location. The head-shaped figures didn't move, but Liam trusted his nose before anything else. He didn't know how he had managed to smell blood among that downpour, but he released his arrow anyway, which flew precisely between those 2 suspicious objects. Liam immediately drew another arrow, but movement happened in the meantime. The 2 heads transformed into 2 men who slowly stepped out of the tree, exposing themselves while showing their hands. The rain hit a lot, but Liam knew those 2 weren't from the village. One of the men had also limped while leaving the trunk's cover. They were probably the hunters he had scared away earlier, meaning they needed a reminder. "This mountain is mine," Liam shouted, releasing the arrow, which crossed a spot right next to the limping man's ear. "Get out, or the next one goes through your head." Naturally, Liam had already drawn another arrow, knocking it into the bow and adjusting his aim. He had only meant to scare away those foreigners, but a hiss resounded in his ears, altering his intentions. "Kill them," the hiss whispered, not caring about the fact that the hunters had already turned and were in the process of getting away. Liam adjusted his aim again, following the departing men and the ancient voice in his head. He knew he had the shot. He could even picture the arrow piercing one of the hunters' skulls. Most importantly, part of him wanted that to happen. Yet, Liam gritted his teeth, which half suppressed the cry rising through his throat, until he forced the bow to point down before his fingers inevitably released the arrow. The arrow stabbed the muddy soil in front of Liam, snapping in two, before he fell to his knees, his breath ragged, the cold sweat on his forehead mixing with the rain. Was I about to kill them? Liam gasped in his mind, incredulous about his own intentions. He could understand snapping at Crazy Uncle, but those two hunters were innocent, probably only driven by hunger or the necessity of feeding their families. Liam let go of his bow, scared to wield it, immersing his hands in his messy, wet hair instead. The hiss had faded, but he believed it was still there, ready to come out and compel him to do terrible things. Crazy Uncle, what did you even awaken? Liam asked in his mind, another terrible realization taking root. His body wasn't the only thing that had changed. He didn't just become a murderer either. A demon now resided in Liam's head, and its hatred knew no bounds. Taking a life wasn't without consequences. That was true for animals and seemed to be even truer for humans. Liam's restlessness had prevented him from dwelling on what he had done. Also, too much had happened for him to think clearly about the event. Yet, the previous exchange with the foreign hunters forced Liam to come to terms with some aspects of his changes. He had just become a murderer almost unwillingly on top of that, but he had already come close to killing more people. Sure, that strange, ancient human hiss inside Liam's mind had played a big part in both instances. It was also something that he could somehow acknowledge belonged to realms far bigger than him. After all, Liam was just a boy. If a being as great as the ancestral snake wanted him to do something, he would be powerless to oppose it. However, Liam didn't want to hide behind anything anymore. He would be justified to do so, but his mind refused to accept excuses, forcing him to consider what kind of life he would live from now on. Desiring revenge and actually implementing it were two very different things. Liam could see that now. Killing Crazy Uncle had been a mistake Liam could add to his revenge list, but the hiss in his head didn't seem to care for that. He might have successfully opposed the ancestral snake's hatred with the two foreign hunters, but he didn't know if that would always be the case. Chances were it wouldn't be long before Liam ended up killing random, innocent people over minor complications, driven by what Crazy Uncle had awakened to escalate things to the extreme. And Liam had to admit he didn't want to live like that. It simply wasn't right. Dealing with those who had carried out the bloodline screening was a rightful payback, but wanton killing would make Liam no different from the butchers on his revenge list. At the same time, the alternative was a prison or a death sentence. Liam had already crossed the line, so he felt unable to put aside his hatred and just keep on living. He wasn't sure the ancient hiss would allow that anyway, making a cage the only possible course of action. That sounded terrible, too. Liam didn't want to become a mindless killer, but letting his family's murderers get away felt equally awful. It wouldn't be fair at all, both to the dead and to the life he had been forced to live after the tragedy. Liam's hands were still in his hair as he sat on his knees, uncaring about the rain. Yet, his eyes eventually opened, looking far beyond the mud all around him. He couldn't choose between those two options, but he had to, and he knew a place that could help him. It was the same place Liam had planned to visit before his departure. Liam forced himself to get up and stored his bow, even venturing where the two hunters had disappeared to retrieve the arrows he had shot earlier. Luckily, those two were intact and could return to his quiver. Afterward, Liam finished descending the mountain, heading for an area past the village's outskirts, until he reached the remains of his family's old home. The shed wasn't anything like what Liam had seen in the dreamlike experience. Its roof had collapsed years ago, and its wooden walls had rotted out. Even its floor was mostly gone, only leaving a few tiles where the building had once been. However, 3 rocks stood vertically next to those tiles, one smaller than the other two. The items had no names engraved on their surface, but Liam didn't need them to recall to whom those tombs belonged. The leftmost rock marked Blake, Liam's father. The central one symbolized Hazel, his mother. Meanwhile, the rightmost, smaller slab was for Liam's big sister, Jean, who would have been 18 now. Liam kneeled in front of the graves, his gaze browsing over them, wanting to have an imaginary conversation inside his mind in that meaningful moment, only for no thoughts to appear. He had sworn revenge right there years ago, and he had finally started it, but the first step had already left him empty and lost. Luckily, Liam wasn't completely alone in life. A quasi-father figure had stepped in after that tragedy, and he could sense it coming. Despite the rain, Liam smelled a familiar smoky smell and heard heavy steps before a big hand pressed on his head. "I thought I'd find you here." A rough, firm voice resounded above Liam, making him throw his head back to look at the newcomer. A bald man with a thick black beard and wearing a soot-stained dark robe had stopped behind Liam, his exposed right arm far more muscular than his left. "Cyrus?" Liam greeted, lowering his gaze, only to feel Cyrus' big hand pat his head. Adrian's father had basically become his closest relative after the screening despite the lack of any blood relation. "Right?" Liam realized while inspecting the tombstones again. "The screening happened to find the ancestral snake's son, to find me." Too much had happened for Liam to realize that point earlier, but it became undeniable now. The fact that Liam was the son of the Snake of Hatred was a crime, so it had to remain a secret, just like the fact that Cyrus' illegal stamp had enabled all that. It was thanks to Cyrus that Liam had survived that kingdom-wide search. Unknowingly, that simple blacksmith from a poor village in the outer circles had ruined the Dragon King's plans, and Liam knew that unawareness had to remain. At the same time, Liam couldn't ask anyone else for advice, so he chose his next words carefully. Liam muttered, not sure whether his voice could overcome the rain's noise. "I did something bad, and I can't take it back." Cyrus glanced down at the mess of wet, long black hair before crossing his arms and staring at the tombstones. Unlike his idiot son, Liam never spoke randomly, so he remained silent to make him finish. "I think I should leave the village," Liam continued. But if I do, I might do something bad again." That was the core of Liam's pickle. He only saw bad paths ahead and didn't know which one was better or less worse. "Cyrus, what's worse?" Liam asked. "Pursuing what you want at a terrible price, or forsaking your wishes to avoid making things worse?" "Worse for who?" Cyrus questioned, breaking his silence. "I don't know," Liam admitted. "People, I guess." Cyrus suppressed a sigh and kneeled at Liam's side, lowering his head at the tombstones in respect. "Which one of those can make you happy?" Cyrus wondered, his head still lowered. Happy, Liam thought. He had never considered that option. Now more than ever, he didn't believe it was a realistic possibility. Liam's silence spoke volumes for someone in Cyrus' position. Just like Adrian, Cyrus was aware of Liam's tragedy and character and could review them through the maturity granted by his older age. "I once believed you could have forgotten and moved on," Cyrus revealed, lifting his head. "But you are one stubborn kid. Part of me fears you'll never forgive yourself if you don't try to avenge your family." "But," Liam said, confused, "that means going against the Dragon King." "Screw the king," Cyrus snorted, leaving Liam speechless. "What has he ever done for us? We are part of his kingdom just in name at this point." Liam blinked. He usually was the only one who voiced such adverse opinions toward the Dragon Kingdom, and even he only did so in private. He didn't expect Cyrus to shout such dangerous words at all. "What I'm saying is," Cyrus sighed, patting Liam's head again, "stop worrying about others for once. It's fine to be selfish." "But," Liam argued, "what if I end up hurting people?" Cyrus saw something in Liam's expression, but decided to ignore it. "If you don't want to hurt them," Cyrus announced, "then don't." "What if I can't help myself?" Liam questioned, lowering his dark eyes to avoid Cyrus' gaze. "You have a good heart," Cyrus reassured, letting go of Liam's head to sit down in the mud. "That's why you worry about this." "What if I lose my good heart?" Liam asked, part of him believing he had already crossed that line. "I can't tell you what's right or wrong," Cyrus claimed. "That's for you to decide, so go out and see for yourself. The world is a big place. I know you'll find your answer as long as you give yourself a chance." "So," Liam concluded, "I shouldn't give up." Your family wouldn't have wanted that, Cyrus reassured. And neither do I or Adrian. Liam couldn't help but nod to himself. Cyrus was right. He didn't know anything about life or the world, let alone complex matters like revenge or the ancestral beasts. Turning himself in was the same as giving up, which was something cowards did. And if you find out that you don't like what's outside, Cyrus added, you can always come back here. This will always be your home. Liam's gaze snapped at Cyrus at that point, revealing his warm smile. That blatant fatherly affection made Liam lean on his shoulder and unleash some of his blinding honesty. Thank you for taking care of me, Liam stated, and everything else. You are a good kid, Cyrus reassured. It was my privilege to see you grow. Adrian, Liam asked, his face still on Cyrus' shoulder. He has average talent, Cyrus revealed. He'll leave for the Church of the Man as planned and come back in a year. I bet he is complaining to no end. Liam allowed himself that happy thought before having to deal with reality again. I think I'll leave the village, Liam said. And I don't know if I should tell Adrian. Now that Liam knew how bad the illegal stamp was, he didn't want to involve Cyrus and Adrian more than necessary, even if that meant leaving without saying goodbye to his childhood friend. Just go, but be careful and take care of yourself, Cyrus nodded. I'll tell Adrian. He'll understand. Liam straightened himself at those words, standing up to head for the few wooden tiles next to the tombs. He reached for a familiar spot and pulled, uncovering the same trapdoor where he had hidden 10 years ago, now containing his stash. The secret closet only featured a leather pouch with all of Liam's belongings, so he retrieved it and secured it on his back before turning toward the tombstones. Your son and brother is leaving, Liam announced, throwing a glance at Cyrus, whose nod gave him the confidence to dart toward the village. Liam would be lying if he claimed that Cyrus' words had brought peace to the wild, conflicting emotions afflicting his mind and heart. However, those words had conveyed an undeniable truth, as well as some hope. Life wasn't black and white. It was complicated beyond Liam's wildest imagination, and learning that legendary figures like the ancestral beasts actually played a role in it revealed a fraction of that feature. So, Liam would give himself a chance. Instead of giving up or abandoning himself to the hatred crazy uncle had awakened, he would see the world and learn about it, searching for a third path his inexperience and ignorance couldn't find right now. As for the problem at hand, Liam's mind didn't harbor any doubts. If anything, he faced it with almost complete confidence. Trailing prey and following tracks were mandatory skills for a hunter, something that Liam had mastered years ago. Liam also had unique advantages. His senses were extremely sharp and conditioned to recognize clues untrained eyes would otherwise miss. He knew he could chase after the guild's caravan, but the task did feature a couple of annoying variables. The heavy rain was the most obvious issue. Usually, Liam would be able to follow tracks even if they were a few days old. However, the downpour threatened to remove everything in a matter of hours. That would still be fine for Liam if it weren't for the second variable. He wouldn't be trailing any caravan. The ride in question featured a cultivator, and Liam didn't know what distance would prevent his discovery, if any. Still, Liam's hands were tied. The rain put a time limit on the trailing mission, and he knew he had to leave. After discovering the magnitude of his crime during the screening, that was the only option that would keep Cyrus and Adrian safe. Of course, Liam didn't enter the village. He took a detour through the mountain to circle it, reaching the opposite outskirts, where the path toward the wilderness stretched and branched. The forest was denser in those areas. Except for the beaten paths, those lands were untamed, ruled by boars, wolves, and bears. They didn't exactly live close to the village, but diving deeper into the wilderness would definitely infringe on their domains. Actually, there had also been reports of a fearsome magical beast occupying the wilderness deeper areas years ago, but Liam knew better than to believe baseless rumors. He didn't dismiss them either, but his trailing mission would theoretically keep him away from those potential lairs. Reaching the crossroads put Liam before the caravan's tracks. The shallower ones marked the path it had trodden to reach Crosstone's village, while the deeper ones saw it departing in a different direction. Those weren't the only tracks Liam found. He recognized the horse's hooves and the grooves from the caravan's wheels, as well as human footprints, 2 sets small while 3 sets big. That wasn't all. One of the big sets was deeper, as if the one who had caused it was overweight or had stomped the mud. The rain was already erasing that evidence, but Liam followed a hunch and crouched toward that footprint, inhaling deeply to catch any scent that might have survived. It took a few seconds, but Liam's nose eventually caught a scent that confirmed his hunch. He smelled the faintest trace of blood from one of those deeper footprints. It seemed the hunter he had injured earlier was following along the caravan, hopefully slowing it down. As for the other footprints, one had to belong to the second hunter, another to a merchant from the village, while the smaller ones probably came from kids with decent potential to become cultivators. 1 hour away, Liam thought. 3 hours at most. Once Liam finished his calculations, he darted after the trails, making sure to leave the beaten path. He couldn't follow the caravan in the open, so he climbed a nearby tree barehanded before proceeding with his chase. The forest's thickness played to Liam's advantage, creating an alternative, secluded path he could tread without risking exposing himself. He could jump from branch to branch while remaining hidden, knowing that the rain would suppress any noise he made. Liam was already a master of navigating trees. He earned the name of Monkey Boy in the end. Yet, as he jumped, swung, and ran over various branches, more of the changes he had started to experience became evident. Jumps that would have previously taken long runaways barely demanded any effort. Swings flung Liam farther than they had ever done. He advanced faster than ever, displaying complete confidence in his skills, as well as a pristine balance that even the narrower branches couldn't disrupt. And that confidence only deepened, pushing Liam to go even faster, wanting to see how far he could actually go. He almost felt born anew, but the exciting experience didn't make him forget his mission. Every once in a while, Liam hopped toward the trees closer to the beaten path to check that his direction was still correct, and a final confirmation eventually arrived. At some point, Liam began to hear horses neighs among the heavy rain, pushing him toward a branch near the path again. The downpour tried to hide every distant object, but Liam's sharp eyes saw predictable silhouettes behind that curtain of water. Of course, Liam couldn't spot details that far away. However, counting the silhouettes confirmed his initial guess. He couldn't really know whether the third grown-up was the village's merchant or someone else, but that hardly mattered. Is this distance fine? Liam couldn't help but wonder, taking a break from his chase. He had caught up with his target, but the real trailing started now, and he couldn't allow himself to be discovered. The caravan kept advancing until the downpour hit it, but Liam still didn't move. Instead, he retreated closer to the tree's trunk, finding cover under its leaves before drawing something from his pouch. A scroll made of bark ended in Liam's hands, and he carefully unfurled it to expose its contents. His father's simple map appeared in his vision, giving him an idea of the caravan's general direction. It's not going toward nearby villages, Liam pondered. This is the path for the outer circle's insides. The Dragon Kingdom was split into circles, outer and inner, with the Dragon Palace at its utmost center. Liam didn't know how many of those existed, nor how vast they were. Still, he was aware that the closer he got to the Dragon Palace, the richer those areas became. That didn't mean much on its own, but Liam could guess that proper towns or actual cities might have information on the legendary sects. At the very least, they had to be better than poor villages in that regard. But, Liam realized, carefully storing the map, I didn't consider the other kids from the village. The initial idea was to skip the middleman and go directly to the sects. However, if kids from Crosstone's village were to join the same organizations, Liam's identity would be exposed. Now, Liam hadn't thought that far. Realizations were still settling in. He had basically just acknowledged that it was better to hide from where he came from, but the presence of kids from the same village would ruin his plans. What now? Liam wondered, feeling as if his naive plan was already crumbling down. As if called, Liam's forearm started to itch, bringing a human hiss to his ears. Kill Tash. Shut up, Liam promptly said, shaking his head, rubbing his forearm. He wanted to believe that there was another way, a path that only following the caravan to its destination might reveal. And if that way didn't exist, Liam would have to make the decision he didn't want to make. A day passed, and then another, and then a third, but Liam never stopped trailing the caravan, mimicking each break it took while continuing to consult his map. Luckily, the rain had subsided by the second day, allowing Liam to keep a safer distance from his prey, but problems had started to arise. His supplies were running short, and the clear weather now added the issue of finding a water source. On top of that, the map was starting to lose value. Liam was still within the areas it covered, but continuing to advance in the current direction would make its details and notes scarce, since that wasn't a path his father had ever needed to explore. Of course, that was good. Liam's destination wasn't something an ordinary hunter would have any interest in reaching or recording. Still, he was about to be completely lost, which was another annoying variable he had to add to his already unrealistic plan. Now, Liam could make do despite all that. After all, he was a hunter in a forest. Dangers aside, starvation wouldn't be an issue for him. Yet, hunting in an unknown environment usually took longer than usual, and Liam didn't want the caravan to get too far away in the meantime. If the weather stopped playing nice, he would have to rush after the ride to shorten his safe distance and avoid getting lost for real. By the fourth day, those problems became urgent, so Liam made up his mind. Survival in the wilderness was no trivial matter. It was always better to be safe than sorry, especially before more variables could arrive. Hence, when the night arrived, Liam got ready to move. He left his pouch on a designated branch and neared the caravan until he saw a fire being lit. The guild's envoy and those following him were about to take the longest rest of the day, which Liam could use to hunt something without risking being left too behind. Still, as Liam was about to leave the caravan's surroundings, his sixth animal sense kicked in, making him freeze and hold his breath on his secluded branch, his alertness reaching its apex. The development left Liam confused. He didn't feel observed, nor did he sense any concerning detail, but the atmosphere had grown undeniably heavier. Then, Liam realized that he wasn't alone in that stillness. His reaction belonged to the animal world, and the area's animals had mimicked it. Except for the caravan and its campfire, the forest had gone completely silent, as if waiting for something to unfold. Liam wasn't alone in that realization, either. The 3 men and 2 kids around the fire were utterly clueless, but Carl was no ordinary mortal, and he stepped aside the small gathering, crossing his arms behind his back before throwing a calm challenge. "Come out," Carl called, staring at an indistinct spot among the trees beyond the beaten path. The call inevitably alerted the rest of the group, which started inspecting their surroundings warily. The 2 hunters even drew their knives, which frightened the 2 kids from Crosstone's village. As for Liam, his sharp ears captured everything, prompting far different worries. "Have I been found out?" Liam wondered. He was confident in his trailing technique, but his prey was no animal or ordinary man. Moreover, Liam couldn't be sure whether Carl was behind that heavy atmosphere. His instincts said otherwise, but he didn't know how reliable they were in the presence of a cultivator. Liam's instincts turned out to be right, but he found no reassurance in that. Movement happened among the trees until 2 dark figures stepped into the path, stopping a few meters from Carl, filling Liam with the same dread only cultivators had caused. The 2 figures wore tight black robes that extended to their heads, hiding them beneath hoods. Black fabric also covered most of their faces, only leaving their eyes exposed. Carl seemed to hesitate before the newcomers, but only for a second. He brought his arms before him, cupping his fist and performing a bow, wanting to show respect. "I'm Carl from the Recruiters Guild," Carl announced. "I'm on official guild business. I hope I haven't disturbed you, seniors." Liam was paying close attention to the scene, and those words deepened his wariness. Carl had sounded apologetic for no real reason, which didn't bode well. Something had to be terribly wrong, and Liam instinctively drew his bow. The 2 hooded figures didn't match Carl's respectful gesture. The fire illuminated their eyes as they inspected their surroundings, but that also lasted only a second. "Take the kids," one of the hooded figures said, his voice deep and muffled. Kill the others. Preposterous, Carl shouted, snapping, half-stepping forward, and raising his right palm to wear a fighting stance. You dare make light of the guild. I showed you respect, but you give me no other opt-dashed. Liam didn't blink at all but failed to see what had interrupted Carl's speech. He could only witness its conclusion. The hooded figure who had spoken earlier had magically teleported behind Carl, a long blade now coming out of his tight sleeve. Then, a second passed, and Carl's chubby head fell from his neck, severed cleanly, before his body followed it on the ground. Liam's eyes went wide while the group by the campfire panicked. Cries cut through the night while the 3 men and 2 kids began to run, only for the other hooded figure to instantly reach the ladder. Once again, Liam failed to follow that sudden movement. He only witnessed its conclusion. The hooded figure touched the 2 kids' napes simultaneously, and they both fell limply to the ground. The 3 men had only managed to take a single step in the meantime. Yet, the hooded figure immediately reached one of them, the blade that had extended from his sleeve already stabbed in one of the runners' backs. Liam wanted to run, but couldn't. That wasn't out of fear. He believed that those mysterious figures would capture any movement, no matter how silent or distant it was. However, utter stillness turned out to be a poor cover, too. Liam had stopped breathing, becoming as immobile as a stone. But the first hooded figure slowly raised his gaze, pointing it straight at him. Everything came crashing down. Every emotion or physical function Liam had suppressed exploded outward, converging into the single-minded goal of running away. Before Liam could realize it, he had already jumped, darting as quickly as possible toward the trees deeper into the wilderness. Getting lost or encountering unknown fauna didn't matter anymore. Liam only knew he had to escape, and the forest could provide cover. Yet, by the time Liam's feet landed on another branch, his nape tingled to no end. His sixth sense was telling him that the hooded figure had already caught up and was now behind him. That made no sense considering the previous distance, but clearly, cultivators weren't bound by reason. Escaping instantly became an impossibility, so Liam gave up on it. He jumped again, diving toward a nearby trunk, his figure spinning while drawing an arrow. Once Liam did a 180, he spotted his opponent. The area was dark, and the cultivator's black robe blended him with the night. Still, Liam's trained eyes spotted his figure above him, chasing him through his jump, allowing him to adjust his aim in a split second and fire his arrow. The shot was perfect and unavoidable. No matter what mystical abilities cultivators had, Liam had to believe they couldn't fly. But flying wasn't necessary for a cultivator. Despite the perfect timing, surprise factor, and lack of a foothold, the cultivator caught the arrow aiming for his head midair. Liam didn't have time to feel shocked since his back hit the trunk, stealing air from his lungs. On top of that, the hooded figure reached him before he could slide down, delivering a devastating punch to his stomach. Everything became fuzzy at that point. Liam lost track of his surroundings, seemingly on the verge of fainting. Strength abandoned the body he couldn't feel anymore, but his ears did capture some voices. He wasn't among the others, a man said. A runaway who was rejected? Unknowingly to Liam, the other man inspected the arrow in his hand before looking at him again, reaching a simple conclusion. He goes to the divine cult too, the other man ordered before something hit Liam again, finally making him faint. Liam awakened in a dim, dark environment, groggy and confused. His face and abdomen hurt, but even those sensations were faint, as if radiating from the other side of a muffling barrier. Complete awareness never arrived, but a few sparse, often incoherent thoughts eventually formed in Liam's brain. Memories from the battle in the forest returned, only for something else to catch his attention. Initially, Liam had thought he had just woken up, but that had turned out to be wrong. After all, he was currently standing and didn't remember doing that. What is happening? Liam wondered, having to concentrate for that question to cross his grogginess. The struggle to think awakened Liam a little more, allowing a proper inspection of himself and his surroundings, uncovering additional confusing details. Liam's ragged robe was no more. Instead, he was donning a tight black robe no different from what the assailants in the forest had worn. He was also wielding a simple knife in his right hand, which felt wrong since he was a lefty. Moreover, Liam couldn't find his trusty bow, butcher knife, and quiver anywhere, but realizing that he wasn't alone distracted him from that issue. 20 or so kids donning identical attire and weapons surrounded him, their dazed expressions displaying a more intense confusion than what was afflicting him. Liam barely had time to recognize the two kids from his village before gaining a complete understanding of the environment. He was in a rectangular chamber encircled by smooth, dark surfaces. Two braziers stood on the wall in front of him, blue fire flickering inside them, illuminating three peculiar figures. Two cloaked figures stood beside a third, the latter wearing a white mask on his face instead of black cloth. The item was expressionless, only featuring two sharp holes for eyes, which were enough to convey the cold, chilling gaze behind it. "Rejoice, young seeds," the white-masked man announced while Liam was still busy in his inspection, his voice calm but stern. "You have been granted the opportunity to be reborn as weapons of the divine cult." For some reason, Liam felt the urge to smile. Something inside him was compelling him to muster that expression, but his partial awareness allowed him to suppress it. The same didn't go for the other kids. Smiles broadened all around Liam, as if the entire crowd was under hypnosis, but the worst had yet to come. "But," the white-masked man continued, "this cell only has enough resources for 10 seeds, so kill each other until there's only 10 of you left." Another urge rose through Liam, but he could experience it more clearly now. That drive felt foreign, coming from the confusion and muffled barrier that afflicted him, prompting his body to follow that order. Naturally, Liam fought against the urge, but he was alone in that struggle. The other kids immediately got on the move, snapping at their nearest opponent to slash their knives at them, and Liam wasn't exempt from such assaults. A kid to Liam's right charged at him, wielding his knife with both hands, wanting to thrust it at his abdomen. Yet, Liam's reflexes were too good to be caught by surprise, but his attempt to dodge the attack led to surprising results. Liam urged his body to move through his partial awareness, which conflicted with the orders from the foreign confusion. He had planned to step back only to stumble. Liam's eyes went wide when his butt hit the floor, but his shock was short-lived. Falling had made him dodge the incoming attack, but the kid had already launched another, throwing himself toward him. Usually, Liam would have been quick enough to roll away, but his body opposed the idea of dodging. The foreign confusion wanted him to attack, and the dangerous situation forced him to follow it. The kid had thrust his knife downward, putting his entire weight behind the attack. However, Liam's left hand promptly snapped up and grabbed one of the descending wrists, stopping them before the blade could reach his chest. As strong as Liam was, he couldn't lift a young man with a single arm, but didn't need to. His right leg shot up, delivering a violent kick to his attacker's abdomen, sending him flying by a whole meter. Liam jumped to his feet as soon as he was free, instinctively throwing his knife in his left hand, only for a new shock to arrive. Chaos had exploded during that short exchange. Fights were happening everywhere, with all the kids recklessly slashing and thrusting their knives at each other. They seemed to have lost any sense of self-preservation, and the event had already exacted casualties. Despite the surrounding mess, Liam only needed a second to spot the corpse of a kid lying on the floor, a pool of blood expanding under him, while the others uncaringly stepped over him. Something in Liam's mind snapped at that sight. His right forearm began to itch as an urge stronger than both his partial awareness and foreign confusion took over him. A whistling noise rang to Liam's left, but he calmly sidestepped it, ignoring the knife slashing at the spot he had previously occupied while lifting his blade toward its source. A warm, wet sensation immediately spread on Liam's left hand, claiming his gaze. Another kid had attacked him, but his knife had stabbed her throat, and he watched as life abandoned her green eyes. Liam's cold black eyes spotted something else a few meters behind the dying girl. He recognized one of the boys from his village fighting against another kid, and something clicked in his mind, delivering a human hiss to his ears. "Kill him," The hiss ordered, and Liam promptly complied, withdrawing his knife before darting ahead. And Liam blacked out, but only for an instant. He only recalled the beginning of his charge, but he was now kneeling over the kid from Crosstone Village. His knife stabbed deeply at the center of his chest. The scene snapped Liam awake. His hatred remained, but awareness joined it. He didn't feel the foreign confusion anymore, and his brain quickly caught up with his recent, terrible actions. Still, before despair could surge, Liam's nape tingled, and his hatred exploded once more, making him launch a primal cry as he pulled the knife out of the boy's chest and slashed it behind him. Nevertheless, a firm, unmovable hand caught Liam's wrist, interrupting his attack. His breath was ragged as he lifted his furious gaze, pointing it at the white mask of the man towering above him. "This one has a high tolerance to the drug," the white-masked man announced. "Increase the dose." Liam barely cared for those words. His furious mind worked quickly, pinning the blame for everything that had unfolded on that white-masked man. So, Liam threw another feral cry, standing up to lunge his free hand at that cloaked figure, only for his mind to go dark before his punch could get close to him. Liam awakened groggy and confused once again, his dark surroundings failing to capture his almost non-existent attention. A barrier seemed to exist around his mind, preventing it from gaining access to most of its functions, but that didn't last long. The grogginess began to move, flowing toward Liam's lower waist, as if attracted to it. The warmth coming from that spot also intensified, spreading a sense of satisfaction and strength, but also exposing Liam to terrible scenes. As the grogginess withdrew, memories from the previous battle resurfaced, unfiltered in their goriness. Liam quickly recalled everything, and panic promptly arrived. Liam gasped loudly, retreating, only for his back to immediately hit a wall. There, he found out that he was sitting on a stone bed, but his hands went behind him, pressing on the vertical surface as he finally inspected his surroundings. The rectangular chamber was no more, replaced by a small square room with no windows or doors. The place had no light sources or openings, but the air didn't smell stale for some reason. Except for the stone bed, Liam spotted a wooden bucket in a corner among the darkness. But that was it. Moreover, his thoughts had already moved forward, focusing on the gory memories. Liam inspected his hands, violently rubbing them. They were clean, featuring no trace of the blood from his memory, but they felt dirty nonetheless. "What have I done?" Liam cried in his mind, the strangeness of the situation making him hope that his memories were fake. After all, that wouldn't have been his first dreamlike experience. Yet, everything pointed in the opposite direction. The similar environment, Liam's tight black robe, and his vivid memories told him that the gory scenes had truly happened, forcing him to come to terms with them. "I killed 2 more people," Liam realized, digging his hands into his messy, long hair. The victim's identity worsened the realization. Except for Adrian, Liam never had much of a relationship with the other village kids. However, he had still known them for a long time, and one of them had died at his hands now. Nevertheless, a silver lining that couldn't remove the sadness of the situation existed. Liam recalled everything, from the foreign confusion to the white-masked man's final words. "We were drugged," Liam concluded, nodding to himself and lowering his hands. "We couldn't control ourselves." Liam couldn't help but frown at that conclusion. While true, an exception existed to it. Unlike the other kids, Liam had retained some self-control until his problematic bloodline had taken over. "Why could I move?" Liam wondered, standing up to stretch his legs. The action brought some answers. Somehow, Liam felt stronger, as if nourished. He opened and closed his hands, experiencing their unfamiliar firmness, before they went to his lower waist. "Is it because of my core?" Liam guessed, feeling that his answer was correct, but also incomplete at the same time. The brainstorming didn't last long. Liam felt fine, so he moved to the other issue at hand. He started jumping across the room, tasting, pushing, and knocking on its smooth surfaces, searching for an exit that his eyes couldn't find. However, no matter how much Liam searched, The square room seemed to have no openings whatsoever. His nose said otherwise, but he couldn't find anything of the sort, eventually making him punch one of the walls. Damned cultivators! Liam cursed in his mind, punching the wall again, the pain radiating from his knuckles delaying troubling thoughts that eventually grew too loud to ignore. Damn it! Liam cursed again, this time loudly as he slammed both fists on the wall. Then he leaned his forehead on that cold surface, his anger finally making room for sadness and disgust. How did everything go so wrong? Liam wondered, sniffing, wiping his eyes on his sleeve before actual tears could come down. Liam's wild emotions wanted to make him cry, but he forbade himself from doing so. Part of him felt that he didn't deserve to shed tears. After all, he was alive, and the same didn't go for the kids he had killed. I'm sorry, Liam thought, sniffing harder while thinking about the girl, only for his memories to move to the boy from Crosstone Village. Caleb, I'm sorry. Liam suppressed the tears once again, lightly bumping his forehead on the wall. He struggled to acknowledge how much his life had changed in what felt like mere days, but he blamed himself nonetheless. Is this my punishment for wanting revenge? Liam asked no one in particular. Are the heavens telling me that I shouldn't have tried to make things right? But Liam wasn't alone in his brain. Another ancient presence existed, and its inhuman hiss soon started echoing in his ears. What do you want? Liam asked, followed by a proper shout. What do you want from me? The hiss didn't reply. It didn't gain human words, either, but Liam's thoughts changed listening to it. They didn't become foreign but shed light on a different perspective. Death was final. Even if Liam gave himself up, that wouldn't bring back the unknown girl and Caleb. Actually, chances were more kids would suffer since the culprit was still around. The divine cult? Liam mentioned in his mind, stepping away from the wall, diverting his gaze in thought. Just like the ancestral beasts, Liam knew he had stumbled into something bigger than himself. Something grand and seemingly illegal was at play there, and he was now caught inside it. Actually, by the look of Liam's surroundings, he was properly trapped, and he only knew one response to it. Part of his behavior came from animals, and wild beasts wouldn't just accept living in a cage. Despite wanting to focus on self-blame, the new perspective brought by the hiss allowed Liam to reach a more rational but problematic conclusion. They made me do it, Liam thought. They made me kill even if I didn't want to. And Liam couldn't help but hate the divine cult for that. He might be a murderer, but the other kids had been innocent, and he couldn't forgive the white-masked man for what he had made them do. Why is he alive when they are dead? Liam wondered. It's not fair. Liam focused on his hands now, experiencing the new strength that filled them. The change hadn't been as drastic as after the events with Crazy Uncle, but it existed nonetheless. Why can the Dragon King and these people do bad things without getting punished? Liam questioned in his mind. Why should I surrender myself when they don't care about who suffers because of their actions? And Liam had an explanation for that which didn't come from humans. Just like for animals might made right, and the truth was that he was hopelessly weak. Reborn as weapons, Liam recalled the white-masked man's words. I wonder, would it be fate if the weapon you created ended up slitting your throat? Naturally, Liam couldn't go from a simple mountain boy to a resolute killer in mere days. As tragic as his recent experiences had been, too little time had passed for his mindset to transform radically. It didn't help that Liam had lacked control over himself on both occasions. Something that belonged to literal legends had taken over him the first time, while he could blame the second instance on drugs. Yet, tragedies had a way of showing people's true colors and enforcing radical decisions. Liam had done that after his family's death, and things weren't different now. Liam loathed himself for killing those two kids. He felt disgusted about the act and the memories it had burned in his brain. He even despised how powerless he had been to oppose the compulsion to follow those terrible orders. However, Liam hated the divine cult more. He did blame himself. His conflict about his desire for revenge hadn't faded, but he couldn't just allow others to play with his life in such a cruel manner. Besides, that square room was a cage that reminded Liam of the closet where he had hidden during the bloodline screening. Back then, he had been too scared and young to do anything, and he wouldn't commit the same mistake again. Even if it were stupid or hopeless, Liam would oppose his predicament. In his mind, pain and death were better than being a coward again. So, Liam waited, half-squatted at the center of the small room, the entirety of his body ready to snap at the first odd detail that touched his senses. As a seasoned hunter, he had learned to spend hours in that stance without stretching or making a single sound, preserving his strength to unleash it at his prey. Time flowed until a slight tremor ran through the floor, followed by a rumbling noise to Liam's right. The wall was moving, revealing a square cavity that opened into the room, turning into a stone door. A hooded man clad in a black robe and cloth stood before the entrance, but his eyes widened when something filled his vision. Liam had appeared before him, his fist already a mere centimeter from his nose. Yet, before the fist could connect, something heavy slammed on Liam's chest, stealing his breath and flinging him away, throwing him on the floor and making him slide over it. Liam wanted to gasp, only for his lungs to oppose it. He couldn't breathe but gritted his teeth nonetheless, rolling backward, lifting himself with his arms as his feet touched the opposite wall and generated another charge. Liam crossed the small room in no time and launched a primal battle cry, leaping to throw the entirety of himself at the hooded man. However, the cultivator stepped forward and caught him mid-air, holding him still by his collar. "You are too loud," the man calmly said, moving his other arm in front of him to block Liam's rising kick. The man's arm felt like an unmovable stone. Liam's leg hurt, but that didn't stop his assault. He punched the arm holding him in the air repeatedly, uncaring of the pain in his knuckles, eventually biting onto it. Needless to say, Liam's teeth felt on the verge of breaking. He believed he had bitten steel instead of flesh, but his jaw didn't relax. Even if it were impossible to escape that man's clutches, he would try. "Aren't you feral?" The man chuckled. "That actually hurt a bit." Liam bit down even harder, only for his world to turn upside down. Somehow, he found himself on the room's ceiling, his spinning vision hiding the pain radiating from his back. Gravity did its thing soon enough. Liam fell, his balance too messed up to perform a proper landing. He could only put his hands in front of his face before crashing to the floor. Still, Liam recovered quickly and tried to straighten himself, only for something to do that for him. The hooded man lifted his head from his hair, using his free hand to smear something warm on his forehead. Liam's spinning vision had just begun to recover, but something even stronger hit it now. The foreign confusion he had experienced earlier expanded inside his mind, rising through him to take over his awareness. "I heard shouting." A different, stern voice reached Liam's ears while his awareness kept dwindling, which barely allowed him to recognize the white-masked man. "This one was awake," the hooded man said, letting go of Liam's hair. "He bit me." Liam's foreign confusion should have made him fall, but he straightened himself instead, sitting on his knees, seemingly waiting to receive orders. Movement happened in front of Liam until a white, expressionless mask filled his wandering vision. He felt the vague hunch of doing something, but his awareness kept receding, suppressing any trace of his thoughts and character. "It seems we got our hands on a little beast," the white-masked man commented, inspecting Liam's eyes. That vicinity finally gave Liam the chance to notice the brown in the white-masked man's eyes, but that information went directly to his subconscious, since his mind was growing dark. "His high tolerance might empty our reserves earlier than planned," the hooded man pointed out. "That it might," the white-masked man agreed. "But such resolute seeds become the best weapons once they break." By then, the voices had become muffled for Liam. He was on the verge of fainting, but felt the white-masked man patting his head. "And you will break, little beast," the white-masked man said. "They all do. You'll happily give your life so that the divine cult can shatter the foundations of the Dragon Kingdom." Liam was too far gone to absorb or study those words, but they reached his subconscious nonetheless, clicking with something else deep inside him. Unknowingly to Liam, A smile broadened on his face, earning him a nod from the white-masked man. Then, Liam's consciousness finally gave in, bringing complete darkness to his senses. A blur of dreamlike, seemingly fake scenes crossed Liam's vision, confusing and jumbled, disconnected and stretching over a timeline Liam had no way of tracking or studying. When the darkness of Liam's mind receded, he found himself in the same hall where he had killed the two kids, his knuckles bleeding as he delivered precise punches at one of the many wooden pillars in the area. "I belong to the divine cult," the white-masked man's voice resounded through the hall, and, for some reason, Liam felt the urge to echo it. "I belong to the divine cult," Liam shouted, delivering another precise punch. Abiding by a fighting stance he didn't know he could perform, identical cries from the other kids reaching his ears. "I'm a weapon of the divine cult," the white-masked man's voice resounded again, and the same happened. "I'm a weapon of the divine cult," Liam shouted, his bleeding knuckles hitting the wooden pillar again, leaving red stains on its shallow grooves, while the voices from the other kids echoed with his. The darkness receded even further at that point, making room for confusion. "The divine cult's will is my will," the white-masked man's voice resounded for the third time, and Liam shouted those words once more, but his confusion made him stop his punch before it could hit the thick pillar. "What am I doing?" Liam thought, his mind awakening as he brought his bleeding fists to his face, only for a cane to hit them. Liam grunted in pain, lowering his hands and bringing them to his stomach. He frowned, lifting his gaze in the direction of the cane, only to find a hooded man standing beside him. Again, the hooded man sighed, drawing something from inside his robe before smearing it on Liam's face. And Liam felt warmth spreading on his face before darkness took over his mind. When the darkness receded again, Liam found himself half-squatting with his arms spread at his sides. Heavy buckets hung from his wrists and stood on his thighs, water filling them to the brim. Liam barely had the time to notice the kids around him in a similar stance when something hit his back, making him suppress a grunt, his fading confusion urging him to remain as still as possible to avoid spilling any water. "The divine cult's weapons know no pain," the white-masked man's voice echoed, and Liam shouted those words alongside the other kids. But Liam was recovering in the meantime. As his awareness returned, pain assaulted him from everywhere. Every inch of his body seemed to hurt, so he lowered his arms and fell, the 4 buckets crashing with him. "The divine cult's weapons know no fear," the white-masked man's voice resounded, and the kids echoed it, but Liam remained silent, inspecting the hall instead. Despite following the first voice's source, Liam couldn't see the white-masked man. He wasn't in the hall. Instead, Liam only found an open scroll hanging from the wall in that spot, the intricate symbols inside shining with dim, blue light. Liam frowned, only for a dark figure to fill his vision. A hooded man had crouched before him, already smearing something warm on his face that made his mind go dark. The next time the darkness receded, Liam felt tremors running through his arms while he lifted them. He even half-turned, exposing his abdomen to the wooden hammer that soon slammed into it. "The divine cult is my life," the white-masked man's voice resounded, and Liam spotted the scroll with bright symbols from which it came, but echoed those words anyway. "The divine cult is my life," Liam cried, his ears submerged by the other kids' shouts, while he lowered his arms, noticing a wooden hammer in his hands. Then, a foreign drive made Liam swing the hammer to his right with all the strength he could muster. A kid was standing beside him, half-turned and ready to receive the blow, which he did without uttering a single sound. The same tremors from earlier ran through Liam's arms, but a frown appeared on his face now. His mind was awakening, only for something to claim its attention. Liam's sparring partner was already on the move, lowering his arms and turning to prepare himself to strike. Yet, blood leaked from his mouth as his whole body started to tremble. "I give my life to the divine cult," the white-masked man's voice resounded. "I give my life to the divine cult." Everyone but Liam shouted. Even the kid in front of him cried those words, droplets of blood spitting out of his mouth and ending on his face. The blood and tremors didn't stop the kid from trying to strike Liam, but his body gave up before he could. The boy fell, struggling to stand up and abide by foreign orders while clinging desperately to his wooden hammer. However, the internal bleeding seemed to be too widespread, and the tremors eventually subsided. Life abandoned the boy's eyes. He died right under Liam's awakening mind. His hands still clung to the wooden hammer. "I will die for the divine cult," the white-masked man's voice echoed once again. But Liam barely heard it now. Something boiled inside Liam, deep, cold, and boundless. Strength and confidence spread through his body as everything returned to him, the experience making him ignore the other kids' shouts. "This one broke." Another voice Liam recognized resounded behind him. "We are down to 7. Liam gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on the hammer, waiting for a footstep to resound and give him a clear idea of where his hooded jailer was. Then he swung the weapon behind him, but the attack was cut short. "You learned not to shout?" the hooded man chuckled, his hand firmly grasping one of Liam's wrists. "That's progress." Liam let go of the hammer and tried to deliver a swing at the man's torso with his free hand. Yet, the jailer was faster once again, slamming his palm on Liam's chest, sending him to the floor. Liam's body froze, but only for a second. He tried to snap to his feet as soon as he recovered, but a foot had landed on his chest by then and kept him down. "You are developing faster than the other seeds," the hooded man said from above Liam, reaching for his face to smear something warm on it. "I can't pair you with them anymore. I'll be your practice partner from now on." "I'll kill you," Liam cried, only to hear the hooded man's chuckle as darkness started to take over his mind. Yet, while Liam's gaze lost focus, barely managing to capture the green in the hooded man's eyes, his brain delivered a happy realization. He had seen the jailer's palm strike that time. Then, before Liam's realizations could go any further, his mind went dark, and the cycle resumed. Liam's life became nothing more than complete darkness, alternated by a few and sparse moments of short clarity that shed light on the divine cult's cruel training methods. Moreover, the extreme physical conditioning, the rigorous workouts, and the countless repetitions of fighting stances were only the most superficial aspects of that training regimen. The white-masked man's never-ending teachings were the true enemy. They left deeper psychological marks, wanting to brainwash Liam. They were more gradual and tamer than what he had experienced with the human hiss, but remained dangerous nonetheless. To make things worse, the darkness wasn't harmless, either. If anything, it intensified that already cruel training regimen, since everything went directly to Liam's subconscious in those moments. Of course, Liam couldn't really study that feature. He didn't know anything about brainwashing techniques or similar topics. He had simply caught himself performing the very attacks he was learning in the divine cult when he tried to rebel against his jailer, leading to that troubling conclusion. At that pace, it seemed Liam would really disappear, becoming a mindless weapon of the divine cult. Yet, even those worries were short-lived, since they could only appear whenever Liam's mind awakened, which was never too often or for too long, since his jailer paid close attention to his rising tolerance to the drug. Liam's predicament looked utterly hopeless until everything changed. One seemingly random day, Liam's mind snapped completely awake, featuring no grogginess or confusion, instead wielding eerie sharpness. Liam hadn't even been sleeping. He had been sitting cross-legged on his small room's stone bed when that radical change happened. Complete darkness had been controlling his mind, only for that eerie sharpness to replace it in the next second. The sudden change overwhelmed Liam, leading to shock that made him snap to his feet. He stood on the stone bed, inspecting his surroundings, worried that his balance might fail him, only for his body to match his mind's sharpness. Complete control had descended upon Liam's mind and body, and he couldn't understand why. Nevertheless, before Liam could think, his mind delivered clearer versions of his foggy memories, even adding echoes it had managed to record during its dark moments. Liam couldn't help but hold his head with one hand while his brain processed those memories. Almost everything gradually came back to him in its most pristine shape. He began to recall every training session, albeit in a cluttered form that masked the passage of time. Everything Liam recalled felt like it had happened on the same day. Yet, merely counting the number of scenes rejected that conclusion. How long have I been here? Liam wondered before more memories led his attention to his body, making him undress. Liam quickly slipped out of his tight, black robe to check specific spots from his memories. He saw the poorly healed wounds on his knuckles due to the endless punches thrown at the wooden pillars. He spotted the marks on his arms, thighs, and shoulders left behind by his jailer's cane. Liam also saw countless green bruises on his torso and fingers due to the rigorous conditioning. But something else stood out beneath those superficial marks. A strength Liam couldn't understand filled every inch of his body. He knew it didn't come from mere muscles. It was closer to feeling energized after a fulfilling meal, only far deeper and strangely magical. In a way, Liam felt complete but also cramped. He was full of energy that wanted to expand outward, as if to grow only to be limited by barriers inside of him. And the answer sounded obvious. Liam was ignorant but not stupid. That strange energy and his sudden awakening belonged to a magical realm. So he linked both to his warm core. This cultivation stuff is deep, Liam realized. He had always believed that, but his mind only knew about flesh and bones. The strength those legendary beings possessed escaped his understanding in ways he couldn't even begin to conceive. Nevertheless, the strange but generally positive development couldn't distract Liam from his predicament. He was still trapped. He was still in a cruel cage that he didn't know how to escape, and he wasn't alone. Faint tremors ran through the floor before rumbling noises resounded from a wall. A rectangular cavity appeared on that vertical, smooth surface, which began to open into the room. Liam's brain had never been sharper, his thoughts darting faster than ever. Despite having yet to review the processed memories from a more aware perspective, he knew what was happening. His jailer was coming in to administer the drug. The quick realization led to a similarly quick conclusion. Liam had never felt stronger or readier. That was his chance to escape, so he charged forward, his body instinctively abiding by what he had learned inside the divine cult. Before the stone door could finish opening, the hooded jailer found a pair of fingers aimed directly at his left eye, forcing him to dodge to his right. Despite the man's incredible reflexes, the piercing fingers touched his hood's edge, opening a small tear in its fabric, before advancing past his head. Liam wasn't done. He half-stepped forward, twisting his body to attack with his left hand. He lunged his palm forward, aiming it at his jailer's chest. Yet, the surprise effect had waned by then. The hooded man lifted his right arm and blocked the palm strike. Liam was already on the move again. His right hand was still past the jailer's head, and his fingers formed a sharp hook as he swung it at him. However, the jailer was faster, delivering a devastating punch to Liam's belly that he couldn't see due to his arms standing in the way. Another piece of Liam's training instinctively came out. The punch was unbelievably heavy, but he tensed his abdomen and bent his knees, enduring it and preventing it from sending him flying away. The punch still made Liam slide over the floor, but only by a few centimeters, enough for his swinging hook to hit the jailer's left cheek. His fingertips only scratched the man's skin, but clung to the cloth covering his face, threatening to remove it. But the jailer unleashed his inhuman reaction speed once again, charging ahead, winning a contest of raw strength and swinging the arm on his chest, pushing Liam away. Liam couldn't oppose that strength. His palm was still pressing on the jailer's arm, so the swing flung him away, making him lose his foothold and slam on the small room's opposite wall. The crash was debilitating, but not nearly bad enough to immobilize Liam. Yet, the jailer exploited that tiny opening to reach him and smear something warm on his face. And Liam panicked, but nothing happened. He felt the warmth on his face, but no darkness assaulted him. His mind remained perfectly awake while the cloth on the jailer's face fell open, exposing features beyond his green eyes. A bony cheek featuring a tiny scratch and a sharp, beardless chin appeared in Liam's vision before the jailer caught the fallen piece of cloth and covered his face again. Liam's current pristine awareness also revealed something he usually missed. He saw the jailer relax completely and ignore him, turning without a care in the world, reassured by the fact that he had successfully applied the drug. At once, Liam knew that another opportunity had arrived. He could exploit his apparent new tolerance to the drug to take the jailer by surprise. Still, he spoke before Liam could move. "You are almost as strong as a Foundation expert, little beast," the jailer chuckled. "I might have to start using my chi to keep you in check from now on." Liam had been about to pounce forward at that annoying laugh, but the jailer's words forced him to accept a sad realization. He didn't really know what a Foundation expert or the chi were. Still, Liam understood that the hooded man had yet to show his true strength. Chances were that attacking now would only lead to another defeat, which wasn't even the worst part. Liam immediately acknowledged that his only advantage was his newfound higher tolerance, and exposing it would tell the divine cult to use harsher methods to suppress him. Truth be told, Liam had no confidence in his ability to endure eventual harsher suppressions. After all, the drug had already worked for an unknown amount of time. Actually, everything led Liam to believe that his newfound advantage was his true and last opportunity to escape his predicament, so he had to make it count. "I'll see you in a few hours, little beast," the jailer chuckled again, turning to point at the left side of his face. "I can't wait to punish you for this." Everything about Liam wanted to stir into action at that challenge. His right forearm itched, the anger from his newly processed memories surged, and a faint hiss even resounded in his ears. Yet, he didn't move, standing perfectly still, mustering a lost gaze and a motionless expression. Luckily, the jailer didn't see anything odd, and for good reason. Liam now recalled how he acted whenever he fell prey to the drug. He wasn't good at pretenses, but his body remembered that habit the divine cult had carved into him and replicated it perfectly. So, the jailer casually left, the stone door closing behind him and merging with the wall. Liam's gaze instantly grew cold as it rose to that now smooth surface. Warmth still spread on his face, but he wiped it out, ending up with a transparent ointment on his fingers. As far as Liam recalled, that ointment would always dry out on his skin, so he made sure to wipe his fingers on the nearby wall to avoid exposing himself to the drug any longer. Yet, his cold black eyes remained on the invisible door, memories and calculations mixing in his brain. How do I kill him? Liam wondered. No moral conflict accompanied that question. Anger existed, and bottomless hatred tried to rise, but Liam remained cold and calculating. He tackled the issue through the only skills he truly knew. Liam was a hunter, and the jailer was his prey. Parts of Liam wanted to cling to the idea that humans and animals were different, that a man's life had more value than a beast's. However, he couldn't bring himself to see that anymore in the jailer's case, not as his mind kept reviewing his new memories. The inhumane training had shrunk the group of kids to 5, including Liam. He had even played a role in that process, bringing his total kill count to 4. Yet, Crazy Uncle had shown regret in his last moments, and the 3 kids had been innocent. Liam could regret taking those lives. He could consider them actual lives, but the jailer had showcased nothing but cruelty, even chuckling as the training led to casualties. And, if Liam had to be completely honest, he was past caring. After what he had endured, he only wanted to escape. The issue of adding another name to his kill count barely crossed his mind at that point. It's just him, isn't it? Liam considered, carefully browsing through his memories. The memory's timeline was impossible to gauge, but Liam could confirm that he hadn't seen the white-masked man anymore after the first 2 encounters. Even the jailer had remained the same, showing no trace of the other hooded man. If it's just him, Liam thought, looking at his right hand, making the same hook that had hurt the jailer before, I can find a way to do this. That was a gamble, but one Liam had to take. He didn't know if his assumptions were correct, but he had to accept that risk since his chances of escape would be null if he were wrong. That optimism wasn't very hunter-like, but Liam had to accept that too. After all, he was pretty desperate. I must kill him before he can use his chi or whatever, Liam pondered. Though I can't lay traps. I'm the only trap. In many cases, humans were physically weaker than animals, but they successfully hunted them nonetheless. Yet, that almost always involved deadly traps and a gradual approach. Instead, Liam needed to kill the jailer in one blow to avoid facing his supposedly real strength, which was challenging without weapons or a carefully arranged environment. He only had his body and surprising tolerance on his side, and they had to make do somehow. Liam's eyes widened at that train of thought. His gaze snapped at the wall behind him, focusing on the spot where he had smeared the ointment. He reached for it in a hurry, wiping it to bring the leftover drug to his fingers. That ointment felt warm, but not as warm as Liam recalled. But that changed once he smeared it on his face. That sensation immediately intensified, as if being more effective due to the different location. Liam's mind remained immune to the warm influence. No darkness tried to take over him. Actually, as the seconds passed and his skin absorbed the ointment, a faint rejuvenating feeling spread inside him, easing the pain on his belly that the jailer's punch had caused. The development was confusing and problematic. Liam had half a mind to use that ointment against the jailer, but the effects on his body made him reject that plan. Liam didn't know what had caused his apparent immunity and rejuvenating feeling, but he had to believe that the jailer shared those reasons. He could blame his core, but his prey had to have one too. But if it's because of my core, Liam considered, shouldn't I have felt like this from the beginning? Did I just build tolerance? Liam soon shook his head. Those were problems of a free man, just like dealing with everything he had seen and done. Escaping took priority now while the rest could wait. Smearing this on his face would have been a long shot anyway, Liam sighed. He also covers it all the time while I can at most land one good hit. Still, as that plan crumbled, another formed. Liam's limited options actually worked in his favor. He didn't have much at his disposal, so he only had to sort through the few feasible ideas, perfecting them until the best one remained. I know what to do, Liam eventually concluded. Looking at the wall with the invisible door, it would be challenging and painful, but Liam believed he could do it. Moreover, Liam knew he had to follow through with that plan the next time the room opened. Devising a plan would have been easier if Liam knew how to lie or pretend, but he was terrible at those. He had managed to trick the jailer earlier, but that had been nothing short of a fluke made possible by the very training he had undergone. Lightning never struck twice, and the same went for miracles. Liam had pulled one off in the heat of the moment, but he knew he wouldn't be able to last an entire training session pretending. The jailer would simply find out. So, the jailer had to die the next time Liam saw him. As for the how, there were many variables at play, but Liam felt no anxiety as he dressed and waited for the stone door to open. Strangely enough, the fact that Liam now saw that challenge as a hunt brought him to his comfort zone. He pushed away any useless thoughts, focusing solely on his plan like he had done hundreds of times in the past. Of course, that day Liam would hunt no boar, bird, or squirrel. His prey was a cultivator, but that made little difference in his mind. As long as Liam saw that as a hunt, he could behave as the perfect hunter. Hours passed in which Liam practiced sitting and walking. Even if only for a short time, he had to sell his act, and his memories were the perfect teacher. So, when the stone door opened again, Liam slowly broke his cross-legged stance on the bed and stood up, calmly walking toward that entrance. A familiar chuckle reached Liam's ears, making his right forearm itch, summoning unfathomable anger, even calling upon the usual auditory hallucination that the ancient hiss didn't hesitate to join. However, Liam pushed everything away, steadily advancing, forcing his gaze to appear lost and fixed forward despite the jailer entering his view. Usually, Liam's feelings would have exploded into a primal and desperate charge. Yet that was a hunt. His calm walk was no different than the slow and methodical approach of a prey to avoid alerting it. And the jailer believed Liam's act, only throwing a glance at him before turning without a care in the world, crossing the short stone corridor that opened into the familiar hall. That was Liam's first time seeing the corridor while conscious, but he didn't dare to inspect it. He avoided studying the hall, too, keeping his gaze fixed ahead while following the jailer. Meanwhile, the other 4 kids had already taken their place in the hall, sitting before wooden buckets full of soil, ready to thrust their fingers into it. Liam captured the scene with the corner of his eye and adjusted his plan. He couldn't have known which training session would have awaited him, so he had kept that part fluid. Yet seeing it allowed him to add the last touches. Actually, Liam had already prepared scenarios for each possible training session, but nothing assured him that new ones wouldn't just pop out. Still, he knew that one and what to expect from it, so he prepared himself mentally. "Stop," the hooded man said without bothering to turn, and Liam complied, halting his steps. Meanwhile, the jailer headed for the hall's wall illuminated by the two blue braziers to unfurl the scroll hanging from it, exposing the intricate symbols glowing with similar but dimmer colors. "I belong to the divine cult." The white-masked man's voice immediately resounded from the scroll, and Liam and the other kids echoed those words. The four kids started thrusting their fingers into their buckets, but Liam waited. He couldn't remember exactly when that had happened, but his training drills had changed, becoming harsher due to his greater and faster development. Of course, that harsher training was led by none other than the jailer. "The divine cult is my life," Liam shouted, echoing the scroll's words as the jailer approached him, a tough wooden tile and a cane in his hands. "The usual little beast," the jailer ordered, almost sounding bored, showing the tile to Liam. And Liam swung his fingers at the wooden tile without hesitation, letting his fingertips slam on it to begin that painful conditioning. "Not hard enough," the jailer commented, lying. In all of Liam's memories, that man always used the first blows to punish him, and that time was no different. Obviously, Liam had bet on that. "The divine cult's weapons know no fear," Liam shouted, echoing the scroll's words while methodically lowering his hands and stretching his fingers. The jailer prepared his cane and swung it down, aiming it at Liam's fingers. He had done that so many times that the action had become mindless, but his punishing tool ended up missing that day. Liam had closed his hands into fists, narrowly dodging the cane, exploiting that window to jump at his opponent. His attacks always missed, so he threw something the jailer couldn't avoid: the entirety of himself. But the jailer's reaction speed remained inhuman. He let go of the cane and tile while stepping forward, slamming his head onto Liam's chest as he crashed into him. Liam tensed his chest and endured the blow while wrapping an arm around the jailer's neck, using the other to deliver a swing. However, the hooded man was faster once again, throwing himself down to slam Liam to the floor. Liam hit the floor violently, a gasp choking in his throat. He couldn't breathe, but the jailer was already on the move, his hands swiftly going inside his robe to retrieve something. Of course, Liam tried to struggle, but the jailer was on top of him, and he pressed his free hand on his face to keep him down. He even hid his head behind that same arm, protecting himself from the punches Liam tried to deliver. Those failed attacks were all the time the jailer needed to pull his hand out of his robe and smear something warm on Liam's face. "You recovered earlier than usual," the jailer chuckled. "You could have gotten me this time if you hadn't gone feral." And Liam knew the jailer was right. He could have landed a good hit if he had opted for something other than a jump. Instead, Liam was now forced to experience the drug's warmth once again, while he watched the jailer lose interest and begin straightening up, even diverting his gaze to check on the other kids. And that was precisely what Liam had planned, because his left arm was still clinging to the jailer's neck. He let it slide down naturally, as if he had no control over it, until his hand grabbed the man's collar. Before the jailer could realize what was happening and look at Liam again, pain spread from his neck. Liam had suddenly pulled himself up, biting as hard as he could at the hooded man's jugular. The first hurdle was the jailer. He was stronger and faster than Liam. Even with the surprise effect, Liam could at most land one good hit, so he had to make it count. That was the second hurdle. Without a weapon, Liam didn't really have ways to kill the jailer in one hit, or at least before he realized that he had to use his real strength. Actually, one way did exist. Liam lacked claws but had teeth. If animals could use them to hunt their prey, so could he. There came the third hurdle. Liam was confident in his teeth but needed a suitable target. With a knife, he would have had multiple options, but his weapon of choice's limits only left him with one viable option. Somehow, Liam had to get to the jailer's neck, which was easier said than done. Teeth didn't have the same reach as blades or even arms. They didn't even come close, so Liam had to create a situation where that bite was possible. A single surprise effect wouldn't have been enough, but it could work as a trap. Next, Liam could launch an attack that would force the jailer into a specific counterattack. Finally, after achieving the intended stance, Liam could catch the jailer by surprise again, this time delivering his planned killing blow. And everything had gone exactly as Liam had predicted. If the jailer were an animal, Liam's memories described his behavior, habits, and proclivities. The man often opted for overpowering Liam through raw strength, and that time was no exception. Since Liam had clung to him, slamming him to the floor was the best and easiest response. After that, it had only been a matter of enduring the pain while continuing to cling to the jailer, and the warm liquid that spread in Liam's mouth confirmed his success. The jailer screamed in pain, but Liam only bit down harder. His prey was someone with unclear capabilities and limits, so he couldn't leave anything to chance. The copious amount of blood falling into and over Liam's mouth confirmed that his teeth had dug deep. Still, he wouldn't stop until that man exhaled his last breath, no matter what broke in the meantime. Liam clung both arms to the jailer's neck now, using both to hide most of his head. He even wrapped his legs around the man's torso, securing his grip to him as much as possible. Panic arose, buying Liam precious seconds. The jailer grabbed Liam's sides to push him away and stand up in the process, which was a bad move. While the jailer could overpower Liam, the latter's stance could somewhat close that gap. Moreover, the more the man tried to push himself away, the deeper Liam's teeth dug into his neck, adding his strength to the bite. It wasn't only a matter of panic, either. The jailer's battle experience went against those types of attacks. He could fight humans, but nothing had prepared him for that feral assault. Nevertheless, a cultivator remained a cultivator. According to Liam's calculations and the amount of spilled blood, the jailer should have started losing strength, but he responded with even more power. The jailer quickly gave up on pushing Liam away and straightened his back, lifting him in the process. Liam knew what was coming, so he closed his eyes and focused the entirety of himself on enduring the following blow. Something cracked. Liam's mind spun, depriving him of most of his sensations for almost a second. The jailer had slammed him down, adding his weight to the blow, threatening to make him faint on the spot. Yet Liam didn't faint. The very resilience the divine cult had forced him to develop kept him awake and made him recover quickly, only for pain to flood his mind. Liam's back hurt as it had never hurt before, but his arms and legs were still wrapped around the jailer. Even his teeth had remained in his flesh. Actually, they had torn more of that during the impact. Everything hurt when Liam put more strength into his limbs, but, luckily, nothing seemed broken. The cracking he had heard earlier had come from the stone floor. His back told him as much. However, the jailer grunted and straightened his back again, and Liam's hair stood on end. His animalistic sixth sense cried in fear, telling him that something deadly was coming. Now, Liam had always trusted his sixth sense, and it didn't take him much convincing that time. The previous blow had already threatened to kill him, and his instincts told him that his back would end like the stone floor if he had to endure a second, seemingly stronger, attack. So Liam moved alongside the jailer. As the latter straightened himself, Liam released his grip, placing his hands and feet on the man's shoulders and torso, pushing himself away with all the strength he could muster. Of course, Liam's teeth were still in the jailer's neck, and his flesh finally gave in. Liam's bite closed, tearing away a good chunk of the man, before the accumulated momentum flung him away. Liam flew, spinning backward, performing a back handspring that put him to his feet in no time. Meanwhile, the jailer was still on his knees, but his hand had pressed on the injury on his neck, trying to suppress the blood loss. "No!" Liam cried in his mind, darting forward. The jailer raised his free arm, wanting to use it as a shield, but Liam had the initiative now. He performed one of the fighting stances the divine cult had carved into him, slamming his palm on the man's forearm, only for his other hand to go for his face. 2 fingers expanded in the jailer's vision. Liam wanted to blind him, but he reacted promptly, letting go of his bleeding neck to deflect that attack. Liam's fingers missed, but his kick didn't. As soon as the jailer blocked his attack, He slammed his foot on his torso, pushing him down and away. The jailer's back hit the floor, but he still tried to bring his left hand to his neck in the meantime. However, another kick landed on his wrist, preventing him from pressing on the injury. Liam was already turning after the kick, launching a descending punch at the jailer's face, but the latter rolled away, making his knuckles hit the floor. Still, Liam didn't give the jailer time to stand up. As soon as the man got to his knees, Liam was upon him, his palm already lunging at his face. The jailer crossed his arms before his face, blocking the blow, only to see a kick rising toward his chin. He promptly lowered his limbs, only for 2 fingers to aim for his eyes again. Liam's assault was inexorable. The jailer couldn't turn that battle around through ordinary methods, so he opted for something outside that. The jailer lowered his head, making Liam's fingers hit his forehead, piercing his skin but stopping at his skull. Liam was about to scratch his fingers down to inflict as much damage as possible, but his 6th sense suddenly rang again. Also, a strange, ominous wind started blowing on his face, prompting an instinctive retreat. That went against everything Liam had planned and was trying to achieve. Still, his animal side reacted before he could consider the action, only allowing him to stop after he put a few meters from the jailer. Meanwhile, the jailer stood up, forsaking the bleeding injury on his neck. The cloth before his face fell, exposing his sharp features and raging expression while he mustered a fighting stance. Everything looked deceptively slow in Liam's eyes. The jailer half-turned, slightly bent his knees, and withdrew his right arm while stretching the other forward. Moreover, something seemed to have enveloped the jailer. He appeared slightly brighter in Liam's eyes, as if glowing with an aura that filled him with pure terror. "Look what you made me do, little beast," the jailer said, his voice hoarse, weak, but no less chilling. "Why don't you try to run?" And Liam's instincts agreed with that challenge. He felt the physical need to run away, but those words clicked with something inside him. After hiding during the bloodline screening, Liam had vowed never to be a coward again. It was an oath carved into his very heart, fueled by a regret at the foundation of his desire for revenge. The fight was far from fair, but the jailer had never been in a worse state. Except for the butchers from the screening, no one else had made Liam suffer so much. Actually, the hooded man took the crown when it came to direct pain. If Liam decided to run away even now, he felt as if he would never find a reason to fight ever again. So he took a stand. The jailer's loathsome chuckle resounded in the hall as Liam adjusted his battle stance, mimicking his opponents. Liam lacked the ominous aura, but he knew what that attack entailed and decided to face it with his inferior copy. "You stupid beast," the jailer smirked, the ominous aura around him surging, only to dwindle and disappear in the next second. And, right in front of Liam's cold, resolute eyes, the jailer collapsed to the floor. Nothing about Liam moved. Even after the jailer collapsed, his body and mind remained tense and sharp, ready to wager his life in his next attack. However, as the seconds passed, sweat began to accumulate over Liam's forehead and back. The adrenaline from the battle also subsided, reminding him of the pain radiating from behind him and the need to catch a breath. "The divine cult is my life," the scroll said, and the other kids shouted those words, finally snapping Liam out of his tense concentration. Liam took a deep breath, wanting to gulp, only to find something in the way. He spat it to the floor, having to repeat the action a few times to remove the pieces of cloth and gore stuck in his mouth and teeth. Still, Liam's gaze never left his prey during the process. His black eyes remained on the collapsed man even after he wiped his mouth and began to approach him. Of course, Liam's senses remained as sharp as possible. He didn't miss anything, from the scroll's voice to the kids still thrusting their fingers into their buckets. However, the collapsed jailer only radiated silence. Liam's ears would have captured the faintest breath. Honestly, he would have probably been able to hear a heartbeat in his current state, but nothing came out of the hooded man. But Liam didn't dare to rejoice or relax. Cultivators were beyond his understanding, and the previous almost clash had hammered down that point. Even if the jailer looked dead, Liam couldn't forget his terrifying aura. So, Liam poked the jailer's leg with his foot, carefully absorbing every sound and reaction before walking away. His gaze never left the collapsed man, but that didn't hinder him from retrieving a specific item. Then, Liam returned to the jailer, wooden tile in hand. He kicked him belly up, warily waiting for something to happen. However, nothing did, and his senses kept giving the all-clear, making him kneel toward his prey. Death was final, but that rule applied to mortals. Liam didn't know if cultivators could magically come back to life, so he had to make sure that the jailer couldn't. A new noise joined the hall's shouts and thrusts. Liam repeatedly slammed the tile's edge on the jailer's neck, slowly digging through his wounded flesh. The tile was by no means sharp, but it was sturdy enough to endure those repeated blows. Of course, its edge broke, opening into splinters, but the item remained intact until it slammed on the stone floor, crumbling in Liam's hand. By then, Liam didn't have any use for the tile anymore. There the jailer stood, beheaded far from cleanly, but headless nonetheless, and Liam had to believe that even cultivators couldn't come back from that. At that scene, Liam finally relaxed. He had won. His hunt had succeeded. He had killed the man who had tortured him for an unknown amount of time, but his heart remained cold, devoid of any emotion or feeling. Liam had already learned how killing felt, and that first conscious murder was no different. Death only brought emptiness. Even after what the jailer had done to Liam, he experienced no happiness or satisfaction. Yet, something was different. The disgust and storm of emotions Liam had felt after his first kill were gone, and turning to look at the 4 kids still performing their drills uncovered the deeper marks that cruel experience had carved into him. In the past, Liam wouldn't have hesitated to do something about those kids. They didn't only share his suffering. They weren't only comrades of one of the worst experiences in his life. It was simply right to save them. Nevertheless, concepts of right and wrong felt vague now. Liam had seen, experienced, and done too much to cling to such a naive perspective of the world. After that training, life seemed to have lost any meaning, and not just in the general sense. If mere kids could die so easily with little to no repercussions, human lives couldn't have much value in the first place. Still, more than all that, Liam was exhausted, too tired to care, do the right thing, or blame himself for what he had done. He had had enough and only wanted to leave without shouldering the burden of those fellow young lives. The divine cult's weapons know no pain. The white-masked man's voice resounded from the scroll, snapping Liam out of his pensive state, making him sigh loudly. The kids shouted those words while Liam stood up and approached the scroll, inspecting it from side to side, but not daring to touch it. It made no sense how mere paper could produce voices, and Liam couldn't help but blame those strange glowing symbols for that. I really need to understand how this cultivation stuff works, Liam sighed, this time in his mind, diverting his gaze to the brazier with the blue flame to his right. Liam reached for the brazier's metal stand, finding no issue with its weight, only for his injured back to hurt while he lifted it. Then he brought the item to the scroll, placing the blue fire right under it. Liam almost believed the scroll would survive that strange blue fire. After all, talking paper was basically magic, so being fire-resistant would hardly lead to any surprise. Yet, the paper did burn, its intricate glowing symbols failing to resist the erosion. The divine cult is dash. The scroll tried to speak again, only for the blue fire to take over it completely, its symbols going dark as the flame devoured it. The kids behind Liam echoed that partial statement and thrust their fingers into the buckets once more, but stopped afterwards. Without the scroll giving orders, their drills came to a halt. Still, Liam left those updates to his ears. His black eyes remained on the burning scroll, capturing the very second in which it disappeared. He had wondered whether the scene would have been cathartic, but nothing of the sort happened. Something had broken inside Liam, and part of him knew there was no turning back from that. The burning of the scroll couldn't stop Liam for too long. His hunt might have succeeded, but he was far from free, so he didn't dwell on whatever transformation his mindset was facing. Liam put the brazier down, finally taking a good look at the hall. He had never really noticed it, but he could now see the many corridors branching from it. However, upon inspecting those 12 corridors, Liam returned to the hall empty-handed. Each one of those passages was short and ended in a solid wall, leaving him trapped. Of course, Liam knew the truth. Those walls were actually stone doors. After all, one of them had belonged to his room, and he had seen it open multiple times. Yet, pressing and even pushing on those walls had caused no reactions, forcing Liam to reconsider his approach. The hall hopefully had something that could help, and he knew where he might find it. The jailer's headless corpse was still where Liam had left it, a puddle of blood now expanding from his severed neck. Liam kneeled toward it, not caring about the stains on his black robe as he began undressing the man. Liam didn't spare the underwear, leaving the headless corpse naked, exposing its many scars, but not bothering to inspect them. He only cared about what those clothes hid, which wasn't much. Actually, Liam only found 2 items. One item was a small, square ceramic container featuring something Liam knew very well. A pale white ointment rested inside that lidless case, which was the brainwashing drug Liam seemed to have become immune to. Instead, the other item was a fist-sized, vaguely triangular wooden tablet with a symbol Liam didn't recognize inscribed into it. The mark didn't glow or anything, but it came from the jailer, so it had to be important. If Liam had to be honest, after seeing or hearing Paper Talk, he was ready to believe anything. The issue was that Liam hadn't seen anything on the walls. Those smooth surfaces featured no holes or odd details. But that didn't stop Liam from bringing the tablet to one of those. Liam wasn't sure what to expect. He approached the wall with the tablet in hand, but nothing happened. Yet, awkwardly waving it before that surface caused a familiar reaction. The wall rumbled before moving, opening outward to turn into a stone door, revealing a room Liam knew far too well. He had tested the tablet in his habitation's corridor, and the item seemed to work. Of course, Liam's habitation had nothing of value, so he returned to the hall to move to another corridor, stopping when he heard rumbling again. The stone door he had previously opened was closing on its own. Liam only lingered for a second in that strange development before continuing his inspection. He checked every corridor, mostly discovering identical rooms, but finding 2 exceptions. The wall in a corridor opened into a rising staircase seemingly carved into stone. Its steps and surfaces were perfectly smooth, but Liam couldn't see any light when peeking above. Meanwhile, the other exception came in the shape of another room 3 times as big as the others and featuring actual items. For some reason, it had no stone bed, but a handful of tall barrels stood next to a wall. Liam went for the barrels first, checking each one, finding much of value. One had water, another featured supplies. The third had sets of black robes, while the fourth had weapons and other useful items. As for the 5th barrel, it was the only one that was almost empty, but Liam only had to reach for its bottom to scrape away some transparent ointment. That container was for the drug. This thing might be useful, Liam thought while wiping his fingers on the barrel's side, not wasting any more time. Liam undressed and washed himself, careful not to pollute the water with the blood he was removing. Afterward, he donned a clean black robe, even wearing a pair of the leather shoes the barrel contained. The other barrels came next. Liam couldn't find bows, but there were plenty of blades, and he opted for a pair of long knives. He also found an ample leather pouch which he filled with a full flask of water, hard bread, cheese, and salted meat. Of course, Liam also stored the square container with the drug inside his robe, which ended his preparations. All the corridors stretched from the hall, so Liam returned to it to get to the passage with the stairs. He didn't even look at the headless corpse, but the still-dazed kids claimed his gaze, even if only to summon a sad realization. Right, Glenn died too, Liam thought, unable to find the other boy from his village among those 4 dazed faces. Still, that was it. Liam felt some bitterness, but that emotion didn't halt his steps. He went for his targeted corridor, using the wooden tablet to expose the stairs before climbing them. Liam rose through the darkness, which grew deeper with each step he took. Luckily, the training in that dim environment had improved his eyes even further, allowing him to notice how the path suddenly stopped. The stairs seemed to end in a ceiling, but pressing on it revealed its smooth nature, so Liam awkwardly waved the wooden tablet at it, unable to hold his breath in expectation when it started to move. The ceiling rumbled and slid away, opening a window into a light that Liam's eyes saw as blinding. He half covered them with a hand, wearing a battle stance with the other, but his vision quickly grew accustomed to that illumination, revealing a shocking scene. A white world expanded in Liam's eyes. Cold, fresh air blew on his face and entered his nostrils. Muffled, natural sounds filled his ears, and snowflakes fell on his head. How long have I been down there? Liam couldn't help but wonder. He was still in a forest, but snow had covered the ground and the trees' leafless branches. Liam had left Crosstones Mountain before the winter could begin, but the cold season wasn't only there. He looked deep inside it now, meaning that he had been trapped for at least 2 months. The shock didn't wane, but Liam left the stairs anyway, even taking a few steps into the snow. He inspected his surroundings, failing to recognize them, his gaze eventually going full circle and ending on the trapdoor he had just come out of. Somehow, the divine cult had carved that vast structure underground, and its trapdoor was none other than a huge boulder. The big, heavy rock even began to move on its own while Liam lingered in the snow, sliding back toward the passage, and he heard the door at the stairs' bottom doing the same. Liam considered his options during that small window. The underground place had more supplies which could be useful during winter. Yet, if Liam had to be honest, he never wanted to see the place again, so he threw the wooden tablet at the stairs, watching it cross the closing door at their bottom, before the boulder hid them and came to a complete stop, perfectly blending with the environment. The stone stairs disappeared. The boulder had covered the entirety of the trapdoor, only leaving a hole in the snow to show for its previous movement. Once more snow fell, no one would be able to guess that the boulder could be anything more than that. The underground structure would be basically unfindable. The boulder almost reached Liam's shoulders, vouching for its weight. Hence, seeing it move on its own so easily should have caused some sort of shock. The same went for the underground structure. Liam couldn't even imagine how digging something like that was even possible. Still, Liam's mind simply classified those magical things as cultivator stuff and moved on, only sparing a few thoughts for the kids underground. They have food and the key, Liam thought. If they have any survival instincts, they'll be fine. And that was it about the topic. Liam could do far more for the 4 kids, but didn't want to. The recent experience had left him drained, making him desire to move on with his life unburdened by that problem. Also, Liam felt the need to be alone and see where he stood. It was as if he had fallen prey to a cruel nightmare the moment the Recruiters Guild had stopped by the village, only to awaken now changed forever. And the first issue was where to go from there, which begged another question. The why would heavily affect the where, and it was time for Liam to find both. As a first order of business, Liam darted toward the nearest tree, swiftly climbing it until he could step on decently high, sturdy branches. Then, Liam began to move from tree to tree, walking a path of leafless branches to get as far away as possible from the magic boulder and the cruel home it hid. The direction was random. Liam only cared about putting enough distance between himself and the boulder. After all, he had to believe that the white-masked man and the other hooded figure were still alive, and they might return to check on their brainwashing experiment. The pain still radiating from Liam's back was all the warnings he needed. It had taken him all he had to kill 1 cultivator, so he couldn't risk facing 2 more. As for the unusual path, that was to avoid leaving footprints on the snow. Sadly, the weather was relatively decent. It was snowing, but not heavily, so it might take an entire day or longer to cover the few tracks of Liam's escape. But Liam didn't overthink it. Nothing was ever perfect. His experience in Crosstones Mountain had taught him as much, so he focused on leaving, only stopping on a thick branch after a whole hour of travel. The results of Liam's training showed themselves throughout the travel, and after he stopped. He had run, jumped, and swung for an hour straight, but he wasn't even sweating. Liam didn't feel tired at all, except for his sore back. The same went for hunger and thirst. Despite the hurried, long escape, Liam felt neither of those urges. And there was more. Now that Liam finally had time to inspect himself properly, he could see and sense how much his body had changed. Liam had always been muscular, but that feature had deepened. He was shredded now, his skin seemingly hiding unbendable steel. The same went for his fingers, which the torturous conditioning seemed to have turned into iron. That wasn't the body of a boy anymore. It wasn't even the strong body Liam had developed in the mountains. The divine cult had turned him into a weapon, who now had no wielder or clear target. At that point, Liam sat down, squeezing himself on the branch, leaning his back against the trunk behind. The dreaded time to think had arrived, and he couldn't delay it any longer. What now? Liam wondered, aware that the real question lay elsewhere. Liam's forearm itched in response, even summoning the auditory hallucination he had burned into his memory. The goal to avenge his family was still rooted deep inside him, but his perspective on it had changed. Liam now knew what that path implied. He had witnessed cruelty he didn't believe existed in the world, and he had gained insights into what fulfilling his goal would feel like. Revenge was bloody, ugly, and, most importantly, empty, making Liam wonder whether it was even worth it. On the other hand, Liam couldn't just return to Crosstone Village. Despite Cyrus' words, Liam was the son of the ancestral snake, the true target of the bloodline screening. Returning to the village would put a massive target on it and Liam's loved ones. He couldn't risk it. Even if Liam gave up on getting revenge, leaving forever and making everyone lose his tracks was the best way to keep Cyrus and Adrian safe. Also, there was the problem with Liam's transformation. Even if he could somehow accept returning to the village, he wouldn't do so as the same person who had left. The innocent monkey boy was now a killer, a weapon, and probably a cultivator. Liam knew he wouldn't be able to look Cyrus and Adrian in the eyes, not with the same gaze he used to wear. "Father, what would you have me do?" Liam thought, trying to find answers in his dead parents' teachings. But Liam's father didn't answer. Instead, a hiss resounded in his ears, carrying foul emotions. "What do you want now?" Liam asked. "I know what you'd have me do. You are no different from the divine cult. You want to use me as a weapon for your personal feud." Liam didn't know why, but he could endure the hiss influence better now. Just like with the drug, his mind seemed to have developed a tolerance to that boundless hatred. "Everyone wants something," Liam commented, "while I'm caught in their cruelty." And, in the past, Liam would have seen that as unfair. However, his few real experiences with the outside world had forced his mindset to change. Right or wrong were values of the strong. Meanwhile, the weak could only abide by them and hope they didn't go against them. "I want the strength to decide what's right or wrong for myself," Liam muttered. "I don't want to be at the whims of others anymore." If might made right, Liam knew what he needed before he could even think about having goals of any kind. He also sort of knew where he could find it. Liam didn't know where he was. He was utterly lost. Yet, he was aware of the Dragon Kingdom's layout to an extremely vague degree. Crosstone Village was on the eastern side of the kingdom, meaning that the inner circles and the richer areas were somewhere west. Liam didn't know where exactly, but that was as good a direction as any. So, Liam broke his brainstorming and sitting stance, checking the clear morning sky to orient himself before going west. He had seen the strength that cultivators wielded, and it was time for him to seize it. The idea was profoundly basic. In Liam's mind, reaching richer areas of the Dragon Kingdom would increase his chances of finding information about the sex, so he headed in their general direction, not actually knowing whether towns or dangers awaited ahead. That wasn't how paths or traveling through the wilderness worked, but Liam lacked better options. He could only hope that he would eventually stumble upon traces of civilization. Still, the seemingly aimless travel wasn't without positive aspects. As the days went by, Liam acquired a more conscious awareness of the body the divine cult had forced him to develop, which went beyond mere strength. Liam now possessed a resilience he could only describe as inhuman. Liam had always been a good hunter, able to spend multiple days and nights trailing prey without batting an eye. He also knew fully developed men could do better than him, but he felt beyond that now. Mere travel seemed unable to tire Liam. His muscles didn't ache even after crossing unfathomable distances without taking a single break, and things didn't stop there. Thirst and hunger rarely occurred. Even then, Liam didn't need to drink or eat much to feel satisfied. That went against everything Liam knew. Usually, the stronger and bigger the animal and the harsher the effort, the more it needed to eat. Yet, he seemed to exist beyond that natural rule now. And that couldn't come from mere muscles or training. It was simply unnatural, forcing Liam to link it to his awake core and mysterious fulfillment that filled him. The conclusion almost made Liam wonder if he was already a cultivator. But his ignorance of the topic pushed those questions to the back of his mind. Still, the main positive aspect was with the wilderness itself. Liam had felt no satisfaction or happiness in killing the jailer, but the travel in that natural environment did improve his mood. Liam couldn't help but see those wild environments as his real home. He enjoyed navigating them. They were simpler and less cruel than the convoluted world of humans, delivering the cathartic experience that burning the talking scroll couldn't achieve. But all good things had to come to an end. After a week of travel through the cold, snowy forest, Liam's ears finally caught the unnatural sound of human voices, making him adjust his direction. A few minutes later, Liam was able to spot the source of those voices. Two men in their 30s sat around a small fire that had melted that patch of snow. They wore ragged gray coats over their robes, and their hungry eyes were fixed on the single small fish cooking over the flame. It was barely past midday, and the sky was clear, so Liam could also see additional details despite the distance. Both men had caved-in cheeks behind their unkempt black beards. Winter seemed to have been hard on them. Typically, encounters in the wilderness had to be tackled carefully. Liam was just a 16-year-old, while those were two full-grown men with unclear intentions or moral code. Yet, Liam's animal side remained quiet as he climbed down the tree and approached the fire on foot. Liam knew how to move silently. It was a habit for him, so the two men didn't notice him until he stepped into the small clearing where they had set up their fire. Initially, the men were startled and tried to stand up, but noticing Liam's young age and his hands raised in peace made them relax. "Hello, uncles," Liam called. "Could you point the way to the nearest village or town?" Despite Liam's young face, his figure wasn't exactly reassuring. His tight black robe perfectly highlighted his broad shoulders and muscular frame. His long black hair had also only grown messier during the trip, adding feral vibes. Yet, Liam's tone made the two men ignore those vague concerns. He had sounded like the most innocent being in the world, like a clueless child, making them exchange a knowing glance. "Why don't you join us by the fire, Junior?" One of the men, the bald one, said, wearing a smile. "You must be cold." Liam nodded and complied, approaching the fire, not missing how both men eyed the clearly full pouch on his back. "It was lucky for you to find us here," the bald man chuckled while Liam sat in front of the fire. "It's dangerous to travel alone, especially in this cold." The other man, the one with short but messy black hair, stood up in the meantime, circling Liam to inspect his pouch, eventually commenting on it. "Do you have food? Why don't you share it with these uncles?" Liam wasn't exactly savvy in human interactions, but something reeked of a bad vibe. He wasn't even a newbie in random encounters in the wilds, but decided to hope for the best and play by the rules his father had taught him. "I can share some food," Liam offered, "if you give me directions." "It pains me that you think so poorly of us, Junior," the bald man said, shaking his head, feigning sadness. "These uncles aren't so low as to ask for payment for simple directions." "So, where is the nearest village?" Liam asked, blinking. "A town would be better. However," the bald man continued, pretending not to have heard Liam, "these uncles' minds are muddied by hunger. If Junior would be so kind as to share some food first, it would help him, too." The act was far from good, but Liam didn't know how to recognize those social cues. Things still felt off, but he removed his pouch nonetheless, offering it to the black-haired man. The black-haired man basically snatched the pouch in a hurry, returning to his companion's side. Both gasped happily when they opened it, and their hands didn't hesitate to dive into it, greedily seizing some salted meat and stuffing it in their mouths. "If you eat so much," Liam pointed out, "there won't be anything left for me." Ah, Junior, the bald man laughed, not even looking at Liam as his hands went back inside the pouch. Grown men need more food than kids. You'll understand when you are older. And Liam sighed at that point. He knew he was being robbed, but he decided to use that opportunity to get an opinion on his internal conflict. Uncles, why are humans cruel? Liam asked. Father taught me to respect the natural balance, but everyone seems to take without ever giving anything back. The innocence in Liam's voice actually awakened some guilt in the two men, temporarily halting their greedy eating. Father was strong and fair, Liam recalled. He lived by the laws of the mountain, providing for us without hurting it. Mother was kind and caring, always hugging me, and big sister is always smiling happily in my memories. Liam lowered his gaze, letting the memories from that peaceful time wash over him, only to compare them with his recent ones. But, Liam continued, ever since I left the village, I saw no fairness, kindness, or happiness. I want to live by what they taught me. I want to make them proud, but I can't see how it's possible in this world. Liam's innocence delivered another blow to the men's heartstrings, completely lowering their defenses. Listen, kid, the bald man called, dropping his act. No one cares about balance, especially the world. People wouldn't starve to death otherwise. Liam lifted his gaze at the man, finding some sense in those cynical words. It's eat or get eaten out here, the bald man continued. If you are hungry, you fill your stomach. If you are thirsty, you drink. If you are horny, you take a woman, no matter how. What about right and wrong? Liam asked. Do you think the Dragon King worries about that? The bald man scoffed. Do you think the guilds care about such things? Does the wolf worry about that when it's hungry? And Liam began to feel enlightened. He gained insights into something he didn't realize before. The balance Liam's father had talked about wasn't for the well-being of the mountain. His family needed that source of food to remain flourishing, which was why he held back on hunting too much. As for the animals, it wasn't that they didn't want to eat more. They simply couldn't, and those who tried to ended up dying from exhaustion or accumulated injuries. Balance did exist, but it was enforced by something greater than humans and animals alike. It wasn't an ironclad rule. It was simply what had come to be after all the variables fought each other. Truth was, everyone looked out for themselves, pursuing their needs and goals. So, it's just about what I want, Liam concluded, and whether I can take it without dying. You are learning, Junior, the bald man snickered. You are making your uncles proud, the short-haired man added, joining his companion in his snicker before refocusing on the pouch, until Liam unleashed his captivating and distracting innocence once again. What I want wouldn't make them proud, Liam exclaimed. But the dead can't be proud. The dead are just dead. And I know they would have preferred to live. It wasn't about good or evil. It was about Liam wanting to make things right for himself. If he only considered himself and how he felt, not minding any other external or complicated stuff, he knew what he had to do. Someone had done Liam an unforgivable wrong, and he couldn't let them go unpunished. I think I want to kill the Dragon King. Liam nodded to himself, stunning the two men with his words. I think I also want to kill the divine cult. The two men's shock only lasted for a second, soon exploding in loud laughs. But Liam's following words reclaimed their attention. You uncles tried to rob me for no reason, Liam announced. So, I think I'll kill you too. The men's eyes went wide, not believing their ears. They were almost about to burst out laughing again when the fire parted, and the bald one's vision went dark. The short-haired man was still smiling, but his expression changed when he noticed something off. Liam had vanished from his previous position and was now standing before his companion. His fingers stabbed in his eyes. The bald man was the first to scream. His world had suddenly become dark and filled with pain, freezing him in that instinctive cry. Instead, the short-haired man needed another second to realize what had happened. His smile twisted into a terrified expression, producing a cry that surprised Liam. See you, Dash, the short-haired man said, his cry interrupted by a gasp. Cultivator. Liam frowned in confusion, but the short-haired man tried to retreat in the meantime, forcing him to act. Before the man could turn, Liam grabbed his arm, forcefully pulling him to the ground. Still, something snapped during the pull. The man hit the ground heavily, only to scream while holding his left shoulder. Somehow, it seemed Liam's simple gesture had dislocated it. Liam's frown only deepened at that discovery. He checked his hand, confused about that whole development. He had naturally used all his strength. After all, he had to move a grown man, but that result looked overkill. Am I too strong or is he too weak? Liam wondered. Is it both? Liam withdrew his other hand at that point. The bald man screamed once more as he lay down, covering his bleeding eyes with both hands. Now that I think about it, Liam realized, I've only really fought against the jailer. Liam looked at the short-haired man, who shook in fear under his black eyes. Liam's frown hinted at displeasure, so the man forsook his shoulder and got to his knees, bowing down until his head touched the ground. Forgive us, mighty cultivator, the short-haired man shouted. We are but ignorant mortals too blind to recognize your greatness. Liam's frown vanished, only for him to blink in utter perplexity. Yes, forgive these ignorant fools, exalted senior. The bald man shouted, too, despite being mostly overwhelmed by pain. Why do you think I am a cultivator? Liam couldn't help but ask. He felt he hadn't done anything special. He had simply charged ahead. Sadly, the two men were already beyond reason. Because grass grows where you step, the short-haired man announced, still bowing. And the clouds part to illuminate your greatness, exalted senior. Liam became even more confused than before. He peeked past his shoulder, checking his steps in the snow, only to find no grass growing from it. He even looked at the sky, which was clear, but he felt he had nothing to do with that. Was I so fast that they mistook me for a cultivator? Liam wondered. Am I a cultivator already? Uncles, what do you know about cultivators? Liam asked. I wouldn't dare to claim to know anything, exalted senior, the bowing man exclaimed. Mortals are just ignorant fools. So, you don't know where the nearest village is? Liam questioned, not realizing that the man was only humiliating himself. We know, exalted senior, the bald man cried, still lying on the ground with his hands covering his bleeding eyes. Mudshire village is 2 days of travel northwest, while Slygrove is 3 days southwest. Liam didn't recognize either name, so he followed with another question. Is Slygrove a town? Yes, exalted senior, the bowing man confirmed. But even the greatest city in the kingdom pales before your greatness. Again with this greatness, Liam thought, deciding to classify that talk as nonsense, opting instead to ask for something more important. Since you know cultivators, do you know where I might find a sect? How would lowly mortals like us know where the mighty cultivators unravel the heavens' mysteries? The bowing man claimed. Is that what cultivators do? Liam wondered, unconvinced, only knowing that he had seized the information he needed. Liam wiped his fingers on the ground before gathering the food the men had dropped and putting it back in the pouch. The latter returned to his back, too, only leaving those two to take care of. Still, the silence was too much for both men, and the now blind one ended up voicing a plea. Please, exalted, merciful senior, we were terribly wrong. Spare us, and we'll chant about your greatness all our lives. Please, exalter senior, the bowing man followed suit. Show mercy on these fools. Our lives aren't even worthy of staining your blade. There was a time when Liam would have considered showing mercy, but not anymore. The option never crossed his mind, especially after what he had said. I'm kind of on the run, Liam admitted. I can't leave loose ends, and you did try to rob me. The bowing man tried to straighten his back, only for a knife to stab it deeply. He barely had the time to grunt before life started abandoning his body. The bald man couldn't figure out what was happening without his eyes, so he just reiterated his plea. Please, X-. The man couldn't finish his line since a knife stabbed his chest, piercing his heart. Liam retrieved the knife and wiped it on the bald man's coat before storing it back in his belt. He threw a look at his new victims only to feel nothing at all. A wolf wouldn't have worried, Liam thought, let alone a snake. Liam almost felt sad to have fallen prey to such a mindset. Yet, it sounded undeniable, especially when he had managed to kill 2 grown men so easily. Life was truly brittle, forever a victim of the whims of the strong. A hiss rose in Liam's ears, seemingly wanting to alter and deepen that mindset, but he responded in tone. Shut up, Liam scoffed. I'm not doing it for you. This is about my family. If the Dragon King really is behind their deaths, I'll kill him and avenge them. The hiss subsided after the statement, seemingly pleased, but new problems quickly distracted Liam's mind. Talking about loose ends, Liam thought. Carl, Glenn, and Caleb are dead. No one should know that I'm from Crosstone Village, but the White Mask and the other one saw my face. The divine cult was a variable Liam couldn't have predicted. He didn't even know anything about it, so he wasn't sure of how much of a threat it was, especially when it came to keeping his identity and origin a secret. Wait, Liam suddenly recalled something. Didn't the White Mask say something about shattering the foundation of the kingdom? That realization was late, but the delay was understandable. Too much had happened for Liam to have absorbed the entirety of that cruel experience. He didn't even know how his new strength fared against ordinary men, either, and only time could fix that. Am I supposed to be on the same side as the divine cult? Liam wondered. Wait, wouldn't it be my side since the ancestral snake is older? Is it older? Questions kept piling up, giving birth to even more doubts. Truth be told, Liam wasn't even sure Carl's death had saved him from his predicament. After all, Liam had seen a scroll talk, so it wasn't unreasonable to assume that Carl had somehow managed to warn the guild about him during the trip through the forest. At least, Liam felt unable to exclude it now. I have to hide that I'm from Crosstone Village anyway, Liam eventually concluded, pushing aside his other questions. He couldn't answer them anyway, so he decided to stick to what he knew. Liam threw the 2 corpses into the fire, being careful not to extinguish it. He would have taken a coat, but the blood on it risked exposing him, and he didn't feel cold anyway. After confirming that the men's clothes had caught fire, Liam glanced at the sky, finding the southwest and proceeding in that direction, feeling strangely lighter than ever. Liam's goal hadn't changed. If anything, it had expanded, but he had shed his hesitation. What he wanted to do wasn't good, but it was good for him, which was the only thing that mattered, and appeasing that internal conflict removed the mental burden holding him back. Despite lacking horses or other ways to shorten the travel, Liam spotted traces of civilization on his second day, before midday had yet to pass. That early arrival at the destination almost made Liam wonder whether he had taken wrong turns. Yet, that wasn't something he could fail at with his skills, and much had worked in his favor. Liam had resumed navigating the trees after his encounter with the uncles, which should have slowed down his advance, no matter how good at it he was. However, Liam had also basically never stopped. His only real break had consisted of a short nap, leading to an uninterrupted advance the uncles couldn't have accounted for. So, it seemed Liam had truly arrived at his destination in half the expected time, and the sight stunned him. Liam had lived in Crosstone Village all his life, even spending most of it in its mountains. That place barely counted 50 people in total, featuring even fewer small houses. Instead, the current scenery was so grand that Liam climbed his tree even higher until he could gain an unhindered view over it. In the distance, the white forest suddenly came to a halt, as if someone had carved a massive hole in its depths. There, an oval palisade expanded, encircling hundreds of wooden habitations that stretched at the sides of a main road. Liam couldn't capture more details from his position, but that scene was enough to fill him with some innocent wonder. He had never seen such a vast, numerous, and neatly arranged gathering of habitations, especially when some seemed to be 2 or 3 stories tall. Towns are truly big, Liam gasped in his mind. Is a city even bigger? The innocent wonder turned into restlessness, making Liam hurry down the tree and advance on foot toward the town. He basically ran, reaching the immense clearing in no time, only for his eyes to widen at that closer inspection. The palisade wasn't tall, barely reaching 2 meters, but it still shocked Liam. He had never seen such an extensive barrier, and its contents promised to be even more incredible, bringing him to the wooden spikes to peek inside. Liam could only see the back of houses and their muddy surroundings from his position. He even heard endless chatter and footsteps further back, but his tingling nape put an end to his youthful curiosity. The palisade wasn't the only structure encircling the town. Towers rose all around it, and a bow-wielding man standing on top of the building to Liam's right spotted him. "Young man!" The man shouted, his bow lowered, even lacking an arrow. "Hello, Sir Uncle." Liam immediately addressed the guard, waving up at him. "Is this Slygrove?" Liam's tone confirmed the guard's belief in his harmlessness, prompting a genuine and even explanatory response. "It is, but you must pass through the gate up north to enter it." The guard accompanied his explanation by pointing in that direction, which was enough to bring out Liam's blinding innocence. "Thank you, Sir Uncle," Liam cried, waving both hands at the guard now before shooting north. That blinding innocence drew a smile on the guard, but Liam didn't see it, too captivated in his excitement to linger any longer there. That also made the man divert his gaze, missing Liam's uncanny speed. Liam ran alongside the palisade, reaching his destination in no time. He soon found a tall wooden gate with 2 towers rising at its sides, as well as a couple of spear-wielding men before its entrance. Naturally, Liam slowed down while approaching the gate, but part of his excitement faded when the 2 guards noticed him and crossed their spears. For a second, he had almost forgotten who he was and what he had done, as well as the precautions he should take. "Sir Uncles," Liam called, now calmly walking toward the guards, stopping a few meters from them. "The other Sir Uncle told me I had to come here to enter the town." The 2 spear-wielding men sized up Liam. His innocent tone was reassuring, but his tight black robe was ominous. He looked too muscular to be a random kid, but his belongings lacked anything too worrying. "Name and reason for visiting," one of the guards said. "I'm Liam," Liam responded. "I'm looking for information." That wasn't a mistake out of youthful exuberance. Liam had thought about giving a fake name, but he was a bad liar. He wasn't sure he could do that and maintain his act. Still, Liam believed everything would be fine as long as his origin remained a secret. Besides, Liam cared about his name. His father had given it to him for a reason. Liam might have failed to uphold it, but that didn't make throwing it away any easier, especially because his family was at the center of his goal. "What kind of information?" the guard asked. "I'm searching for someone who knows where the Sex are," Liam bluntly admitted. The 2 guards couldn't help but exchange a glance at that point. The absurd statement made them dismiss Liam's scary frame. Only a real kid could talk like that. Still, correcting Liam's youthfulness wasn't the guard's job. He looked convincing and sounded harmless, which was enough for them. "Let me check your pouch," the other guard asked, withdrawing his spear. "Are you looking to spend the night in Slygrove?" "No, Sir Uncle," Liam responded, offering his pouch without any hesitation, which worked in his favor. "I don't have any money anyway." The guard quickly browsed the pouch's contents, eventually nodding at his companion and giving it back to Liam. "We'll hold you to that," the first guard announced before stepping aside. "Welcome to Slygrove, Liam. Curfew is at sunset, so you'll have to leave the town by then, or we'll come looking for you. The Recruiters Guild's building is down the main road to the right," the other guard added, even wearing a reassuring smile. "And it's either sir or uncle, not both." "Oh!" Liam couldn't help but exclaim. Obviously, the guards had pointed him toward the Recruiters Guild. That was the norm with young men wanting to become cultivators, but it was also the place Liam preferred to avoid. Luckily, the guards linked Liam's exclamation to the correction about his way of addressing people, not thinking much of it. "Aren't you going inside?" the first guard asked, snapping Liam out of his hesitation, making him cross the gate silently. What Liam had spotted from the tree unfolded directly in his vision now. The town's main street was strangely solid and devoid of snow, while wooden houses expanded at his sides. Yet, the not muddy street, tiled roofs, and crowded environment couldn't rekindle Liam's innocent wonder anymore. Real towns surpassed his wildest imagination, but his goals soured the incredible experience. I haven't really thought this through, Liam realized while walking aimlessly down the main road, his wandering gaze failing to capture anything in particular. Liam was ignorant about the ways of the world. His idea was that richer areas would provide better opportunities to learn where the sects were. However, the guard's response had shown how naive Liam had been. The Recruiters Guild handled cultivator-related topics and, probably, monopolized them. Reaching a richer area only meant that Liam could head directly for the guild instead of having to wait for an envoy to come to him. Can I even go to the guild? Liam wondered. What if they have me redo that test? It was unclear whether the guild already knew about Liam, and the basin test was another issue. He honestly didn't know what to believe after seeing the talking scroll, and trusting his theoretically awake Danteon didn't sound like a good option, either. Liam stood out like a sore thumb during his aimless advance. Slygrove only had one main road, so most of its population gathered there during the day, and many threw suspicious glances at him. Outsiders never fared well in small communities, and Slygrove wasn't big enough to be an exception. Moreover, Liam's robe radiated ominous vibes. He wasn't even wearing overgarments in that cold, which only made him more suspicious. Still, Liam was used to that general attention. It had been the same in the village, and that far higher number of people failed to make it overwhelming. Instead, something else ended up claiming Liam's attention. A strangely white two-story building stood out during his aimless advance, claiming his gaze to the symbol at the center of its triangular roof. A stylized man with spread arms and legs stood inside a metal ring. Both items seemed made of copper, highlighting them. And in front of the white building, an old man with a crooked back and a simple white robe swept the entrance with a broom, his short gray hair and beard strangely well kept. "Young man," the old man called when Liam got closer to inspect the building, interrupting his sweeping to look at him. "What brings you to the Church of the Man?" Liam had guessed the building's identity, but couldn't be sure. After all, he had only heard descriptions about that symbol, and most of it was because Adrian had to join it. As for what Liam knew, it was what everyone else also knew. The Church of the Man mostly had volunteers who did charity work all across the kingdom. They helped where they could. They did that when Cyrus fell ill, curing him in exchange for 1 year of Adrian's services. "Is this the Church of the Man?" Liam asked, recalling what the guard had said. "Uncle? Or should I say sir?" "It's one of its churches, yes?" the old man confirmed, smiling amiably. "And I'm Deacon Ford. You can call me that." "Deacon Ford," Liam immediately called. "What does the Church of the Man do exactly?" "That's a difficult question," Deacon Ford chuckled. "The church does many things. Mainly, we try to help. I believe you need help too, since the heavens brought you to its doors." "I'm looking for the sects," Liam nodded. "Does the church know where they are?" "The sects," Deacon Ford repeated. "I don't think I can help more than the Recruiters Guild." Liam was already about to reconsider his options when the deacon continued. "But," Deacon Ford said, supporting himself on his broom, diverting his gaze, "can you see those 3 mountains northwest?" Liam followed the old man's gaze, but had to spend a few seconds looking past the buildings to spot something. Far in the distance and just vaguely 3 shapes that resembled mountains did in fact stand. "I see them," Liam confirmed. "Those are the 3 peaks," Deacon Ford explained. "Ever since I was a young boy, they said that the immortals lived there." Calculations happened in Liam's mind. Those mountains looked to be very distant, and the fact that he could see them anyway vouched for their height. They wouldn't be easy to reach or explore at all. "However, if I may," Deacon Ford exclaimed, "it's a tragedy to see such cold eyes on a young man." Liam's gaze snapped back at the old man. He frowned, even checking his eyes' edges, wondering whether the change in his mindset had caused physical alterations. "Oh, forgive me," Deacon Ford chuckled. "I've seen many people in my life. I've learned to notice what others might miss. You might even say it's my job." Liam didn't reply. Remaining silent was better than talking in his case. Still, the deacon's face kept radiating nothing but amicability. Hatred is a contagious burden, young man, the deacon continued. It can only spread. The only way to stop the cycle is to let it go. Despite the deacon's amicability, Liam's alertness increased. The old man might have used that precise word by chance, but too much was at stake for Liam to ignore it. Do you want to come inside? Deacon Ford offered. The church can help you let go. Isn't that the same as punishing victims twice? Liam asked, opting for voicing a genuine doubt. What do you mean? Deacon Ford questioned. You are blaming those who suffered, Liam explained. You are saying it's their responsibility to stop the cycle. Meanwhile, those who caused the suffering can continue living as they have always done. Deacon Ford couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. He hadn't expected Liam to have such a profound and thoughtful response. Punishing wrongdoers is the work of the heavens, Deacon Ford pointed out. Man defile himself when he takes matters into his own hands. What if the wrongdoers can defy the heavens? Liam wondered. He didn't know anything greater than the ancestral beasts, and the Dragon King was the son of the strongest among them. The heavens are above all, Deacon Ford declared. If they were, Liam commented, they would have taken care of problems before any resentment could be born. It isn't our place to question the will of the heavens, Deacon Ford said. As men, our job is to become the best version of ourselves. Liam felt that the conversation had become too vague for his mind, so he began to leave, heading for the town's gate while uttering a simple salute. Deacon Ford, thank you for the directions. Young man, Deacon Ford called, gasping. Hatred can only lead to ruin for yourself and others. But it wasn't hatred that caused mine, Liam thought, not stopping his departure. It was perfection. It wasn't that Liam dismissed the deacon's words easily. He considered them properly, but they failed to put a dent in his mindset. Even if a universal justice existed, Liam was just a boy without the capacity to consider such grand thoughts. He only knew himself and his suffering, so he would focus on that. As for morality, if Crazy Uncle was to be believed, the Dragon King was still the king despite causing the deaths of countless people, so it couldn't have much value. Actually, Liam had only seen examples that proved the opposite. Trusting directions from random old men wasn't exactly smart, but Liam didn't know who else to ask before being forced to risk facing the Recruiters Guild. Time wasn't even an issue for Liam, so he could waste it pursuing leads that didn't involve facing troublesome variables. His only limit came in the shape of his supplies, but his hunting skills could come in handy there. Besides, the deacon's casual mention of hatred had spooked Liam enough. He wasn't good with words, so it was risky being around people, especially when he had to ask questions directly connected with his issue. And if even that failed, Liam would return and risk it with the Recruiters Guild. Another trip through the leafless forest began, but Liam forsook the branches this time. Since he might have to return to Slygrove, there was no point in covering his tracks. Besides, nothing bad had happened there, so Liam found no reason to remain in hiding. Moving on foot increased Liam's travel speed, and the winter also allowed him to ignore some potential dangers. In that cold, the only real predators he had to worry about were the wolves. It wasn't safe, but it was safer. Yet, the Three Peaks turned out to be quite far nonetheless. Even with all those advantages and Liam's body possessing inhuman resilience, he still took a whole week to reach their base, and that was the easy part. Climbing mountains was hard and tiring. Liam's experience in those environments forced him not to underestimate them. Moreover, Liam only had enough supplies to explore one of the three mountains. He could settle in the area and take things slowly, hunting and wandering whenever his food reserves allowed it, but that could last months. That was a partial miscalculation on Liam's side, although not due to inexperience or youthful hubris. He had half expected something to happen once he reached the place, something magical to stand out. Nevertheless, Liam saw nothing but ordinary leafless trees stretching in every direction. He couldn't spot anything remotely connected to cultivators or humans for that matter. I don't suppose you could help? Liam said, seemingly talking to himself. Obviously, Everything remained silent. Liam only heard his voice dispersing in the cold air before stillness returned. "You are pretty useless for an ancestral beast," Liam sighed. He had hoped the snake of hatred would hiss something useful for once. But even that insult fell on deaf ears. "Is there even a sect up there?" Liam wondered, looking up to check the path ahead. The three mountains shared their base, and that was true for a while, splitting into three different peaks at higher altitudes. That worked in Liam's favor, albeit only slightly. "Let's see," Liam thought, focusing on his hearing as he began the climb. The lack of clues wasn't always bad. Nothingness could be a glaring hint. Utter silence could imply the presence of something dangerous. The same had unfolded when the divine cult had attacked the guild's caravan. So Liam hoped to pick up on something similar. That idea became Liam's guide during the climb. The trees grew scarcer and the path steeper, but he always headed for the most silent areas. That made Liam's advance less straightforward, diminishing how quickly he climbed the mountains. When night fell, he had only reached the point where the trees had basically disappeared, leaving him with rocks, grass, moss, and nothing to say for his goal. "This isn't working," Liam admitted, starting to wonder about his next move while a cold breeze blew over him. Ideas formed and crumbled, until something else entirely triumphed over them. Liam instinctively sniffed as his nostrils captured the faintest scent of something he recognized. He smelled blood. Liam darted after that scent, climbing the mountain against the wind, wanting to follow it toward its source. Blood didn't really mean anything, but it could also work in Liam's favor since food was becoming an issue. However, nothing could have prepared Liam for what the scent's source held. With a clear target, Liam had dropped the aimless wandering, opting for proper running. The chase brought him to where two of the three peaks started to separate, creating a valley-like path. There, Liam found something far different than the predicted rocks or tundra. A red halo shone deep in that valley-like path, which turned out to come from the glowing leaves of short plants. And a young woman walked among those plants, wearing a tidy, elegant, and pale gray robe with long, ample sleeves. She had straight chestnut hair partially combed into a bun, and her gaze was lowered, glued to the glowing leaves. The woman was quite a looker, but Liam only studied what she was doing. She wasn't merely walking. Her left arm was lifted, and drops of blood fell from her hand, ending on the plants, seemingly feeding them. The practice almost seemed a ritual, carrying the magical vibe Liam had sought. Yet his arrival ruined it. The woman eventually noticed his presence, her surprised brown eyes darting between him and the glowing plants until she decided what to do. "It's a beautiful night, isn't it?" the woman said, cupping her fist and bowing at Liam. "Brother?" As usual, Liam was lost. He looked up, wondering what was so beautiful about that night. It was even getting cloudy, hinting at the imminent snow. Still, something else took priority, and Liam lowered his gaze soon enough, asking what truly mattered to him. "Miss, are you a cultivator?" The woman lifted her head but didn't break her bow. She frowned, confused on so many levels. "Is brother joking?" the woman asked. "I climbed the mountain looking for a sect." Liam shook his head, not missing how the woman was also wearing light clothes despite the cold. "I want to become a cultivator." The woman's eyes widened as she realized her mistake. She broke her bow and straightened herself, only to frown again. Something was terribly amiss there. "But if broth dash," the woman began to say before correcting herself. "If you are here, it must mean that you are at least a foundation expert." "What's that?" Liam asked, recalling how the jailer had said something similar. "Is that a cultivator?" "It's a cultivation stage." The woman ended up responding honestly, temporarily captivated by Liam's honesty before recalling the strangeness of what was happening. "Who are you?" the woman shouted, half turning and lifting her arms to wear a battle stance. "State your purpose with the Pale Moon Sect." Liam's hair stood on end. The woman's figure seemed to brighten as she opened her palms and pointed them at him. Liam felt instinctively terrified, similarly to when he had fought the jailer, albeit the sensation seemed slightly tamer. "Wait," Liam said, his body instinctively assuming a battle stance. I don't want to fight. I just want to become a cultivator. Enough with the lies, the woman scoffed. You know that only cultivators can cross the barriers around sex. What barrier? Liam asked. And am I really a cultivator then? The woman didn't want to lower her guard. Too many monsters existed in the cultivation world, and Liam's young face disproved nothing. Still, it would take true mastery to feign such genuine confusion, which Liam's questions didn't seem to carry. Do you truly not know? The woman questioned. I don't know anything about anything, Liam admitted. It's why I want to join a sect. How exactly were you planning on joining the sect? The woman asked. And if you don't know anything, how did you know that the Pale Moon sect was here? An old man told me that the immortals lived here, Liam replied. So I thought I'd find the sects if I climbed high enough. Your plan was to climb to the sect? The woman questioned, genuine disbelief filling her mind. I'm a good climber, Liam nodded. I know my way around mountains. The woman felt shocked beyond reason, but her wariness subsided. Such idiocy couldn't be the result of careful lies and masterful acting. That reasoning was so stupid it had to be genuine. You can't reach the sect by merely climbing, the woman explained, lowering her palms. All sects have defenses. You must take specific, secret paths to enter them safely. Oh, Liam exclaimed, also abandoning his battle stance while the woman's terrifying aura vanished. Is this about the barrier you mentioned earlier? No, that's just to keep mortals away, the woman revealed before steeling her mind against that blinding innocence. Do you truly know nothing? How are you even a cultivator? An old man told me he'd make me a cultivator, Liam summarized. I entered a green puddle, and this black goo came out of me afterward. Of course, Liam had excluded many important details from his summary, which was a planned move. Traveling alone provided plenty of time to think, so he had prepared that reply, hoping that it would be enough to prevent additional questions. That's the breakthrough, the woman muttered, her tongue slipping once again. Still, the woman immediately shook her head at that realization, even bringing a hand to her face in exasperation. Something inside her prompting her to scold Liam. You should stop trusting old men. The cultivation world isn't as nice as you think. Liam lowered his gaze at that statement, opting for silence. He knew the young woman was right. His strong body carried proof of that statement, but no amount of preparation could make him devise a convincing reply. Luckily, the woman misunderstood Liam's reaction, instead awakening some protective vibes inside her. She felt as if she had scolded an innocent child, giving birth to a faint guilt. I'm only an outer disciple, the woman announced, the glowing plants underclaiming her gaze. But I'll cut you a deal. I'll bring you to the sect's disciplinary committee if you keep this garden a secret. Liam's eyes lit up, snapping at the woman before inspecting the glowing reddish plants. He was curious about them, but his honesty ended up prevailing. Miss, I'm not that good with secrets and lies, Liam warned. I figured. The woman sighed helplessly, but still appreciated that honesty. Just let me handle the talk. Also, it's Lucy. Miss Lucy, Liam probed. Who knows? Lucy nodded, finally wearing a smile. You might have to call me Senior Sister Lucy soon enough. Liam didn't understand that point, but still remembered to introduce himself. I'm Liam. Well, Liam, Lucy called. Follow me. Lucy turned toward one of the valley's slopes before her figure brightened again. Liam's animal instincts tingled, but the reaction wasn't as intense as earlier. Then, Lucy shot toward the central peak's slope, unleashing incredible speed that startled Liam and forced him to dismiss any useless thought. She looked to be faster than him, so he only focused on keeping up. Initially, the slope was manageable, but its steepness reached critical levels as the two kept climbing. Liam had half expected Lucy to slow down there, but her speed didn't diminish, creating quite the spectacular scene. Despite the slope being almost vertical, her figure remained straight, easily jumping from foothold to foothold without needing to use her hands. In a way, Lucy resembled a weightless fairy, gracefully treading a path no ordinary human could cross so effortlessly. Wasn't she weaker than the jailer? Liam wondered while relying on far more disgraceful methods to keep up. Liam basically went on all four, forcefully propelling himself up, his iron fingers occasionally piercing the tough rock to create handholds he could use. He had gained the title of Monkey Boy for a reason, and his climb perfectly showcased it. Nevertheless, despite Liam's mastery and physical prowess, he still fell behind Lucy, her figure eventually disappearing past the almost vertical wall's edge. Liam panicked, hurrying ahead, only to find a plateau when he crawled over the wall, with Lucy waiting for him a few meters ahead. "Why aren't you using your chi?" Lucy asked, watching in confusion as Liam stepped on the plateau and straightened himself up. "How do I do that?" Liam voiced a genuine question. "With a circulation technique," Lucy responded, already prey of Liam's blinding honesty. "What's that?" Liam immediately asked another question. "It's what allows cultivators to process and use the chi in their core," Lucy explained before snapping out of that dazing honesty. "Are you telling me that you climbed the mountain without chi?" "I told you I'm a good climber," Liam responded, not sure about what was so surprising about what he had done. Lucy opened her mouth but managed to hold back her tongue now. Moreover, something far more shocking popped into her mind. Strong mortals did exist, and Liam's tight robe even highlighted his muscular frame. Lucy could accept that he had managed to find her through physical strength alone. It was stupid but possible nonetheless. However, the recent climb was different. Lucy hadn't used her full speed, but she had still relied on her chi, achieving prowess that mere physical strength couldn't possibly match. And Liam had failed to match it, but not by much. He had only fallen slightly behind despite the challenging path. How strong is he? Lucy couldn't help but gasp in her mind, the surprising feat shocking the very foundation of her knowledge. In the meantime, something else caught Liam's attention. The plateau had initially looked ordinary, but the scenery in his vision changed after he took a step forward. Another slope rose from the plateau's back, but its shape suddenly transformed. Rising paths that coiled and twisted over the mountain became visible, and Liam even spotted a series of oddly circular boulders alongside their upper sides. The boulders rested on the walls, reminding Liam of the rock that hid the divine cult's underground structure, but more shocking details became visible and distracted him. 3 vast wooden structures interrupted the paths at different levels of altitude, with the last seemingly resting right under the mountain's peak. Those buildings were bigger than anything Liam had seen in Slygrove, being 4-story tall, as wide as an entire block of houses, and apparently gravity-defying. They expanded outward, parts of their floors not resting on any rock, pillar, or plateau. At once, Liam knew that he had stepped beyond the world of ordinary people. That was a scenery that only magic could create. At last, he seemed to have finally found a sect. As much as Liam had believed that nothing could surprise him anymore, that scenery did, and it wasn't only about the whole magic vibe that enveloped it. Liam should have been able to spot something so grand during his climb, but didn't. He should have heard something, but he had to get this close for his ears to capture voices and footsteps. How can such a place even be hidden? Liam wondered, ending up speaking instead of thinking. Lucy was still stuck in her shocking realization when Liam's question snapped her out of it. The marvel depicted on his face was heartwarming and understandable, making her smile again, knowing she had worn the same expression when she first saw the sect. "Come, Liam," Lucy eventually called. "We still have some way to go." Liam nodded and began to follow Lucy, but his eyes remained on the mountain's side. He kept looking up even as the two stepped on the path, and the world transformed once again. The clouds Liam had spotted earlier finally reached the area, covering the moon and stars, deepening the night's darkness. However, small gray lights lit up in the path's upper parts in response, revealing braziers that hung at the circular boulder sides. Similar fires also appeared on the vast buildings above, making Liam lean away from the wall to try to check them. "The lower caves are for the outer disciples," Lucy couldn't help but reveal in front of Liam's evident curiosity. "Mine is also among them." "Do cultivators live in caves?" Liam asked, still checking the world above. "Not always," Lucy giggled. Caves are common, but anything where you can't be disturbed works. So, did I disturb you earlier? Liam asked, genuine worry filling his expression as he looked at Lucy. Once again, that honesty felt blinding. Lucy hesitated, needing a whole second to recover and overcome that dangerous weapon. I'll tell you more about my garden if you become a disciple, Lucy promised, bringing a finger to her mouth. Just don't mention it anymore, please? Liam immediately nodded, earning himself a smile from Lucy before the two resumed climbing the path. They remained silent now, Lucy focused on leading the way, while Liam was trapped in his curiosity. The circular boulders, which were apparently caves, looked imminent. The two only had to take another turn to get on their path, but a small hut Liam couldn't spot earlier stood in that corner, and two boys sat on stools in front of it. The two boys looked as old as Liam. One had short blonde hair, while the other had a head full of red curls. They both wore the same pale gray robe as Lucy's, but their right arms featured a wooden tablet tied with black cloth near their shoulders. Sister Lucy, the blonde boy greeted, standing up once he spotted Liam. His red-haired companion did the same, and both ended up sizing up Liam. Brother Eric, Brother Kyle, Lucy greeted, cupping her fist and performing a polite bow. This is Liam. He wishes to see the disciplinary elder. Liam abided by his promise to Lucy and remained silent, but his animal instincts started to tingle when the two young men's inspection grew more serious. Clearly, what Lucy had requested was no ordinary favor. Is he an outsider? The blonde boy asked. Why have you brought him to the sect? Brother Eric, Lucy called, only to realize she had no idea how to explain the situation. It's difficult to explain. I believe this is a matter that must be brought to the elder. Is he a mute? The red-haired boy, Kyle, questioned, approaching Liam, circling him to inspect his figure. Why are you letting Sister Lucy speak for you? Brother Kyle, please, Lucy pleaded, breaking her bow. I wouldn't have brought him here if I hadn't deemed him worthy of an audience. And how did you decide that, Sister Lucy? Kyle asked, stopping at Liam's side, his hand reaching for his messy black hair. Is this nest over your ears making you deaf, too? Lucy didn't think much about the gesture. She didn't like it, but that light bullying was the norm, especially with outsiders. However, that didn't apply to Liam. The divine cult had carved instincts so deeply inside him that they bypassed his thoughts. He didn't want that boy to touch him, and his hand grabbed his wrist before he could think about holding back. Hey! Kyle shouted, trying to retract his hand, only for Liam's grip to remain unmovable, forcing him to use words. How dare you lay hands on a member of the disciplinary committee? Kyle tried to yank his hand away again, but Liam didn't even budge. His steel grip was a deadly trap, which his cold black eyes soon joined. And for some reason, a chill ran down Kyle's back under that black gaze. It seemed as if Liam had stopped seeing him as a fellow man. His cold eyes only reflected the calm and calculating intentions of a predator about to slaughter a prey. Luckily, Lucy intervened before the situation could degenerate any further. Liam, Lucy called, reaching Liam's side, urging him with a concerned but firm tone. Brother Kyle was just jesting. Please, let him go. Obviously, Lucy had gained some insights into Liam's absurd physical strength, making the scene easier to accept. However, the same didn't apply to Kyle and Eric, who didn't know what to think. Nevertheless, Liam diverted his gaze, looking deep into Lucy's brown eyes, trusting her. He abruptly opened his hand, and Kyle risked stumbling as he retreated, only managing to restore his balance after taking a few steps back. But, despite Lucy's efforts, the situation had already degenerated. Liam's ears were the first to notice it, bringing his gaze to the paths above and past the hut, but the others soon caught up with his senses. Murmurs had started to spread as young faces peeked past the path above. Kyle's shout and the general commotion had attracted the nearby disciples' attention, and rumors about a potential fight were already resounding. Liam didn't care much about the audience, but Lucy, Eric, and especially Kyle did. Reputation was a significant factor in that world, and Kyle had just suffered a major insult. "Brother Kyle," Lucy called, hoping to prevent the unavoidable, but her plea fell on deaf ears. This outsider decided to attack a proud member of the Pale Moon Sect's disciplinary committee. Kyle shouted, even raising an arm to address the audience above. "I, Flame Fist Kyle, accept his challenge." Liam arched his eyebrows in surprise. He didn't know what challenge Kyle was talking about, and that title also sounded odd and haughty. Still, Kyle quickly showed how fitting it was. The sense of terror that Liam had started to connect to the cheese spread inside him while Kyle's figure brightened. That glow flowed toward his fists, which he bumped against each other to create a shocking reaction. And, out of nowhere, red flames appeared around Kyle's hands, covering them as he stretched his arms toward Liam. Despite the tingling animal instincts, Liam couldn't help but experience some innocent wonder. Kyle's fiery fists felt dangerous, but there was more to the scene that caught Liam's attention. Literal fire was flickering over Kyle's hands without needing fuel or burning anything. His skin remained completely unaffected, immune to the red flame's heat. And there was heat. Kyle was a few meters away, but Liam felt it clearly, the cold intensifying the sensation. Those flames were hotter than the average fire for reasons he could only guess about. "Is that the circulation technique?" Liam whispered, leaning toward Lucy. "Can you do that too?" "That's a martial art," Lucy instinctively replied before recalling she had to address the issue. "Brother Eric, please stop this." "I'm sorry, Sister Lucy," the blonde boy said, shaking his head. "Don't worry. Brother Kyle won't hurt him too seriously. Isn't that right? I'll only teach this outsider a lesson so that he will never disrespect the disciplinary committee ever again," Brother Kyle announced. Eric spread his arms in helplessness, forcing Lucy to give up on stopping the fight and make the best out of that situation. "Just focus on dodging," Lucy whispered, advising Liam, meaningfully looking at him. "Brother Kyle's foundation isn't great. He'll exhaust his chi soon enough." Lucy had given that advice out of worry, even accounting for Liam's surprising physical prowess. Still, Liam mistook her meaningfulness as her asking for a favor, which he decided to nod at. A sigh escaped Lucy's mouth at that nod. She threw a cold look at Kyle but eventually retreated, creating some space where the two could fight. "I'll make you regret underestimating the Pale Moon Sect," Kyle shouted, earning himself cheers from the audience above, which Liam didn't really know how to take. "I haven't really underestimated anyone," Liam thought, but remained silent. He had promised Lucy he would let her handle all the talk, and that vow was still valid in his mind. Nevertheless, Kyle took Liam's silence as another insult. He snorted, adjusting his battle stance, before shooting forward, drawing his right fiery fist back to prepare a quick jab. Kyle's battle technique was solid, but Liam almost blinked looking at it. Except for the fiery fists, Kyle wasn't using any magical method to accelerate his moves, making him far slower than the jailer. So, before Kyle could even finish thrusting his fiery fist, Liam had already moved away, turning the attack into a glaring miss. In Liam's mind, his dodge had been nothing special, but Eric, the audience, and Kyle remained stunned. Lucy had partially seen Liam in action, but even she couldn't help but feel some surprise. Truth was, Liam's dodge had been immediate and perfect, featuring no wasteful movement. He had lowered his waist and turned to his side to shift his balance and accelerate his retreat, performing a low jump that immediately put him a few meters away. The result was a blur-like dodge. Liam seemed to have hovered over the ground, as if his body had no weight or physical constraints. Lucy had spoken the truth. Kyle was on a timer, so he didn't dwell on that swift evasive maneuver and charged at Liam again, this time lunging with his left fist. Liam repeated his evasive maneuver, and the punch didn't even come close to hitting him. Still, Kyle suddenly stomped his left foot on the ground, swinging his right fist at the retreating Liam. Truth be told, Liam had dodged by such a wide margin that the second punch wouldn't hit him either. Yet, the heat its flames radiated carried unknown dangers, urging him to perform another evasive maneuver. Liam let his body fall, arching his back so that his hands could reach for the ground, performing an instantaneous back handspring that flung him even farther away from Kyle. Once again, the audience felt shocked. Liam's evasive maneuvers were indeed perfect, but he also performed them at unfathomable speed. It was as if he didn't even need to think about them. It was as if they were as natural as breathing for him. And comments started to resound, disturbing the silence. The fiery fists aren't that dangerous after all. Their strength depends on the user's cultivation level. Does it mean Brother Kyle's foundation is as weak as they say? That and more reached Kyle's ears, prompting him to charge at Liam again. He couldn't allow himself to lose face in such a shameful manner, and his rising panic ended up fueling a taunt. "Can you only run away like a coward?" Kyle shouted. Liam was already in the process of dodging again, but that taunt stirred something inside his brain. He had promised Lucy to keep dodging, but being called a coward triumphed over that. So, Liam interrupted his evasive maneuver, his cold eyes capturing each frame of Kyle's attack. He saw his fiery right fist expanding in his vision, its heat threatening to burn his skin, only for his mind to disregard that initial pain, waiting for the perfect moment. The tips of Liam's black strands started to burn when he suddenly disappeared. A hand filled Kyle's vision while he felt his punch miss. Then, a force he couldn't hope to oppose destroyed his balance and pushed him down. To everyone's surprise, Liam had narrowly ducked under the fiery punch, grabbing Kyle's face and slamming him down. Kyle's head crashed hard on the ground, even opening cracks on it, while the fire on his hands dispersed. Liam felt tempted to draw his knife at that point, and a hiss joined that urge, but he eventually decided otherwise. Kyle had already fainted. Also, his crime didn't demand such harsh punishments, especially in front of an audience. Liam closed his eyes to calm down before straightening himself up, noticing the many stunned gazes pointed at him. Once again, he felt he had done nothing special, but that reaction told him otherwise. Lucy's reaction, in particular, started to convince Liam of that point. He had decided to trust her, which wasn't a trivial thing for him. Liam also felt indebted to her since she had brought him to a sect, making him apologetic. "Miss Lucy, I'm sorry," Liam apologized. "I couldn't focus on dodging." Lucy blinked, realizing where Liam was coming from, but struggling to believe that such idiocy could exist in the world. If Lucy had known that Liam could beat Kyle so easily, she obviously would have given different advice. He could have told her, too, but he seemed unable to understand such social constructs. Still, before Lucy could speak, heavy pressure descended over the area, startling her and the audience. Liam felt it, too, and his figure instinctively retreated despite the lack of clear threats. Nevertheless, Liam's figure stopped mid-retreat, kept still by a strangely light but terrifying hand on his shoulder. A middle-aged man with unruly but short black hair and no beard had appeared before him, making him feel impossibly small despite the two being close in height. "Someone care to explain the reason for this ruckus?" the man asked, his deep voice carrying a weight of its own that pressed on Liam, further freezing his body. The middle-aged man also wore a pale gray robe, but his sleeves were torn, exposing his muscular arms. Still, he had the same wooden tablet as Kyle and Eric near his shoulder, tied with black cloth. Of course, Liam was unable to inspect those details. He could only look straight into the man's black eyes, unable to divert his gaze, even that part of him frozen under the pressure. The man's square jaw tensed at the silence that met his question. His displeasure became evident for the audience to see, which reacted in tone. "We greet the disciplinary elder," Lucy, Eric, and everyone else watching the scene shouted, cupping their fists to perform bows. The man's stern expression didn't relax, but his jaw did as he spoke again. "Disciple Eric, explain." "Yes, disciplinary elder," Eric announced, not daring to break his polite bow. Sister Lucy brought an outsider to the sect, who caused an altercation with Brother Kyle. "Disciple Lucy?" the elder called. "Yes, disciplinary elder," Lucy responded, also retaining her bow. Liam, the outsider, climbed the 3 peaks looking to join the sect, but Brother Kyle felt offended and challenged him. Eric threw a glare at Lucy, but she feigned ignorance. Standing by fellow disciples was the norm, but Lucy sounded set on taking Liam's side. "Well, Liam," the middle-aged man called, "what do you have to say for yourself?" Some of the pressure on Liam waned, allowing some movement. He still felt unable to escape that hand casually placed on his shoulder, but his eyes and head weren't a problem. Yet, instead of addressing the fearsome man, Liam glanced at Lucy. "Should I talk now?" Liam asked. Lucy felt like pulling her hair out. As heartwarming as Liam's trust in her was, she couldn't believe he would stick to such promises even in front of the terrifying elder. "Yes, talk," Lucy urged between her teeth. "I think Kyle didn't like that I didn't let him touch my hair," Liam explained, looking back at the elder. "So, he challenged me and set his hands on fire, which was cool. But then he called me a coward, so I beat him up." The disciplinary elder had every intention of putting forth a strong front. Aside from right or wrong, the sect's reputation was at stake there. He couldn't just ignore outsiders who beat disciples carrying the Pale Moon sect's name. However, nothing could have prepared the elder for that blunt, honest response. He could see that Liam acknowledged his superiority, but that didn't stop him from uttering such genuine words. Normally, people would opt for pleasantries in those situations. Even if Liam was right, the situation made him wrong. That was the unfair reality of social constructs. Yet, Liam had opted for something rarely seen in the cultivation world. He had said the truth, and in quite the blinding fashion. "Disciple Eric, did Disciple Kyle use the fiery fists?" the disciplinary elder asked, intrigued by the situation. He was still heavily against Liam, but that honesty had earned him a chance. "Disciple Kyle did," Eric confirmed, "but the outsider must possess movement-oriented martial arts. Disciple Kyle never succeeded in landing a hit." "Do you think he is a spy from another sect?" the elder wondered. "Disciplinary elder, may I?" Lucy requested, surprising the very elder since he diverted his gaze for the first time. "Speak," the elder ordered. Lucy shuddered under that direct gaze, but lowered her head and steeled her resolve so that words could come out of her mouth. "Liam, the outsider, can't use his chi. He doesn't even know what a circulation technique is. He knows nothing about the cultivation world." "That's preposterous," Eric shouted. "Are you implying that a random outsider beat Brother Kyle's fiery fists without using any chi?" "It might sound unrealistic, disciplinary elder," Lucy confirmed. "But Liam truly has no idea. I confirmed it myself." "You dash," Eric began to say, only for pressure to descend on him and interrupt his statement. "Silence," the disciplinary elder ordered, focusing on Liam again. "So, outsider, how did you beat Disciple Kyle's fiery fists without using chi?" That would have been another opportunity to save Kyle and the sect's reputation. Liam only had to come up with some excuse and humiliate himself. Yet those social constructs escaped Liam's mind. "He was incredibly slow," Liam explained. At once, everyone on the scene felt the urge to hide their faces behind their hands. There should be a limit to idiocy, but Liam refused to stick with it. "Have you come here to insult the Pale Moon sect?" the disciplinary elder questioned, the pressure he radiated intensifying. "Are we so little in your eyes that you feel no fear for your life?" "It's not that I don't feel fear," Liam said. "But if you wanted to kill me, there would be nothing I could do." That was the core of Liam's new mindset, which he applied to others but also himself. Life was brittle and he was no exception. In Liam's mind, he had already done multiple unforgivable things. He felt he deserved punishment, and his power was the only thing keeping it at bay. Since he had met someone stronger than him and from whom he couldn't escape, that part of him was forsaken. It wasn't a matter of right or wrong. It wasn't about fairness. It was simply how the world worked. "And I don't understand why everyone is getting insulted," Liam added. "I came here to join a sect and learn about cultivation. Can I?" The disciplinary elder couldn't believe that Liam was still talking about joining the sect despite how much the situation had degenerated. Yet, his first response had been quite praiseworthy, prompting the elder to put that determination to the test. "Very well," the disciplinary elder exclaimed, finally letting go of Liam's shoulder. "Then let me check your dantian to see if you are worthy." The elder didn't need to say it, but the audience understood his plan, and many peeked past their bows to check the scene. Only Lucy kept her head lowered, knowing that she would let something slip. Still, Liam acted before everyone could even finish processing the elder's words. "The dantian is the warm thing here, right?" Liam asked, pointing at his lower waist. "Sure." The disciplinary elder didn't say anything. His hand even reached for Liam's waist, albeit slowly. He wanted to see whether Liam would pull back or show any fear, but there was nothing but innocence in his expression. "You truly don't know?" the disciplinary elder muttered, retracting his hand before it could touch Liam's waist, his stern expression finally making some room for surprise. "Don't know about what?" Liam wondered. "The dantian is the most precious and private place for cultivators," the disciplinary elder explained. "You should never let anyone check it unless you absolutely trust them, and they might have ill intentions, too." "Uncle, did you have bad intentions, sir?" Liam questioned, not sure how he should address the elder. "And shouldn't I trust you since I want to join your sect?" Liam also couldn't understand what the big deal was since his life was already in the man's hands. Still, his last round of honesty made the elder abandon any pretense of hostility. "Liam, I've decided to believe you," the disciplinary elder announced. "Come with me. Let's see if you are worthy of joining the Pale Moon sect." Liam's eyes lit up in excitement. His incredibly long shot seemed to have borne fruit, making him restless. That excitement brought Liam's gaze to Lucy, but she kept her head lowered. The disciplinary elder also didn't hesitate to turn, so Liam had to put aside that matter to follow him. "Clean this mess," the disciplinary elder ordered while crossing Eric, "and tell disciple Kyle to work on his footwork." "Yes, disciplinary elder," Eric shouted, not daring to raise his head either, which was a common trend as Liam walked behind the middle-aged man. Anyone the elder crossed reaffirmed their polite bows. Liam couldn't look anyone in the eye as he climbed the path, eventually reaching the point where the circular boulders began. Now that I think about it, Liam realized during the climb, Carl had worn a similar stance back then. Liam made a mental note to ask Lucy about those bows while the climb continued, the structure eventually claiming his attention. Those paths didn't have much to study, but the braziers and their oddly colored fire were interesting enough, allowing Liam to notice the numbers carved in the rock under each one of them. Also, the paths widened and grew emptier the higher Liam went. The more space was available, the fewer people occupied it, but Liam could blame the late hour for that. Eventually, the paths ended in a vast plateau where the first building Liam had spotted earlier stood. Stepping there also revealed a few huts he hadn't seen before, as well as a slightly elevated and tiled square area. Liam couldn't linger in his inspection of those additional structures since the elder headed directly for the main building. Its entrance featured two thick pillars with a short staircase at its base, which led to an immense open hall. Liam knew he had never seen such a tall ceiling. He even had the youthful urge to reach the handrail at the hall's edge to peek at what promised to be the most breathtaking scenery he had ever seen. However, the elder moved in the opposite direction, heading for the mountain's slope, which the building seemed to have dug into. Multiple wooden, sliding doors stood there, and the elder opened one to lead Liam into a corridor. According to Liam's calculations, that was already inside the mountain, but the place featured no rocks or unique cold. The walk ended there. The elder seemingly opened a random door in the corridor, leading Liam inside a small room illuminated by a single lantern hanging from the ceiling, before leaving him with a single order. "Wait here," the elder said before returning to the corridor and closing the door behind him. Liam did as ordered, but his eyes kept darting left and right. The room looked utterly ordinary, nothing Liam had never seen before, but he kept spotting traces of magic. Even Mirwood felt otherworldly now that he knew it was the home of cultivators. The elder didn't take long to return. After a few minutes, He entered the room carrying a small vase with a strange white flower growing from it. Except for 2 leaves, the plant didn't have anything else. Pour a drop of blood on the soil, the disciplinary elder ordered, sitting cross-legged before placing the vase on the floor. Liam was still on his feet, and that question awakened troubling memories. Everything felt eerily similar to the test he had performed with Carl, and he knew how that had ended. "What?" the elder asked as soon as Liam showed the faintest trace of hesitation. "My blood does strange things," Liam admitted. "I want to see them," the disciplinary elder declared, giving Liam no room for negotiations. Liam sighed internally. His life wasn't in his hands anyway. It was forfeited the moment the elder had appeared, so he could only comply and hope for the best. After mimicking the elder's sitting stance, Liam ran his forefinger on one of the blades on his belt before squeezing it over the vase. A drop of blood quickly fell in the soil, mixing with it, but nothing unfolded. Liam's hopes surged, only to crumble in the next second. The plant moved on its own, its leaves twitching, and its flowers' petals opening even further, only for black veins to immediately expand all over it. And, right in front of Liam's eyes, the flower withered and died, crumbling into dust that released a trail of dark, smelly smoke. Liam got ready to hear the predicted terrible judgment, but the disciplinary elder remained stern, even leaning toward the dispersing smoke to smell it. "A poison core," the disciplinary elder announced, seemingly talking to himself. How rare. Liam didn't understand that announcement, and the result's similarity with what had happened with Carl kept him silent. He would say something wrong if he tried to speak, so he only checked the cut on his finger, wondering why his blood had such effects. That confusion didn't go unnoticed, but the elder didn't address it yet. Instead, he leaned forward to grab Liam's right arm, pulling up his sleeve to expose the dragon-shaped burn. Liam was about to worry, but the elder didn't give him the time. The man immediately let go of his arm, looking down at the now empty vase, lost in thought. "Uncle?" Liam called when the silence became too much to bear. "Sir, can I become a cultivator?" "You already are," the disciplinary elder revealed. "You are at the foundation stage, which seems quite advanced, too." "Is that good?" Liam asked. The disciplinary elder finally lifted his gaze, studying Liam's face. Much about Liam sounded impossible, or at least unrealistic, but the elder couldn't see any lies on his face. "Do those who awakened your core truly tell you nothing?" the elder questioned, and Liam opted for a silent shake of his head. "The core is like a seed," the elder explained. "However, unlike plants and trees, cultivators need specific nutrients to grow it, nutrients that match their Dantian's nature." Liam's brain connected some dots at that point, and his mouth voiced those conclusions. "I have a poison core, so I need to eat poison to grow it?" "Correct," the disciplinary elder confirmed, glad that Liam was only ignorant and not stupid, which deepened his internal conflict. Meanwhile, Liam realized something. Pieces of a vague puzzle finally fell into place and came together, creating a relatively complete picture. "Don't tell me," Liam thought, "did the divine cult's drug help me?" Liam had already suspected that his current strength couldn't be the result of mere physical training, no matter how torturous it was. There had to be more, and Liam had finally understood what. "Awakening the core is the first stage," the disciplinary elder described. "It's like planting the seed. Next is completing the foundation, like watering the seed until its main roots are fully developed. We call those spiritual roots." "So," Liam guessed, "I've developed my main roots?" "You have chi in you," the disciplinary elder revealed. "I don't know if you completed your foundation, but you have a lot of it." "How can you tell?" Liam asked. "Higher stages of cultivation allow you to sense such things," the disciplinary elder explained. "There are also perception-oriented martial arts that produce similar results." Liam nodded, but couldn't help but ask his next question. "Sir, if I'm already a cultivator and my foundation is good, what's the problem?" "The problem is that the Pale Moon sect doesn't accept disciples so late after the recruitment period," the elder stated. "You'd be behind your peers, and no elder has the time to catch you up on things. Liam was ready to promise the world, but the elder ended up speaking again first. But it is quite fortuitous for you to come here, the discipline elder declared. The Pale Moon sect is famous for its alchemy division. It's almost as if the heavens brought you here. Liam arched his eyebrows. The elder had lost him with that last statement. Luckily, the former spotted that confusion. A poison core requires poison to develop and flourish, the elder explained. However, as your cultivation level increases, you won't be able to find natural poisons powerful enough to push your core's growth even further. That made sense. In general, a bigger plant needed more water and sunlight than its smaller version. Liam could understand the same applying to Dantians. He simply didn't know what the alchemy division had to do with it. Of course, that was because Liam had no idea of what an alchemist was or did, which the elder eventually realized. Alchemists specialize in the production of medicinal pills and elixirs, but also poisons, the disciplinary elder stated. I'm saying that if you want to embark on the cultivation journey, you must become an alchemist. Liam had to admit that he didn't know how to take the news. Everything felt too sudden and distant for him to realize what it meant. If anything, Liam felt that he had to study something that wasn't battle-related, which was disappointing. After all, his goal demanded strength, which those alchemists seemed to have nothing to do with. Can't I just buy poison from other alchemists? Liam genuinely wondered, not even knowing what currency cultivators used. Cores are private, personal things. The disciplinary elder shook his head. You might be fine initially, but you'll eventually need nutrients tailored for your Dantian's needs. Liam didn't speak anymore at that point. He still didn't know much, if anything, about the cultivation world. Yet, his goal probably stretched as far as the Dragon King, and he had to believe that ruler to be immensely powerful. That power had to come from higher stages of cultivation, meaning that Liam couldn't stop at being average. He needed to reach similar, if not superior, levels, making the ability to concoct tailored poisons mandatory. Nevertheless, the disciplinary elder made his decision during Liam's short silence, drawing a square wooden tablet from inside his robe and handing it to him. This will open the last cave down the main path, the elder explained while Liam seized the tablet. You will spend the night in the sect. Come the first lights tomorrow. We'll test your spiritual roots and decide whether to accept you as a disciple. The elder had basically said that the sect had to check whether Liam was worth the hassle of welcoming him after the recruitment period. Yet, Liam didn't really get that, and his eyes lit up in excitement at that opportunity. Thank you, sir, Liam exclaimed. Liam's blinding excitement almost painted a smile on the elder's expression, but he held it back. Don't thank me yet, the elder scolded, his hand reaching for his pale gray robe's insides again. And take this in the meantime. See it as a reward for beating Disciple Kyle without using chi. Liam's eyes would brighten even further if they could. He had to actively hold back from snatching the item from the elder's hand as soon as he offered it to him. That's the sex circulation technique, the disciplinary elder explained while Liam greedily unfurled the small piece of paper. After you memorize it, burn it. The piece of paper looked worthless, but Liam held it as if it were the most precious item in the world, and the same went for the words written on it. The item only had 4 lines, but Liam couldn't help but treasure them. After all, that was Liam's first step in the cultivation world, at least the first conscious one. That's it for today, the elder announced before Liam could finish studying the technique. I'll escort you to your cave now. The disciplinary elder didn't wait for Liam's response and stood up, forcing him to follow. The two trod the previous path backward, which was now empty, until they reached the very first or last circular boulder down the mountain. Rest now, Liam, the elder ordered, nodding at the circular boulder. You have a big day tomorrow. Liam understood what the elder wanted him to do. He wielded the square tablet and awkwardly waved it at the boulder, which began to slide to its right. A simple, small, and mostly empty rocky chamber expanded in Liam's view. The place lacked anything worth noting, even appearing poorer than some of Liam's resting spots on Crossstones Mountain, but he couldn't help but marvel at it. After all, Liam had never really owned anything after his family's death. Yet he now had a cave, his own personal lair. However, the elder had inspected Liam during the process. For someone who claimed to know nothing about the cultivation world, he had shown familiarity with the wooden tablet, which contradicted his story. "It's an unwritten rule for cultivators not to probe each other's secrets," the elder announced. "But, Liam, if you try to bring any harm to the Pale Moon sect, I'll kill you myself, understood?" A tinge of terrifying pressure fell on Liam, sending a chill down his back, snapping his gaze to the elder, only to discover that he had disappeared. And Liam didn't understand what he had done initially, until his gaze fell on the square tablet. Understanding arrived at that point, reminding him of a bitter past that quelled any innocent excitement lingering in his mind. Still, help came in Liam's way. Liam entered the small cave, noticing the praying mat at its center, a set of candles with matches on one side, and a clean, folded pale gray robe on the other. However, Liam suddenly turned, feeling observed, only to find Lucy standing in front of the entrance. "You are alive," Lucy exclaimed, smiling. "That's good. Miss Lucy, thank you for your help earlier," Liam didn't forget to say, "and for standing up for me. Elder Logan might look scary, but he is fair," Lucy explained. "It's the only reason why I dared to speak without permission." Liam couldn't help but nod. The disciplinary elder was scary but had still rewarded him, which inevitably left a good impression. "Why are you here?" Liam asked. "Were you waiting for me?" "I was," Lucy confirmed. "Just like I'm waiting for you to invite me in now." "Oh," Liam realized his mistake. "Please, come on in." "Thank you," Lucy giggled, cupping her fist to perform a quick bow before crossing the cave's entrance. "So, did you join the sect?" "The disciplinary elder said that they'll test my spiritual roots in the morning," Liam explained. "Whatever that means." "It means they want to test your talent before allowing you in," Lucy revealed. "The number of spiritual roots decides how much chi a cultivator can accumulate and how vast and firm his foundation can be." The comparison with trees came in handy there for Liam. If the dantian were a seed, having more, stronger roots would allow it to give birth and support a bigger plant. "So," Liam said, wanting to confirm his guess, "the more spiritual roots I have, the stronger I can become. Only a strong foundation can support higher cultivation stages." Lucy nodded. "Though I wouldn't worry in your case. A strong body is a great indicator, for the body is the soil where the dantian's roots can sprout." Lucy had used Carl's exact words, which Liam could guess came from standard teachings now. They also made more sense after learning about the comparison with trees. A better, more fertile soil would facilitate the birth of healthier, more flourishing plants. In the same way, a strong body could allow the growth of more spiritual roots. "How many spiritual roots can cultivators have?" Liam asked, his gaze following Lucy as she began wandering through the cave. "3 is the minimum to allow a mortal to embark on the cultivation journey," Lucy explained. "Any less, and a person would fail to accumulate enough chi to prevent his core from withering." "So, cores can wither," Liam noted down in his mind. "Anything below 6 is ordinary," Lucy continued. 6 is already good, but obviously rarer." Liam's thoughts went to Adrian. Sires had told him he had average talent, which probably placed him under 6 spiritual roots. "Above 6 are the talented," Lucy added. 7 and 8 are incredible but also incredibly rare. As for 9, that's a proper genius blessed by the heavens, hence almost unheard of. "Is 9 spiritual roots the limit?" Liam asked. "Yes," Lucy responded, turning toward Liam, only to hesitate in front of his evident curiosity. "Sort of." Liam tilted his head in confusion, at which Lucy could only sigh helplessly. She didn't want to fill that ignorant mind with useless information, but that innocence kept defeating her. "The Dragon King is said to have 10 spiritual roots," Lucy revealed. "But that's a realm beyond the heavens' talent, something only a direct son of the ancestral beasts can possess." Liam's eyes went wide, but Lucy misunderstood his reaction and smiled before resuming strolling through the cave. In her mind, She had just told Liam that the ancestral beasts were real, so his surprise was understandable. As they say, Lucy chanted, 9 is perfection, 10 is divine. Of course, far different thoughts had filled Liam's mind, together with his forearm's annoying itch. At once, he knew that he had stumbled on a major problem. The first realization involved the Dragon King. Liam had only heard Crazy Uncle mention that the king was the ancestral dragon's son, making him think that the matter was secret. That assumption had turned out to be wrong. There was even a saying about it. Apparently, the fact that the king was the son of the Dragon of Pride was common knowledge in the cultivation world. Then, the second realization came, together with its terrible implications. Will I also have 10 spiritual roots? Liam gasped in his mind. While apparently promising immense benefits, the fact that Liam was the son of the Snake of Hatred was his greatest secret, something he absolutely couldn't allow others to discover. If that news came out and word reached the Dragon King, it wouldn't just be about Liam losing his life. Cyrus and Adrian might be implicated, too. After all, the king had launched the kingdom-wide screening to flush out the ancestral snake's son. Liam had to believe the king would stop at nothing to kill him and eradicate any trace of his existence, including those who might have helped him remain hidden. Do all ancestral beast sons have 10 spiritual roots? Liam asked, not wanting to fall prey to despair yet. There was a flaw in what Lucy had said. Liam didn't know how much Crazy Uncle was to be believed, but he allegedly was the ancestral turtle's son. If the cultivation world knew about the king, it should be aware of that old man, too. So they say, Lucy casually responded. The Dragon King is the only cultivator known to have claimed such a feat even then. The achievement is so incredible it has become legend. That was a non-answer. It didn't prove or disprove anything. Crazy Uncle might have lied, just like he might have kept his bloodline a secret from the world. Is there a way to fake this test? Liam questioned, his despair gaining ground. Lucy stopped wandering and giggled at the sight of Liam's panic. She mistook it for simple anxiety, prompting her to reassure him again. I told you not to worry, Lucy reminded. I've never seen or heard of anyone as strong as you. Besides, you are already a foundation expert. That much is proof of your talent. Those words worsened Liam's despair instead of reassuring him. If his strength was really as unheard of as Lucy claimed, he might truly possess the so-called divine 10 spiritual roots. Look, Lucy sighed, since Liam's panic didn't wane. Cultivation talent comes from multiple factors. Liam had long since stopped worrying about his lack of talent. His problem was that he might have too much of it, but he remained silent to avoid misspeaking. We all carry traces of the ancestral beast's bloodlines, Lucy continued, with levels depending on how much blood we share, but our upbringing also plays an important role. Liam was almost ready to hope again, only for Lucy's following words to deliver the finishing blow. Even the most fertile ground has to be maintained, Lucy explained. Hunger, illnesses, and other problems can stunt growth, sullying the body, making it unsuitable for cultivation. Lucy smiled again. But you clearly grew up properly. It's evident. The muscular frame and broad shoulders highlighted by the tight robe confirmed that point and claimed Lucy's gaze. But Liam's thoughts had already moved elsewhere. As the son of a hunter, Liam had never lacked meat. Life in the mountains had also been the perfect training ground, developing a body no kid his age could match. When Liam coupled that with his bloodline, his situation became utterly hopeless. He now felt almost sure that the imminent test would expose his secret. What's that? Lucy asked in front of Liam's silence, nodding at the furled piece of paper in his hands, wanting to distract him from his apparent anxiety. The disciplinary elder gave me the sex circulation technique, Liam responded absent-mindedly. He also said I have a poison core. The second part of Liam's statement dispelled Lucy's smile and made her widen her eyes, before a trace of annoyance invaded her expression. You shouldn't have told me that, Lucy scolded. Didn't I tell you to stop being so trusting? Lucy's past words had actually only applied to old men, but Liam realized his mistake. If cores truly were the most precious and private places for cultivators, Their nature was probably best kept a secret. Still, Lucy took the matter a step further, wanting to give Liam clear examples of what she meant. "What if I decided to tamper with your nutrients?" Lucy questioned. "Now that I know what you need to cultivate, I can use it to my advantage and ruin your core." Liam opened his mouth but didn't reply. Lucy was completely right. It was actually the same with the animals Liam had hunted. Learning their habits and needs was key in laying proper traps, and the same seemed to apply to cultivators. "But," Lucy exclaimed, dropping her serious tone, "we might become brother and sister of the sect tomorrow. You still shouldn't divulge such information so carelessly, but I'm fine being the exception." Lucy was just teasing Liam at that point, but he took the scolding to heart. He had already messed up with the elder earlier, and tomorrow's seemingly certain doom soured his mood even further. "Come on, close the cave," Lucy sighed, wanting to ease the atmosphere. "I'll help you understand the circulation technique." The mention of the technique snapped Liam out of his sourness. He had finally gotten his hands on a piece of the cultivation journey, basically making it real in his mind, managing to distract him. After getting scolded about secrecy, Liam didn't hesitate to bring his square tablet to the entrance, which began to close before he could wave it awkwardly at it. Privacy arrived, and Liam turned to find Lucy sitting cross-legged on the praying mat, waiting for him. "This is the lotus position," Lucy explained, nodding at a spot in front of her. "Hurry up." Liam quickly sat in front of Lucy, unfurling the piece of paper to give it a proper look, but the frown that followed hinted at problems. "You can read, can't you?" Lucy chuckled, while part of her seriously worried about that. "As long as the words aren't too complicated," Liam revealed, his frown deepening as he found many of those complicated words on those 4 lines. "Show me what you can't read," Lucy invited, but Liam didn't show her anything, instead bringing the piece of paper to his chest. "You are learning," Lucy praised. "But we all receive the same low-grade circulation technique when we enter the sect." "Low-grade?" Liam questioned. "Are there better ones?" "Medium and high-grade," Lucy nodded. "Though I don't know if the Pale Moon sect has those. I'm only an outer disciple after all." As humble as Lucy had sounded, Liam still saw her as the most knowledgeable person he knew, prompting a genuine question. "How do you know so much about cultivation?" "I've joined the Pale Moon sect during the second-last recruitment period," Lucy explained. "I've been here for over a year and attended many lessons." That statement revealed how much Liam needed the sect. Lucy spoke of many incredible topics as if they were common knowledge. They probably were. Liam was the problem there, and the ability to solve it was now in doubt. "And I have a blood core," Lucy suddenly revealed. "See? That's how cultivators exchange information. A secret for a secret." The revelation distracted Liam, and he instantly connected it to what he had seen earlier that night. "So, when I met you," Liam mentioned. "Those are blank leaves," Lucy nodded. "They gain the properties of whatever they are fed with. I grow them with my blood, so they work as nutrients for my core." Liam's eyes went wide. He knew animals more than plants, but those blank leaves sounded magical. Still, his shock came from something else. If Liam wanted to, he could now ruin Lucy's garden and hinder her cultivation. Actually, a proper expert could tamper with those plants, making Lucy ingest nutrients that could damage her core. "You shouldn't have told me that," Liam exclaimed. "Do you understand now?" Lucy asked. "But well, as serious as you are, it's probably best to tell you how important my garden is. I know you won't mention it by mistake now." Liam nodded repeatedly. He wasn't good with lies, but learning about the garden's importance would ensure his silence when put on the spot. "The sect has protected gardens," Lucy added, "but they cost contribution points, so I set mine outside. Anyway, circulation technique." Liam didn't hesitate to show the piece of paper now, his finger pointing at anything he couldn't read. "This," Liam muttered. This, also this too, and I'm not really sure about this one." Lucy didn't mock Liam. Instead, she noted down everything, knowing why Liam was so lost. "Those are words specific to the Qi channels," Lucy explained. adding details before Liam could ask for them. They are the pathways where the chi flows, also known as meridians. That prompt addition had solved one of Liam's doubts, but more arrived. Still, Lucy had been ready for them. "This is the transcendent immersion," Lucy said, pointing at one of the complicated words. "It's a way of breathing that allows you to sense your chi more clearly and interact with it. You'll need it until you learn to control it without it." Lucy proceeded to explain all the other highlighted points, and Liam listened attentively, but a different kind of understanding also spread. It wasn't just about general knowledge. Merely reading techniques required study. Certain words implied meanings that ordinary people could never connect to actual practices. And Liam had to believe that everything about the cultivation world was like that, meaning that he desperately needed teachers. As Liam currently was, he wouldn't be able to grow stronger on his own. He wouldn't be able to do anything at all. Someone had to teach him how to walk before he could hope to run, and that someone was the sect. "Do you need me to repeat something?" Lucy asked once she was done explaining. Liam shook his head, emboldened by that new realization. The situation was hopeless, but accepting it allowed him to stop worrying and focus on the little he had managed to seize, starting with that technique and Lucy's trust. So, Liam placed the wooden tablet and the piece of paper on the mat, adjusting his cross-legged stance and closing his eyes, reviewing Lucy's instructions before beginning to follow them. Liam's breathing pace changed. He performed 4 short breaths in quick succession before doing a deep one, only to immediately repeat the process. The practice made Liam lightheaded and put him in a trance-like state, bringing his mind closer to the sense of fulfillment inside him. That energy gradually gained a more tangible shape, or rather, his will attuned to it, learning to touch it. Slowly, the energy Liam sensed in his lower waist started to rise. He willed it to do so, pushing it higher and higher, until it reached his heart. There, the energy met a hindrance, a filter that demanded more of Liam's effort to cross. Only fragments came out of the other side, smaller but purer, continuing to rise toward his head. Once the fragments reached Liam's head, he gained newfound control over them and the paths they could take. He saw countless roads lighting up inside his body, and he decided to fill them all. Liam willed the fragments to descend, pushing them back to his heart, which pumped them out, warming his back as they spread throughout his body, reaching even the tips of his toes. And that wasn't the end. More energy was rising from Liam's dantian, slamming on the filter that was his heart, waiting to be refined and turned into power his body could use. Yet, the overlap of processes made Liam lose control, and his body expelled the mystical warmth that had filled it. Liam restored his usual way of breathing, opening his eyes while the last traces of his lightheadedness dispersed. Still, his gaze quickly focused when he noticed the disbelief in Lucy's face, as well as her fluttering hair and the unmaking of her bun. "Who even are you?" Lucy muttered, her tone almost timid, not knowing whether to feel blessed or cursed to have witnessed the scene. Initially, Liam couldn't understand the reason behind Lucy's fluttering hair, nor what might have unmade her bun. However, the scene unlocked a memory. Liam couldn't forget how the jailer had unleashed an ominous wind during their battle, right before wearing a battle stance and collapsing. As if to further connect those dots, shadows in the cave moved, bringing Liam's attention to the lit candle near the wall. Its flame had flickered, confirming the presence of a light breeze. Liam peeked past his shoulder, confirming that the entrance was still closed, only for his brain to catch up with something it had spotted earlier, bringing his gaze back to it, almost making him gasp. To Liam's surprise, a significant chunk of the candle had disappeared, melted wax covering its now lower top. "Has it been that long already?" Liam exclaimed in his mind, wanting to confirm the issue with Lucy, only to find her still stunned, trapped in thoughts he couldn't guess. "It took me a whole day to complete the first cycle," Lucy declared. "You did it in 6 hours." Liam obviously had no terms of comparison, so he couldn't understand how shocking his achievement had been. As for Lucy, she had already guessed that Liam had great talent, but he had still accomplished that feat 4 times faster. She wasn't bad to begin with, meaning he had to be exceptional. Of course, there were factors that had nothing to do with talent, which Lucy hinted at with her following question. How advanced is your foundation? Liam had no idea what to respond to that. He had just barely understood what the foundation was and how it worked. At most, he could repeat the disciplinary elder's words. The disciplinary elder said that my foundation seemed quite advanced, Liam stated. Lucy didn't say anything. That definitely played a role, but 4 times faster remained astonishing. And there was more. She leaned forward, reaching for Liam's face, only to remember the previous altercation. May I? Lucy asked, and Liam glanced in confusion at the hand in front of him before nodding. Liam had half expected Lucy to reach for his hair, but her hand went on his forehead instead, her fingers searching for something, which they didn't find. You aren't even sweating, Lucy gasped, retracting her hand. How vast is your foundation? Clearly, advanced and vast implied 2 different characteristics, which Liam's evident confusion eventually forced Lucy to explain. The cheese quality improves alongside our cultivation level, Lucy said, with major jumps at the breakthroughs. The better the chi, the easier it is to summon, and the stronger its effects. Instead, Lucy continued, the foundation size almost always involves the spiritual roots. The more numerous they are, the more chi a cultivator can possess. So, did I succeed? Liam wondered, not really knowing how to interact with that topic. No, you lost control, Lucy revealed. The chi should circulate through your body and aid its functions and moves. That's why it's called a circulation technique. Liam now understood how Lucy had climbed the mountain in such incredible fashion. With the chi helping her, she had unleashed moves that ordinary humans couldn't imitate even after decades of training. What about martial arts? Liam wondered, recalling Kyle's fiery fists. How are they different? Are you feeling tired at all? Lucy questioned, preventing Liam from asking the question that had popped into his mind. Should I? Liam wondered. Using chi is no different than exercising, Lucy explained. Exhaustion and fainting can happen, but just like with muscle soreness, resting will fix that. My core will make more chi? Liam questioned. It won't wither? Only long periods of drought can make a core wither and recede, Lucy reassured. Merely using the chi it produces won't. I was on a timer then, Liam realized. He didn't know how long a core could survive without nutrients before withering, but being kidnapped by the divine cult had been fortuitous in some twisted sense. If releasing that much chi didn't tire you at all, Lucy eventually sighed, breaking her sitting stance to lean slightly back and support herself on her arms. You truly have nothing to worry about the test. Your foundation is as strong as your muscles. Lucy looked slightly tired, forcing Liam to acknowledge another point. He still couldn't wrap his head around the fact that 6 hours had passed in a blink, but the fact that Lucy seemed to have watched over him throughout them took priority. Miss Lucy, Liam called, did you really spend 6 hours watching me? Why do you trust me so much? Liam's honesty delivered a heavy blow to Lucy's heartstrings, but she was slowly getting used to it. Despite some superficial idiocy, Liam seemed capable of thoughtful reasoning, but that only improved her impression of him. I told you the cultivation world isn't nice, Lucy reminded. But here you are, a cultivator who doesn't act like a cultivator. Liam wanted to argue otherwise, but his personal experiences confirmed Lucy's words. All his interactions with cultivators had been terrible, and that included the Pale Moon sect. Even Lucy had only become an exception after clearing an initial misunderstanding. I guess after spending over a year wary about everything and everyone, Lucy continued, her gaze wandering over the cave's dim ceiling. It's nice to find someone whom I don't have to worry about. A melancholic atmosphere descended, one that Liam could partially relate to. The cultivation world promised wonders, but it had an entrance fee, with suffering and loneliness as some of its most common currencies. Liam had even seen worse offenders. He had dislocated a grown man's shoulder with a mere pull, using only raw strength. Once he mastered the chi and his cultivation level improved even further, the gap from ordinary people would widen. For someone who already saw life as frail, that wasn't ideal. Chances were mortals would become, well, mortal, their very existence meaningless in every sense of the word. Still, that joint, melancholic silence didn't last long, since a familiar deep voice resounded from outside the entrance, echoing inside the cave. "Outsider Liam," the disciplinary elder shouted, his voice strangely clear despite the still sealed cave. "Your test awaits." Surprise invaded the melancholic silence, shattering it completely, delivering updates both Liam and Lucy should have realized earlier. Liam had reached the Pale Moon sect at quite a late hour, and the altercation with Kyle had wasted even more time. After spending so long immersed in the circulation technique, the night had obviously run its course. And with the morning's arrival came the feared test, which had just become unavoidable. Even if Liam wanted to consider escaping the sect, it was too late now, since the disciplinary elder had decided to pick him up personally. Yet, Liam didn't panic. The situation was hopeless, so he gave up, abandoning any pointless worry or anxiety. If that were to be the unfair end of his journey, he could at least acknowledge that he had done his best. "For what it's worth," Liam announced, looking meaningfully at Lucy. "Miss Lucy, thank you truly. Know that it has never been my intention to trick you." The seriousness in those words prolonged Lucy's surprise, and Liam didn't wait for her to recover. He stood up, throwing one last look at the circulation technique, before approaching the partially consumed candle to burn the piece of paper. Afterward, Liam simply headed for the entrance, pointing the square tablet at it to open it. "Wait!" Lucy called, a troubling realization settling in her mind when the circular boulder began to open, but it was too late. The entrance opened, shining cold, gray morning light into the cave. The disciplinary elder stood right in front of it, his stance as stern as always, but the scene that unfolded in his eyes threatened to disrupt it. Liam's face was also stern, his cold, resolute gaze showing no trace of fear when it met the elder's. He hadn't changed either, still wearing the black robe from the previous night. Instead, Lucy quickly hurried toward the entrance, cupping her fist and bowing at the elder, even greeting him loudly, only for him to spot her disheveled hair. The disciplinary elder suppressed the urge to smirk, but his stern gaze eased a bit, even prompting a comment. "You are full of surprising talents." Liam frowned in confusion, even glancing at Lucy, but she kept her head lowered to hide her face. Unlike Liam, Lucy knew how the situation looked and what the elder had meant, bringing an embarrassed blush to her cheeks. Nevertheless, the elder didn't waste time or clarify himself. He promptly turned, heading up the path, forcing Liam to follow along. The path was as empty as the previous night, but Liam's ears told a different story, which his eyes soon became able to see. A crowd of people donning pale gray robes expanded in his view as soon as he reached the plateau, almost filling that area to the brim. Liam mostly spotted young faces before everyone performed those iconic bows, greeting the disciplinary elder loudly. The crowd had also left a path open for him, which he crossed without hesitation, leading Liam to the main, tall building. Unlike the plateau, the vast hall was mostly empty, only featuring a middle-aged man and a woman in her 30s sitting cross-legged next to the handrail that separated the wooden floor from a fall that could bring someone directly to the mountain's base. Liam's animal instincts tingled at the sight of those cross-legged figures. They weren't as hostile as the disciplinary elder had been last night, but Liam felt compelled to acknowledge their unclear strength. They weren't ordinary people, but the event had no room for introductions. A stand as tall as Liam's waist rose between the two sitting figures, a transparent, spherical item resting on the pillow on top of it. The disciplinary elder headed directly there, only exchanging a nod with the middle-aged man and woman before stepping aside to clear the path for Liam. In the meantime, footsteps and whispers resounded among the young crowd outside the building. Those people gathered at the hall's edge, forming relatively orderly lines, their curious gazes glued on Liam. It seemed the event was highly unusual, turning into an exciting spectacle that had Liam at its center. He understood as much, but his helplessness only deepened. After all, it had now become utterly impossible to hide or keep private whatever result the test would bring. This sphere was inscribed to absorb chi and display its features, the disciplinary elder explained. Don't be scared and let it draw as much chi as it needs. Liam glanced at the elder, only for him to nod at the spherical item, hinting at what he had to do. So, Liam stepped forward, his hesitant hand reaching for the sphere until the latter took control of the event. As soon as Liam's fingertips touched that transparent, smooth surface, a pulling force drew his entire palm on it. He instinctively tried to yank his hand away, only for the sphere not to budge, gluing his skin to it. At the same time, the mystical energy inside Liam began to move on its own, rising from his waist to flow into his left arm and seep into the sphere. The sphere immediately changed. A dark green glow began to shine at its center, converging into a seed-like item that radiated obscuring light. Then, the seed-like item brightened even further, and protuberances grew from it. 3 roots shining with the same dark green color sprouted and expanded, but that was far from the end. In the next second, 3 more roots sprouted, intensifying that dark light, only for the 7th to arrive and finally put some interest in the sitting figures' faces. When the 8th root arrived, the 2 sitting figures completely turned their heads at the now dark sphere. As for Liam, he tried to pull back with even more strength at that reaction, but nothing moved. "Do something, stupid snake!" Liam shouted in his mind, but no hiss resounded in his ears, leaving him alone to witness the situation degenerate even further. Gasps resounded from the crowd outside the hall when the dark light brightened once more at the birth of the 9th root. The sitting figures also wore proper shock at that point, their eyes widening while their lips parted in pure astonishment. But the process wasn't over. Liam sensed the sphere drawing even more of his chi, its eerie, dark light becoming almost blinding. He squinted his eyes, seeing the seed-like item shake, wanting to birth something else, making him desperate beyond reason. "The Dragon King will find out," Liam cried in his mind again. "You'll never get your revenge." The silence persisted, and the seed-like kept shaking. A sense of defeat even spread in Liam's mind until a sigh-like, almost annoyed hiss resounded in his ears. Liam's chi moved on its own at that hiss. Just like it had happened with Crazy Uncle, his energy got into action, empowering an ability he lacked the skills and knowledge to perform. A torrent of chi shot toward Liam's palm, draining him but also disturbing the sphere's absorption, creating an explosive imbalance that overloaded the item. The dark light suddenly flashed, only to grow far dimmer and stabilize in the next second. Liam breathed roughly and leaned forward as he finally managed to retract his head, finding himself sweating and exhausted. Yet, despite the exhaustion, Liam still looked up at the sphere, which now featured a long crack alongside its smooth surface, as well as 9 glowing dark green roots in its insides. What Lucy had mentioned earlier became evident to Liam now. Using chi was comparable to working out. Its abuse led to an exhaustion that was more mental than physical, muddling his mind, but that didn't prevent him from focusing on the issue at hand. Liam was confident a 10th root had been about to sprout, but the sphere had broken thanks to the ancestral snake's help, keeping it stuck at 9. He didn't know whether that development meant that he had to redo the test, but he dared to harbor some hope. The hope soon turned out to be justified, but the challenge was far from over, and nothing could have prepared Liam for what followed. How did the sphere break? The sitting woman wondered, her voice almost a whisper that couldn't hide its melodious nature. "Overuse," the sitting middle-aged man suggested, his hand on his long black beard, seemingly stuck in a caress. "It hasn't been maintained in decades. It never tests disciples with an advanced foundation," the disciplinary elder pointed out. But that final flash. The 3 had kept their voices down, but the silence the spectacular conclusion had enforced made them reach the crowd outside the hall anyway. Moreover, many among the crowd could see the test's result drawn on the broken sphere, which soon sparked murmurs. 9 spiritual roots. Who? The outsider. Is this real? Can cultivators truly have 9 spiritual roots? A peerless genius. The murmurs grew increasingly louder. Restlessness and excitement built up, and Liam heard it all, but he wasn't alone in that. The three people around Liam had yet to solve their confusion, but something else took priority. Liam, right? The woman called, wanting to appear graceful, only for her hurry to be evident as she stood up and approached Liam. I'm Elder June from the Sex Botanical Hall. It would be my honor to take you as my personal disciple. Elder June also wore a smile and gently moved her blonde hair away, batting her green eyes. She was a beautiful woman and wanted to use that to her advantage, but Liam didn't even notice that attempt to seduce him. I apologize for the intrusion, Elder June, the middle-aged man said, also standing up, finishing caressing his long black beard before joining his hands under his long, ample sleeves. To Liam's surprise, the man actually bowed at him, some of his long black strands falling past his ears as he addressed him. Liam, I'm Elder Lewis. I strongly suggest you join the Scripture Hall to receive the best education the Pale Moon Sect has to offer. Liam was utterly speechless, stunned by that respectful behavior and bombardment of words he didn't understand, and the process wasn't over. Nonsense, the disciplinary elder scoffed, stepping to his right so that Liam could see him. I'm Elder Logan, head of the disciplinary hall. Liam, you want to become strong. If you join my disciplinary committee, I'll teach you how to fight and even give you a martial art. The disciplinary elder had mostly guessed that point from his previous interactions with Liam, but his reaction told him he had been right. A martial art like the fiery fists? Liam exclaimed, his eyes lighting up in excitement, before a doubt showed itself and prompted another question. But didn't you say that I have to become an alchemist? The disciplinary elder cursed himself in his mind, feigning ignorance toward the two elders' glares. He had indeed given that advice, and he stood by it, but his past words had still ruined his and his fellow elders' chances of recruiting Liam. Of course, Elder Logan couldn't have predicted that Liam had 9 spiritual roots. Such a cultivator was nothing short of a walking miracle. He would have never given the advice otherwise, not in such a definitive manner at the very least. The Botanical Hall is your best choice then, Elder June intervened, trying to exploit the situation to her advantage. We work in close contact with the Alchemical Hall. It's we who grow most of the ingredients they rely upon. The Scripture Hall has all the knowledge a cultivator might ever need, Elder Lewis insisted. Liam, I heard you are wise enough to acknowledge your ignorance in the cultivation world. We can fix that. Strength is paramount for a cultivator. The disciplinary elder joined that trend. Liam, no matter what you choose to do and become, you need the strength to survive the cultivation world. That's what the disciplinary hall stands for. Liam's speechlessness persisted. That insistence hammered the point of his talent's rarity. But he didn't expect the elders to fight for him. In his mind, he only wanted to become a member of the sect. However, organizations like the sects were complicated monsters, caught in layers upon layers of political infighting. Liam obviously was unaware of that. He truly knew nothing, and his life had failed to provide him with lessons he could apply to his current situation, or at least give him ideas of what was happening. Theoretically, Liam leaned heavily toward the disciplinary elder's offer. It wasn't just about the innocent excitement of receiving a martial art. He wanted to become strong to stop being at the mercy of others and seize the power to enforce his goals on the world. Nevertheless, Liam's confusion was another glaring sign of his ignorance, making him consider whether joining the Scripture Hall would be his best choice. After all, Liam had to admit that getting lost as soon as people started talking had grown old. He clearly had a lot to learn before he could embark on and gain the confidence to survive the cultivation world. Besides, Liam's goal involved secretive topics like the ancestral beasts. The Scripture Hall was probably the ideal place where he could investigate them and learn how to better approach his goal. I want to talk to Lucy. Liam couldn't help but think in front of the 3 eager elders, only for his animal instincts to suddenly tingle to no end. That reaction wasn't limited to Liam. The elders' eyes went wide as the atmosphere turned dense but not heavy, silencing them and the crowd. Something boundless and incredible seemed to have descended upon the hall, luckily carrying no ill intent, but triggering different reactions. The braziers on the building's corners lit up on their own, flickering with gray flames, and a deep, almost ancient male voice surprisingly resounded from them simultaneously. "Alchemical Hall," the voice said, echoing in the silence the dense atmosphere had created, those mere sounds seemingly hiding the secrets of the world. And the elders wore defeated expressions for a second before cupping their fists and performing deep bows, which culminated in joint shouts. "Yes, sect leader." The elders' shouts didn't escape Liam's ears, but his mind remained stuck on the sensations that dense atmosphere had caused. The discipline elder was already a being beyond Liam's comprehension. His mere presence could freeze Liam. He could appear and disappear without Liam even noticing his moves. Yet, the voice that had resounded from the braziers was somehow even further beyond the discipline elder. It was immense and profound, as if belonging to an act of nature rather than a man. How vast is the cultivation journey? Liam wondered. And what even is strength for a cultivator? Liam could add chi to flesh and bones, but that still seemed to fall short for some reason. He couldn't explain that hunch either. That boundless voice had simply made Liam believe that there had to be more. The gray fire on the braziers vanished as quickly as it had arrived, and the same went for the dense atmosphere. The silence endured, especially when it came to the audience past the hall. But the elders soon straightened themselves. Both Elder June and Elder Lewis threw regretful looks at Liam before glancing at their companion. Now that the sect leader had spoken, the matter was beyond their reach, and it was up to the disciplinary elder to handle it. The disciplinary elder showed a similar regret, but his stern expression recovered quickly. "The Pale Moon Sect is happy to welcome you as its new disciple, Liam," the disciplinary elder declared, his voice loud enough to reach the farthest corners of the crowd. "Regulations want everyone to start as outer disciples, but your status is bound to change soon." The second part was something Liam couldn't understand, but the first was enough to fill him with innocent excitement. "Thank you, sir," Liam exclaimed. "Does it mean I get to keep the cave?" Elder June and Elder Lewis wore stiff smiles. They had only heard a summary about Liam, but it became clear that his gaps in knowledge also involved his decorum. "Until the sect finds you a better one," the disciplinary elder confirmed, knowing it was time to address some of those issues. "Disciple Lucy!" The shout was for the crowd, which opened to highlight a person standing among it. Lucy had obviously attended the event, and being called directly put her on her best behavior. "Yes, disciplinary elder," Lucy greeted, performing a bow. "Escort disciple Liam to the baths," the disciplinary elder ordered. "He must wear the Pale Moon Sect's colors from now on, and fill him in on the basics." "Yes, disciplinary elder," Lucy repeated. "Disciple Liam," the disciplinary elder promptly called. "Go to disciple Lucy and listen to what she teaches you. Also, focus on mastering the circulation technique until the sect decides what to do with you." Liam nodded. He had to admit he was quite excited. The dreaded test had gone well. The sect had welcomed him, and he could finally focus on the magical aspect of that new world. However, when Liam hurried toward the crowd without saying goodbye, something in the scene poured cold water on his excitement. Liam could now understand that the crowd was made of disciples, fellow disciples. They were supposed to be his peers, but he only saw hesitant and slightly fearful respect in their faces. Some disciples even diverted their gazes and lowered their heads, with the most glaring examples being Eric and Kyle. They also were among the crowd, and neither dared to meet Liam's eyes. That and the elder's strange behavior could only have one explanation. Liam hadn't taken Lucy's words lightly, but it seemed he had failed to understand how much having 9 spiritual roots mattered in that world. And, naturally, Liam knew he went even beyond that, which reinforced his belief to keep the matter a secret. If 9 spiritual roots could make the powerful elders fight for him, he had no idea what 10 would cause. Lucy didn't let Liam linger in that scene for too long. After noticing his hesitation, she decided to step forward and grab his arm, leading him away from the crowd. Murmurs immediately resounded, but Lucy ignored them, leading Liam to one of the huts on the plateau. She barged in, its insides featuring a rocky tunnel that led into the mountain, which she didn't hesitate to drag Liam across. The tunnel was dark, but braziers hanging from its rocky ceiling lit up at Lucy and Liam's passage. The channel was also short, opening into an underground chamber that featured a series of small waterfalls that created pool-like structures on the ground. Liam had heard the falling water even before entering the tunnel, but the scene remained captivating. The waterfalls seemed to fall from random holes in the rocky ceiling, but the pools on the floor never overflowed, hinting that something magical was at play there. Nevertheless, Lucy had no intention of letting Liam focus on the scene. As soon as the two reached the chamber, she let go of him and turned to face him, even crossing her arms in anger. "Did you know?" Lucy questioned. "It's why you asked so many questions about the spiritual roots. You knew, didn't you?" Liam opened his mouth but didn't speak. He knew what he had said, but his past words had probably sounded way more dramatic than they needed to be. He had felt justified since he thought he was done for, but things had turned for the best instead. I have a secret I absolutely can't say," Liam declared, opting for vague honesty. "Miss Lucy, you have been good to me, really good. I don't want anything to happen to you, so please don't ask." Liam also lowered his gaze, both in thought and internal conflict. "I don't want to kill her," Liam confirmed in his mind. "I like Miss Lucy, but is there a world where I'd have to make that choice?" Liam didn't want to linger in those thoughts, but they resisted his attempts to push them away. It was impossible to escape them after witnessing the other disciples' reaction to his talent. Somehow, part of Liam realized his bloodline was more than just his greatest secret. It would probably act as an eternal barrier that would force him to keep other people away, especially those he cared about. At least, that was until Liam completed his revenge. Those troubling thoughts put a depressed look on Liam's face. Lucy had been quite annoyed at those goodbye-like last words, but her anger steadily retreated, unable to survive Liam's genuine reactions. "I told you," Lucy sighed. "You are a member of the Pale Moon sect now, so it's senior sister Lucy." Liam snapped out of his depressing thoughts and looked at Lucy, some hopeful disbelief spreading inside him. "Go bathe," Lucy smiled. "I'll get you a clean robe and begin teaching you the basics. The sect can't have its Nine Roots genius still calling cultivators uncles, misses, and sirs. Hierarchy is everything." Lucy's voice resounded inside the bathing chamber, granted by seniority and status. "You are the last to join the Pale Moon sect, so everyone is a senior for you." Liam bathed while absorbing those words. The water falling on his head was strangely warm, removing all the dirt accumulated since leaving the divine cult's hideout. Disciples are split into outer, inner, and core disciples. Lucy's voice resounded from the rocky corridor again. In order of increasing relevance, expected respect, and resources the sect invests in them. The gaps in Liam's knowledge steadily shrank, keeping him silent and prolonging his bath. "You are an outer disciple now, like me," Lucy explained. "We tend to be on our own, expected to earn our stay. The sect issues a mission board every week with tasks we can complete to earn contribution points, which we can exchange for resources and services." Liam didn't need additional explanations to grasp the topic's depth. Just like with animals sharing an environment, competition for resources was the norm. Even hunters fell into that category, and Liam had been part of that game for years. Liam had counted over 50 disciples among his test's audience, which the sect probably didn't match with 50 available tasks, fostering competition, and making Lucy's general wariness about the cultivation world gain even more sense. But, Lucy continued, "With your talent, you'll become an inner, and even core, disciple in no time and move to the sect's upper plateaus. The current dispositions are just a way to give the elders time to decide what to do with you." "I'd rather stay with you," Liam admitted, leaving the warm pool to approach the folded pale gray robe resting next to it. "I heard caves in the upper plateaus have private baths," Lucy chuckled. "Inner disciples receive better resources and techniques freely. Core disciples are even groomed for positions of leadership inside the sect." Liam stopped dressing up, blinking. That did indeed sound good, but something was missing from Lucy's explanation. "Elder June said she'd take me as her personal disciple," Liam recalled. "Is that better?" That depends on the elder's status inside the sect, Lucy sighed. And it wasn't out of the goodness of her heart. Liam finished donning the new robe, retrieved his knives, pouch and square container with the divine cult's drug, and carefully hid it. The elder's hierarchy is mostly about status, Lucy explained. Most elders only work inside specific divisions. The hall's leaders are above them, and the sect leader is above them all. So, Liam concluded, disciplinary Elder Logan is more important than Elder June and Elder Lewis? That also depends on the hall's relevance inside the sect, Lucy pointed out. But generally, yes. Liam reached for the corridor now, finding Lucy at its center, who turned to show him her serious expression. A promising disciple also increases an elder's status, Lucy revealed. 9 spiritual roots are a miracle of the heavens. The elders wanted you to improve their status inside the sect. Oh, Liam exclaimed, lowering his gaze. Everything made even more sense now, especially Lucy's warnings about the cultivation world. Everyone looked out for themselves. No one truly cared about Liam. Personal gains were everything. Such was the nature of the cultivation world and probably the world in general. But the sect leader intervened to protect you and prevent infighting, Lucy reassured, smiling. Now, look at you, a proper disciple of the Pale Moon sect. Liam's gaze snapped up, only to go down again. He lifted his arms and stretched, finding that clean robe extremely comfortable and spiritually warm. After having no real home for over 10 years, Liam finally belonged somewhere. The sect sounded complicated, cynical, and slightly cruel, but it was a home nonetheless. Let me see a formal greeting now, Lucy jokingly ordered, showing what Liam had to do. Cup your fist and bow down slightly. The right fist symbolizes respect and politeness, while the left fist is for enmity and killing intent. Liam nodded and imitated Lucy, cupping his right fist, bowing down, but peeking at her to check he was performing the greeting correctly. Now say my name, Lucy prompted. Always the status first in respect to your status. Senior Sister Lucy? Liam said. Greetings, junior brother Liam, Lucy exclaimed. Today's cold truly invigorates the spirit. Liam lost Lucy at that point, but she chuckled, breaking her bow to explain herself. Those are pleasantries, casual ways to start a conversation. Though I don't think they suit you. Liam shook his head, completely agreeing with Lucy. Knowing himself, he would end up saying something stupid or easily misunderstood if he tried. Come, Lucy invited. Let's do something for your hair. Lucy led Liam back to the hut, where a comb was already resting on a step. Liam sat there, and Lucy went behind him, beginning to address the nest that was his messy hair. But face is something that you must understand, Lucy casually announced while straightening Liam's hair. Reputation is paramount. Do you remember the disciplinary elder's threats yesterday? The whole getting insulted thing? Liam wondered, keeping his head still against the many knots the comb straightened. That was the elder's way of giving you a chance to apologize, Lucy explained. Even if you weren't wrong, your opinion as an outsider didn't matter. Liam connected what Lucy said to the way the two uncles had started to behave after discovering that he was a cultivator. They humiliated themselves while praising Liam, greatly exaggerating those compliments in the hope of getting spared. The two men were mortals, so Liam understood that the issue went beyond the cultivation world. He had never interacted with people much, so he had never learned about those customs. Maybe it's better if I don't speak at all, Liam concluded. Probably, Lucy laughed, putting down the comb. Come on, show me. Liam stood up and turned, running a hand in his still wet hair. He had forgotten the last time it had been so smooth, but Lucy's stunned expression soon claimed his attention. Is there something wrong? Liam asked, but Lucy failed to answer immediately, needing some time to absorb the scene. The pale gray robe wasn't as tight as the black one, but Liam's impressive frame stood out nonetheless. Now that he didn't look like he had crawled out of a hole, Lucy could also begin to appreciate his facial features, which weren't bad at all. Liam wasn't exactly handsome, but he had a strong face reeking of feral danger. Now that his hair was more human and elegant, the two created an interesting, almost magnetic conflict. "You are a man, all right?" Lucy muttered, almost to herself. Due to Liam's blinding traits, it was easy to see him as a little brother, but Lucy knew she couldn't anymore. "I guess there are worse brothers I could be rumored to have a relationship with," Lucy commented at Liam's evident confusion. "Are there rumors about us?" Liam questioned. "I spent the night in your cave and came out with my hair undone," Lucy pointed out. "What did you expect people to think? Is that what it looked like?" Liam wondered, not really thinking too much about it. He knew how those things worked. Adrian would never shut up about it, but his experience with women was basically non-existent, limited to his dead big sister. Truth be told, Liam never had the time to consider romance growing up, and his situation hadn't changed now. It wasn't that he didn't like Lucy or didn't find her attractive. The opposite, actually, but his life had so much going on, he could hardly spare room in his mind for that. Also, by basically growing up in the mountains, Liam was close to a complete newborn in that part of human life. He would have to grow socially before those topics could gain any relevance in his mind. On the other hand, Lucy felt a bit peeved by how casually Liam had taken the news. She had half expected him to address it. His nonchalance almost appeared like a dismissal of her good looks, but she knew better. "On this topic," Lucy mentioned, her tone growing serious, "I might benefit from this too. Since everyone thinks we are close, the elders might approach me in the hope of getting to you." "That's good for you, isn't it?" Liam asked, smiling. Now that he sort of realized how important he could be, he understood that Lucy could benefit from his status too. "Won't you feel used?" Lucy wondered. "I'd become what I told you to be wary of." "I feel like I already owe you a lot," Liam admitted. "I'm glad I can repay you somehow." Lucy didn't see an ounce of lie in Liam's words, tone, or face. He almost looked too innocent for the cultivation world, but a genuine smile broadened on her face anyway. Lucy also felt some timid warmth, spotting proper manliness in Liam's strong face, but he didn't need to know about that. "I scratch your back, and you scratch mine then," Lucy happily exclaimed. "My back doesn't really itch, though," Liam said, immediately suppressing Lucy's timid warmth, making her heave an exasperated sigh. Liam had little to no opportunities to face the effects of the rumors about him and Lucy. He had grown quite numb to fame or infamy due to his experience in Crosstone Village, but his main task also led to a secluded period. Lucy had her own business to handle, so she left Liam alone after her quite comprehensive introduction to the cultivation world and the Pale Moon sect. Instead, Liam had the disciplinary elders assignment to focus on. According to Lucy, every aspect of the cultivation world was founded on qi, be it mere strength or more advanced practices, so Liam had to master the circulation technique. That training was dull and highly time-consuming. It also demanded long periods of absolute concentration, making Lucy's presence superfluous. Liam basically spent all his time in his cave, only opening its entrance during his breaks to retrieve the food left at his door. Still, except for some mental exhaustion, the training never grew boring, and for good reasons. First, Liam always lost track of the passage of time, needing to rely on his cave's candles to check how long he spent in each training session. It was actually staggering how quickly time could pass while immersed in those practices. A whole day might go by in a blink, but that apparently was the norm in the cultivation world. The astonishment was a leftover of Liam's mortal mindset, something that he was bound to lose soon enough. Second, and most importantly, Liam couldn't feel bored when he was learning actual magic. His still mortal mindset made that dull practice immensely exciting, reinforcing his desire to immerse himself deeper in it whenever he achieved the slightest success. And those slight successes accumulated until a major one happened only a week after the beginning of Liam's isolated training. Liam opened his eyes, his gaze reflecting the drowsiness in his mind. He felt tired, sleepy, and drained, as if someone had sucked away his brain's ability to function. However, Liam's excitement triumphed over his exhaustion, keeping him awake while he broke his sitting stance, carefully stretching his limbs and standing up. The care in Liam's moves wasn't out of pain or soreness. It had the same source as his excitement, found in the mystical energy now circulating through his body. After a week of training, Liam had succeeded in summoning and circulating his chi through his body without leaking any of it, and he didn't want his standing up to ruin that hard-earned achievement. Moreover, that wasn't the end of the circulation technique. More chi was rising from Liam's core in the meantime, ready to be refined by his heart. The complete version of the circulation technique wanted the flow of chi to be continuous, refilling Liam's body whenever he used some of it, and he had finally succeeded in establishing that balance. Of course, the balance was still frail. Proper mastery implied completely automating those overlapping processes, and Liam wasn't quite there yet. Liam also still needed the peculiar breathing pace to sense and interact with his chi at times. He had some way to go before claiming mastery over the circulation technique, but his current achievement allowed for something he couldn't wait to test. I should start with something simple but undeniable, Liam considered. I can't really see the difference if I just run around. Liam's pondering eventually brought his black, tired eyes to the rocky ceiling. His cave was small but tall, or at least tall enough to serve the purpose. That's about 4 meters, Liam calculated. Can I touch it without run-ups? Trying was the only way to be certain, so Liam bent his legs and half-squatted down, spending longer than he had ever done in his entire life concentrating on a simple jump. And, as Liam unleashed the accumulated strength, the chi circulating through his body also released its power, depleting itself to aid that basic move. Still, Liam suddenly realized that the matter wasn't about whether he could reach the cave's ceiling. It was about how violently he could slam into it since he basically teleported there. Before Liam had any chance to react, rocks filled his vision, followed by a sharp pain from the top of his head. His body quickly fell, crashing on the praying mat, only for him to roll on the floor while holding his hair. Ouch, 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 Liam cursed in his mind, stopping on his back, lying on the floor until his pain finally started to subside. Liam gradually reopened his eyes, checking the apparently not distant enough ceiling before looking inward. A significant amount of the chi in his body had vanished, but the rest was still circulating inside him, meaning he hadn't lost control. However, no more chi was being drawn from Liam's core. The crash into the ceiling and the following pain had interrupted part of the circulation technique, preventing his body from being refilled. This isn't good, Liam thought. If this happens during a fight, I risk running out of chi earlier than others, vast foundation or not. Cultivators could only use their chi after it was refined, which also happened to be the longest phase of the circulation technique. Liam's 9, probably 10 spiritual roots meant that he could store more chi than basically everyone else. However, that advantage was useless if Liam stopped refining his energy mid-battle. He would be left with what one circle the circulation technique had provided, which he could see wasn't much now. And the chi was clearly everything. That superhuman jump had confirmed as much, and Liam could even find more examples in his memories. Liam would have never beaten the jailer if he had started using chi from the very beginning. Lucy was far weaker than Liam was when it came to raw strength, but she had still deployed a speed he had been unable to match thanks to that mystical energy. It had been the same with Kyle, too. Liam had won because Kyle had used his chi to set his fists aflame, forsaking any physical empowerment. However, if he had used both, Liam would have probably been done for. Chi beats muscles every time, Liam concluded, and the gap will only widen since the chi's quality increases alongside the cultivation level. In short, Liam wasn't ready for a proper battle between cultivators, but his morale didn't falter. He had spent years honing his hunting skills. He had lost count of how many shots he had missed before his aim became accurate. The circulation technique was no different. Liam only had to continue training until it became as natural as breathing. The two even shared the same drive. Liam had trained with his bow like a madman after his father's death to make him proud. Obtaining the strength to avenge his family fell in the same category. I miss my bow, Liam whined in his mind, checking his head while sitting up. I wonder if there are martial arts that include firing arrows. Liam found the spot on his head where a bump was bound to form, but lowering his hands revealed the almost complete lack of blood. So the chi also works as passive defense, Liam realized. That's why I depleted so much in a single jump. Liam considered resuming his training before his tiredness won him over. He had learned to recognize those symptoms during that week. His mind and core need rest, so he began to crawl toward the praying mat to take a nap. Nevertheless, the most unlikely voice in the world ended up resounding from outside the cave's entrance, ruining Liam's plans. "Junior brother Liam," Kyle's voice echoed inside the cave. "Apothecary Elder summoned you to the outer hall for your first alchemy lesson." Thinking about it, it was understandable that Kyle had been the one to act as the middleman for the summon. The disciplinary committee managed those aspects of the sect. It was strange that the role had fallen specifically on Kyle, but it was understandable nonetheless. "I really wanted to sleep," Liam cursed in his mind, already forcing himself up. From what he had learned, a call from an elder wasn't something he could ignore. The lesson also promised to have to do with the core of Liam's cultivation journey, so missing it wasn't an option. Luckily, Liam knew his exhaustion would be short-lived. He would recover soon enough since his core would produce more chi, so he glanced at his pouch with all his belongings before dragging his feet toward the entrance. Apparently, it was impolite to walk armed around the sect, so Liam had stopped wearing his knives. The same went for the container with the poison since the privacy of his cave was theoretically sacred. He felt a bit naked without weapons, but his hands were tied. As the entrance opened, Liam performed the polite bow Lucy had taught him, waiting to see Kyle's figure before addressing him in the customary manner. "Senior brother Kyle." "Junior brother," Kyle responded in tone, also bowing, only for surprise to invade his face when both straightened themselves. Due to Liam's secluded training, that was Kyle's first time checking him properly after Lucy's beauty treatment, and the scene was quite stunning. Liam wasn't only taller than Kyle. He was properly big, his now far straighter long hair conflicting with his intense, strong face. Liam's bloodshot eyes and dark eye bags also played a role, giving him a haunted, dangerous aura. Junior brother is an inspiration for all his fellow disciples. Kyle couldn't help but praise. Despite being a genius, he still works hard. This senior is humbled. The switch to third person initially confused Liam's muddled mind, but his brain eventually caught up. Still, he had no idea how to respond in tone and was too tired even to think of a way. "I don't hold any grudge for what happened," Liam mentioned instead, using words Lucy had suggested. Senior brother was only looking out for the sect. Those words were true, at least the first part, but Liam didn't expect them to have such an evident effect. Kyle exhaled loudly, masking a deep sigh of relief, and Liam could almost see the boulder that was his anxiety vanish. "Junior brother is too kind," Kyle chirped happily, turning to lead the way up the path. The interaction perfectly demonstrated the importance of status. Liam's talent ensured that he would surpass Kyle in hierarchy, so the latter had been worried about eventual payback. "I really need to interact with people more," Liam made a mental note. This customary social stuff is harder than cultivation. The outer hall was the huge wooden building on the first plateau, and Kyle escorted Liam directly there. The morning sky was cloudy, and activity in the sect was low, the few disciples outside their caves casually roaming to take breaks from their training. Needless to say, Liam earned every available look, even starting murmurs and knocks on other caves. Luckily, he got to the outer hall before any curious crowd could gather. A bald man in his 60s donning a long gray beard waited for Liam atop the few steps connected to the hall. He had a gentle face, featuring a simple smile, which he pointed at Kyle to send him away. "Disciple Liam greets Apothecary Elder," Liam announced while Kyle left the two alone, bowing in the customary manner. "It's a pleasure to meet you," the elder responded, his voice soft, seemingly as gentle as his face. "I admit I couldn't wait. Your arrival caused quite a stir throughout the sect." Before the talk with Lucy, Liam might have felt some innocent excitement at those polite words. However, he now knew they were for his spiritual roots, not him. "Follow me inside," the apothecary elder soon ordered. "The sect arranged a small lab for us." That part was exciting. So Liam eagerly followed the elder, entering the sides of the building that dug through the mountain, crossing a wooden corridor that eventually opened into a rocky chamber. The place looked no different than Liam's cave, only bigger and featuring 2 metal cauldrons on the uneven floor. Liam also spotted neatly arranged small logs in a corner, as well as sacks of different sizes in the other. How deeply has the sect dug inside the mountain? Liam casually wondered before the elder claimed his attention. As you might have heard, the apothecary elder announced, sitting cross-legged behind one cauldron. I merely manage the alchemical hall's products. The alchemy elder is why the sect's alchemy division is renowned. Liam actually didn't know that. Lucy's brief introduction didn't include every elder. But he is often and currently in seclusion, the elder continued, smiling at Liam. I'm no master, but I can show you the ropes. Before Liam could wonder about what ropes had to do with anything, the elder hit him with a question. What do you know about alchemy? Nothing, Liam admitted. The disciplinary elder said that alchemists concoct medicinal pills and elixirs, but I don't know much about them either. The elder nodded, addressing the very foundation of the topic. Alchemy is the art of harnessing, rearranging, and enhancing the properties the heavens' creations possess. That explanation made Liam wish he had remained clueless, but luckily for him, the elder wasn't done. Through alchemy, the elder continued, a leaf that soothes colds can become a potion capable of defeating the deadliest fevers. The explanation had instantly become more interesting, and the elder kept that trend going. In the cultivation world, the elder explained, alchemy can overcome bottlenecks, restore ruined cores, accelerate chi recovery, facilitate nutrients absorption, expand foundations, and far more. Liam was properly stunned now. Despite only understanding half of what the elder had said, Liam realized the implications of being able to achieve such feats. Obviously, the elder mentioned, alchemy can also do the opposite. It is an immensely vast and profound art, limited only by the alchemist's wisdom and skills. Then, the elder hit Liam with a more direct example of the field's relevance. The Pale Moon sect concocts the best chi recovery elixirs in the eastern side of the outer circles, among other things. Trading them with other sects earns us great respect and privileged status few can match. That topic was still new to Liam. He had just started learning how the Pale Moon sect worked, but had no idea of how sects as a whole interacted with each other. That was simply due to inexperience. Liam had merely taken a step into the cultivation world. He had yet to learn and witness what that implied on a larger scale. I'll show you a basic concoction technique now, the apothecary elder announced. Bring me a single log and those 3 big sacks. Liam did as ordered, curious to learn more about that world. He delivered everything to the elder before stopping in front of the cauldron, waiting for the magic to happen. First, you heat the cauldron, the elder explained, placing the log at the cauldron's base, which instantly took fire at his simple touch. Then, you add the ingredients in a specific order. The elder calmly drew an item from each sack, consisting of a brown stem, a shard with a metallic luster, and a flask with a transparent liquid. He threw the first 2 into the cauldron before slowly pouring the third inside. The ingredients possess the desired properties, the elder stated, one hand still pouring the liquid while the other went to the fiery log. But it's the flame that separates and removes them to refine the product. Liam's animal instincts tingled as the elder gently released some chi, which mixed with the flame to intensify its heat and change its color. The fire gained yellow shades, causing a faint rumbling inside the cauldron. We call this the alchemical flame, the elder revealed. Through our chi, we can control the fire and achieve the intended effects, even adding properties otherwise impossible. The rumbling continued for a while, but the elder never moved his hand away. Even when the flask was empty, he simply placed it down but remained in his position. Can you control your chi, disciple Liam? The elder eventually asked. Somehow, Liam nodded, his black eyes glued to the faint smoke coming out of the cauldron. Affect the alchemical flame then, the apothecary elder ordered, finally removing his hand and scooting away. Try to be as gentle as possible. Liam was genuinely curious at that point, so he reached the elder's side, kneeling to the rocks and pointing his palm at the fire. The flame had regained its red shades, but tried to burn Liam nonetheless. However, he willed some of the remaining chi in his body to blow outward, wanting to see what that led to. The fire flickered for a second, only for dark streaks to taint it. That color expanded until the flame became completely black, and the same went for the smoke the cauldron released, until a muffled thudding noise resounded. An explosion seemed to have happened inside the cauldron, releasing something that flew as high as the rocky ceiling, splashing over it before releasing sizzling noises. Liam instinctively removed his hand from the flame, which soon went out without his chi fueling it. The log even crumbled into burnt dust, but neither Liam nor the apothecary elder noticed that since their gazes were on the ceiling. How does this keep happening? Liam thought. Should I even be surprised anymore? The goo that had slammed on the ceiling kept sizzling for a few seconds before stretching down, revealing its slimy properties until it couldn't remain attached to the rocks anymore. The elder moved quickly, pushing the cauldron away so that the goo could crash on the uneven floor. He even put his arm in front of Liam to protect him from eventual splash drops. But nothing of the sort happened. When the dark goo settled on the floor, Liam could get a better sniff of its terrible smell. It looked like the unhealthiest substance in the world, but that didn't stop the elder from scooping it into a flask he had drawn from his robe. The elder eventually raised the flask toward the brazier on the ceiling, highlighting the faint green streaks in the otherwise completely black goo. Still, he quickly sealed the item before storing it inside his robe. Apothecary elder, was that what was supposed to happen? Liam asked, hoping that his blood or chi might have done something right for once. Any result is a good result in this case. The elder threw a cryptic response, smiling at Liam reassuringly. "Huh!" Liam exclaimed. "So, did I do alchemy?" The elder didn't reply immediately this time, dwelling in his smile to choose his words carefully. "I believe this matter must be brought to the alchemy elder," the apothecary elder eventually said. "He will know what to do." "Isn't the alchemy elder in seclusion?" Liam recalled. "He is," the elder confirmed. "Hopefully he will come out soon." Liam smelled that something was off. The apothecary elder looked gentle, but his agreeability reminded Liam of the politeness everyone had begun to show him after the test. "Does it mean I won't do alchemy until the alchemy elder comes out?" Liam asked instead of trying to probe the truth out of the apothecary elder. It wasn't that Liam was eager to start studying. Truth be told, he was still partial about the idea of becoming an alchemist, and what he had just seen didn't do much to change his mind. However, Liam didn't want to forget about his core. The circulation technique was definitely exciting, giving him access to the true strength of a cultivator, but his foundation was more important since everything stemmed from there. Liam wanted to actually cultivate, and he needed poison to do that, which meant delving into whatever that alchemy was. Besides, the more Liam learned about the cultivation world, the more he realized how little he knew about it, and studying alchemy could act as a temporary solution for that problem. "I know you must be eager," the apothecary elder answered. "I see it in your eyes. You must have trained hard to learn to summon chi in just a week." Liam nodded. He felt he had done nothing special, especially not compared to the torturous training the divine cult had put him through, but he had still focused solely on the circulation technique in those days. "However, you should also give yourself the time to rest," the elder continued. "Pacing ourselves is key in avoiding chi deviation and other issues that strenuous training can cause." "So, I shouldn't work too hard?" Liam wondered. Despite some exhaustion, he felt fine, but the warning came from an elder, giving it great value. "Cores are powerful but fragile things," the elder explained. "Your talent grants you great resilience, but abusing it can lead to ruin." Liam knew what the elder was talking about. After all, of the 10 kids who had undergone the divine cult's training, only 5 had survived, and more could have died if Liam hadn't killed the jailer. At the same time, Liam's survival in that torturous training made him believe that he wasn't as brittle as the elder thought. "Am I unique due to my bloodline?" Liam considered. Did the divine cult mess up with my mind more than I realize? Before Liam could decide what to blame for his current state, the elder voiced a suggestion. Why don't you accept a mission in the meantime? It might provide a much-needed break where you can test the results of your training. Liam's tired eyes lit up at that suggestion. Isolated training was bringing results, but they were only effective if he could use them in real-life situations, and a mission could provide the opportunity to test that. Can I? Liam asked, excited. Can I take missions? Of course, the elder chuckled. The sect will issue the new mission board tomorrow, so you can even rest today. Liam didn't hesitate to stand up, ready to return to his cave and prepare, only to remember to abide by the sect's customs. Apothecary Elder, thank you for today, Liam exclaimed, cupping his fist, before finally running away. Meanwhile, the elder watched the door to that rocky chamber close before his hand slipped inside his robe, retrieving the flask while his smile disappeared. The elder unsealed the flask, bringing it to his nose, only to immediately retract his head and close it again. Whatever Liam had concocted, it was dangerous. How can such deep affinity to poison exist in this world? The elder muttered to himself, knowing beyond a shadow of a doubt that only the alchemy elder could understand how to tackle the issue. As for Liam, a far more crowded scene welcomed his return to the plateau. Many disciples had left their caves during his short absence, and all of them stopped whatever they were doing at his arrival to greet him. Of course, it never crossed Liam's mind that those disciples had come out just to get the chance to greet him, but his thoughts were already elsewhere. The annoying series of salutes delayed him, but he eventually returned to his cave and closed himself inside. The elder said that rest is important, Liam thought while hurrying to his pouch to retrieve something, but strength is more important. The square container quickly ended up in Liam's hands, and his gaze grew colder as he looked at it. That tiny item was an undeniable reminder of the experience that had broken him. Yet, he needed it until alchemy became an option. So, Liam drew some of the transparent drug and smeared it on his face, appreciating the warmth that spread from it and the rejuvenating feeling that it created inside his body. Then, Liam lay down, finally taking the nap he had been planning since Kyle had interrupted him, lulled by the eagerness that the idea of joining a sex mission brought. The well-earned rest, coupled with the divine cult's drug, did wonders for Liam's exhaustion. He woke up fully recovered and livelier than ever, to which his eagerness to join a sex mission only added fuel. Just like the circulation technique, the idea of joining a mission felt like diving even deeper into the cultivation world for Liam. Moreover, even if the alleged 9 spiritual roots had played a significant role, the Pale Moon sect had still welcomed Liam. It was his first real home in 10 years, and completing missions felt like one way of repaying that favor. However, the candle's consumption told Liam that the new day had yet to arrive. Actually, the night had yet to descend properly, but he knew a method to kill time quickly. That method was also bound to be necessary in the mission and was what Liam wanted to test in real-life situations. He had to restore the complete functioning of his circulation technique and master it as much as possible before going out. Liam had gotten faster at the practice, but that simply allowed him to focus on additional cycles before the morning inevitably arrived. He actually snapped out of his concentration a whole hour later than planned, which made him hurry outside. Spending the night meditating hardly made a dent in Liam's stamina or excitement. He only felt a bit stiff, which was fixed by climbing the path toward the plateau. Yet, despite Liam being late for the mission board's posting, he was greeted with a crowd of disciples even larger than the one that had attended his test. He counted almost 70 people there, which was close to the total number of caves in the lower side of the sect. Is every mission day like this? Liam wondered. He had spent the previous time in seclusion, so he had no terms of comparison, but it would make sense due to the rewards those missions promised. Nevertheless, something about the atmosphere felt odd. The disciples were merely wandering over the plateau, not really paying attention to the mission board placed beside the hall's stairs. Also, the excitement intensified at Liam's arrival, and the same went for the murmurs. Liam heard his name and title mentioned multiple times as everyone turned in his direction, seemingly waiting for something. And the situation grew even stranger when Liam advanced. The disciples moved away, creating a path for him, never forgetting to perform bows and call his name. This feels really odd, Liam thought. He barely knew any names, so he limited himself to quick bows, wanting to get to the mission board as quickly as possible to escape that strange situation. Luckily, the mission board did arrive, and Liam could finally turn a deaf ear to his surroundings to focus on the 10 or so pieces of paper nailed on it. Around 70 outer disciples, Liam calculated, only 10 tasks. The sex competitive aspect immediately stood out, which increased Liam's confusion. He couldn't explain how all those tasks were still available, nor why he could take his sweet time reading them. Gather something, 1 contribution point each. Liam began to read, failing to understand some words. Concoct basic. Something, 3 contribution points per flask. Inscribe. Is that runes? 20 contribution points. Liam's excitement dwindled whenever he met a word he couldn't recognize or read. Part of him believed he had the skills to complete those tasks. What he lacked was understanding what they were about. Escort cargo to Slygrove sounds boring. Liam kept reading. Collect monthly update from the Recruiters Guild, absolutely not. The tasks Liam could read weren't very cultivator-like, almost killing his excitement for good. But something stood out when he read the last pinned piece of paper. Collect magical beasts' feces. Liam read. That's something I can do. Of course, there were other, more menial tasks Liam could choose from, but he wanted to feel like a cultivator. That mission would also play to his strengths, so he didn't hesitate to reach for the piece of paper, only to be promptly interrupted. Brother Liam. A melodious voice reached Liam's ears while a gracious figure stopped at his side. He turned, finding a beautiful girl with spotless jade skin and long black hair, partially intertwined in a big red ribbon, bowing at him. Senior sister? Liam asked, not knowing why the woman had skipped the junior. Alicia? The woman replied, straightening herself up, wearing a modest but friendly smile. Brother Liam, you can't take the tasks from the board. You must report your interest in one to the outer mission hall to receive additional information. Oh! Liam exclaimed. Thank you, senior sister Alicia. Liam sort of knew where the mission hall was, so he planned to head there directly, but Alicia stopped him again. Brother Liam, if I may, Alicia called. I wish someone would accompany me gathering snowy stalks. Would you like to spend the day collecting plants with me? Alicia had sounded beyond charming, but that aspect completely escaped Liam's perception. I must be polite, Liam reminded himself, attempting the social customs Lucy had mentioned. I'm sorry, senior sister Alicia, but I'd rather collect magical beasts' dung. Alicia's smile froze while something shattered inside her. The crowd had also been silent, so that reply echoed throughout it, eventually giving birth to not-so-quiet comments. Is he an eunuch? The heavens must have exacted a hefty price for his talent. Liam was about to turn in the direction of those comments when he spotted a familiar figure approaching him. Lucy had made her way through the crowd, her expression a mixture of helplessness and bottled-up laughter. Junior brother Liam, Lucy called. The task you wish to tackle involves a magical beast. I know the area well, so I suggest we team up to reduce the risks. I suggest we reduce it even further. A familiar voice resounded from the crowd before Eric stepped out of it. Junior brother Liam, I've learned the nature of the magical beast in previous patrols. As a member of the disciplinary committee, I can also help if a fight were to happen. Liam's black eyes darted between Lucy and Eric, realizing something out loud. Oh, so we can form teams to complete the tasks. And, among the crowd, another comment resounded, following the previous one's trend. A very hefty price. Later that day, in an underground chamber near the very peak of the mountain on which the Pale Moon sect was built, 2 stone doors slowly swung open, releasing a torrent of dense gray smoke. The chamber in front of the stone doors was small, but the smoke didn't fill it. Instead, it was siphoned away by channels among the rocks on the ceiling. Meanwhile, a silhouette appeared among the still-blowing smoke, leaning on the partially open door while dragging his feet, only to stumble on the next step. The silhouette fell hard on the floor, the smoke no longer hiding its features. It belonged to a man no older than 40, but his sweaty, beardless face featured a few wrinkles near the eyes, while long, oily, gray hair fell from his head. The man remained on all fours on the floor for a while, catching his breath, until he gathered enough strength to support himself on his knees, his cold, icy blue eyes glaring at the figure standing on the other side of the small chamber. "Apothecary Elder," the man called, his greeting more of a scoff. "Alchemy Elder." The Apothecary Elder also greeted, performing a customary bow. "The sect is grateful for your efforts." The Alchemy Elder scoffed again but drew something out of his stained, loose robe. A circular item wrapped in what looked like thick paper appeared in his hand, claiming the Apothecary Elder's undivided attention. "Is that?" the Apothecary Elder gasped. "Rank 3 Qi igniting pill," the Alchemy Elder declared, his face expressionless. "I told the old man I could still make them." "That's—" the Apothecary Elder gasped again, only to reaffirm his customary bow with newfound respect. "Alchemy Elder, your mastery is astonishing. This little thing wasn't worthy of warming up my cauldrons when I was in the inner circles," the Alchemy Elder mocked, storing the pill back in his robe and sitting down, knowing that something was off. "Why were you waiting for me?" "Yes, Alchemy Elder," the Apothecary Elder exclaimed, straightening himself. "The Pale Moon Sect has recently welcomed a new disciple possessing a poison core." "And?" the Alchemy Elder asked, diverting his gaze in disinterest. He could guess where that conversation was going, but his mind was already set. "This disciple has 9 spiritual roots," the Apothecary Elder stated. The Alchemy Elder's gaze snapped back at the Apothecary Elder, his mouth opening in surprise. 9 spiritual roots," the Alchemy Elder muttered, unable to hide his astonishment. What cruel mockery for the heavens to create such things. The Apothecary Elder responded with a bitter smile. There was talent, and then there were 9 spiritual roots. The sole existence of such a genius could fill anyone with a sense of inferiority. Still, the Alchemy Elder's astonishment was short-lived. He knew exactly what the sect wanted from him, but the task was simply pointless. "Forget it," the Alchemy Elder exclaimed. "He is dead. There's nothing that can be done about it." "Alchemy Elder, please," the Apothecary Elder pleaded, but to no avail. "What would you have me do?" the Alchemy Elder snorted. "Do you have any idea how many high-quality nutrients 9 spiritual roots demand? Can you even imagine what overcoming their bottlenecks implies?" The Apothecary Elder didn't reply. He knew those issues quite well. The entire sect did. It was one of the reasons why it was taking so long to make a decision. "If he doesn't die in the second breakthrough," the Alchemy Elder continued, "the third is sure to kill him." "Alchemy Elder," the Apothecary Elder called, but nothing worked. "It's already done," the Alchemy Elder cried. "I know the old man wants to groom him for leadership, but it's impossible. See if he survives the second breakthrough, and make him stop cultivating. He'll have to settle for being an elder if he wants to live." The Apothecary Elder could only lower his head. The nature of Liam's core fell under the alchemical field, and the Alchemy Elder was the sect's greatest authority there. If the Alchemy Elder said that it couldn't be done, then it had to be true. Being born with 9 spiritual roots only to have a poison core, the Alchemy Elder chuckled, his laugh lacking any trace of happiness. The heavens mocked this kid too. The Apothecary Elder sighed, only to recall something. He drew an item from his robe and approached his fellow elder, handing it to him. "Disciple Liam made this," the Apothecary Elder explained while the Alchemy Elder seized the flask with the slimy substance. He barely interacted with the alchemical flame for a few seconds, but that was enough to ruin the concoction. The Alchemy Elder studied the flask, tilting it and lifting it above his head so that the faint gray light from the other room could shine on it. For someone like him, that simple inspection was enough to tell him everything he needed to know. What was the concoction about? The Alchemy Elder questioned, mostly for scientific reasons. Nothing, the Apothecary Elder revealed. A refreshing beverage. I used 1 dead stem, one silver shard, and a flask of rainwater. The alchemy elder's icy blue eyes snapped down, glaring at the apothecary elder. It would take immense quantities of those ingredients to isolate and refine anything remotely toxic, the alchemy elder pointed out. Disciple Liam only fueled the alchemic flame for a few seconds. The apothecary elder repeated, nodding. The concoction hadn't shown any sign of instability or failure until then. Yellow flame, the alchemy elder asked. Colorless smoke? And light rumbling. The apothecary elder nodded again. The alchemical flame turned black as soon as Disciple Liam's chi interacted with it. The alchemy elder lowered his gaze at that point, unsealing the flask to sniff it. A terrible stench assaulted his nostrils, but he didn't retract his head, even closing his eyes to appreciate all the disgusting features that substance carried. This isn't simple affinity to poison, the alchemy elder eventually concluded, sealing the flask. This is unnatural compulsion. Alchemy elder? The apothecary elder called since the issue escaped his understanding. I must see this kid, the alchemy elder ordered. This Liam, bring him to me. Is there hope? The apothecary elder questioned. How would I know without seeing him? The alchemy elder snorted. So, where is he? About that, the apothecary elder coughed, his tone instantly growing politer. I wasn't sure how much longer your seclusion would have lasted. The alchemy elder glared at the apothecary elder again, that look forcing the truth out of him. Disciple Liam is out on a sex mission, the apothecary elder explained. He left this morning. After dealing with the bureaucracy of the mission hall, Liam, Lucy, and Eric departed from the sect. The trio partially trod the path Liam and Lucy had crossed on their first meeting before heading in a different direction that led to the other side of the central mountain. Naturally, the trio hadn't just left. Liam, Lucy, and Eric had briefly stopped by their caves to retrieve equipment they might need for the mission. Lucy and Eric kept theirs in their pouches, while Liam had decided to bring one of his knives with him. Liam also had the small container with the divine cult's drug hidden inside his robe, but that wasn't for his companions to know. Lucy and Eric led the way, confidently crossing the hard-to-navigate tundra. They never ran, but the descent from the mountain remained swift, albeit a bit slow, and the occasional glances the two shot at Liam gave that trip a strange vibe. Why aren't we going faster? Liam eventually asked, unable to suppress his doubts anymore. Preserving strength was wise, but that wasn't a hunt, and the group only featured cultivators. Liam wouldn't have gotten tired easily before gaining access to his chi, let alone now, and the same had to apply to his companions. Lucy and Eric stopped to exchange a look at the question, and the latter eventually addressed it. Junior brother has just obtained his circulation technique, Eric explained. We don't want you to strain yourself to keep up. Oh, I learned that, Liam revealed, a bit warmed by that concern toward him. I'm not good at it yet, but I wanted to use this mission to improve. Liam smiled reassuringly, his expression also stemming from something else. Despite having Cyrus and Adrian in his life, he had mainly taken care of himself by himself. Instead, the sect had now provided Liam with brothers and sisters who seemed to look out for him. The sensation was quite novel, but not bad at all, even if he knew part of it had to come from his talent. You learned the circulation technique in a week? Eric wondered, suppressing a gasp, looking at Lucy, only for her to nod. I suppose we can try picking up the pace, Eric eventually exclaimed. Junior brother, watch where you step. Cultivators tend to tread on unusual roads. That vague statement quickly became clear. Under Liam's suggestion, Lucy and Eric abandoned the easier-to-navigate tundra to step on steeper surfaces, even relying on long, often dangerous, jumps to cross profound crevices. In hindsight, that was normal. Higher physical capabilities opened paths that ordinary people couldn't tread. Liam had done that with the trees by learning to swing around like a monkey, and cultivators could apply that same reasoning to every environment. At first, the advance remained slow. Both the duo and Liam had to see how he fared. He also had to gain confidence in his newfound chi-empowered capabilities. Yet, The descent quickly picked up speed, eventually leading the trio near the Three Peaks joint base, where the leafless, white forest expanded in much thicker fashion. "Junior brother is truly fearless," Eric praised when he stopped by a trunk, kneeling to retrieve something from his pouch. "I spent days getting over the dread of performing jumps that you have faced without hesitation." Liam didn't reply. A stupid smile plastered on his face. The adrenaline-inducing descent had been quite exciting, but he knew most of his confidence and recklessness had come from his familiarity with mountains. Also, the item Eric unfurled on the snow soon claimed Liam's attention, making him join him on the ground. "That's a really good map," Liam exclaimed in his mind. The map Eric had unfurled was broader and more detailed than anything Liam had ever possessed or seen. It covered a vast area around the Three Peaks, even going past Slygrove. Yet, Liam immediately noticed that Slygrove was only a tiny, almost irrelevant dot on the map. Despite its size, a mere mortal town couldn't have much relevance to cultivators. "The magical beast's last sightings are from months ago," Eric explained, Lucy also joining him on the snow. "But its feces have followed a trend." Eric pointed at specific markers on the forest depicted on the map, which highlighted a vast, quasi-circular area that stretched far away from the Three Peaks. "How strong are magical beasts even?" Liam wondered, only for different words to escape his mouth. "Do we know what this magical beast is?" Lucy spotted Liam's more serious tone. His smile had also disappeared, replaced by a calm, almost wise expression, but she didn't comment on it. "It's a wolf," Eric explained. "Information about its capabilities is unclear, but it's a wolf." "Does a wolf magical beast behave like a normal wolf?" Liam questioned. "Magical beasts are chi-induced mutations of ordinary animals," Lucy explained, her tone strangely stiff. "They retain most of their original instincts, especially at the lower levels." "Magical beasts have levels," Liam noted in his mind, but different words escaped his mouth again. "What is it?" A flicker ran through Lucy's brown eyes. They even widened slightly before going on Eric. He was also looking at her, conveying a stern meaningfulness Liam couldn't understand. "I'll tell you later," Lucy swore, looking at Liam again, but conveying pleading vibes. That unclear seriousness confused Liam, but he decided to let go of the matter. He now knew that cultivators had to respect each other's secrets, and he couldn't deny Lucy's plea in the first place. "If it's a wolf and it behaves like one," Liam announced, switching topics, "its feces will be as far away as possible from the den. I'm guessing the magical beast is the alpha, so its feces should be the farthest." Liam leaned over the map, tracing the marked spots with his finger to draw an imaginary circle. "This should be the pack's hunting area," Liam explained. "The den must be somewhere at its center. My guess is on this elevation here since there's a river nearby." Liam kept pointing out details on the map, and his extreme confidence kept Lucy and Eric silent. "We should look for clearings, crossings, or any highly detectable location around this perimeter," Liam continued. "The pack will be more active in this cold, but I think we can avoid unwanted meetings if we limit our exploration to late mornings and early afternoons." Liam looked up at that point. The sky was clear that day, only showing sparse clouds. "It probably won't snow for a few days," Liam calculated. "A storm would have made this safer, but I guess we can just avoid the river. Our chances of meeting the pack would be pretty low like that." Liam lowered his gaze at that point, only to find Lucy and Eric staring at him in disbelief. Eric was especially speechless. He was supposed to be the expert in that mission, but Liam had considered details that had never crossed his mind. "How do you know so much?" Lucy couldn't help but ask. "Haven't I told you?" Liam casually wondered. "I'm a hunter." Lucy and Eric exchanged a glance, this time without the serious meaningfulness from earlier. They were truly stunned by Liam's extensive knowledge of the topic, leading to a silent conversation that had a joint conclusion. "Liam, are you confident?" Lucy questioned, dropping the honorifics in that more private atmosphere. "Unless there's something I should know about magical beasts," Liam nodded. "Magical beasts can occasionally show erratic behaviors," Eric mentioned. They are more intelligent than the average animal, but they remain animals. Then yes, Liam confirmed again. I'm confident. Lucy and Eric exchanged another glance, this time shorter, only needed to confirm the previous silent conclusion. Junior brother, you take this, Eric called, offering the map to Liam. We'll follow your directives. Liam accepted the map without showing his usual excitement. Now that the task was a quasi-hunt, his mind left no room for any useless emotion, tackling it as seriously as possible. There's only one problem, Liam mentioned while studying the map, already finding a few spots worth investigating. I don't know how to differentiate the feces from ordinary wolves and the magical beast. They'll feature chi, Lucy explained. It's why the sect wants them. They can be used as alchemical ingredients. You can leave that part to us, junior brother, Eric reassured, adding something. Since you are taking care of this, you should also get some of my contribution points. It's fine to split them in equal parts, Liam refused, his gaze still on the map. 10 each is a lot, isn't it? It's among the highest the missions for Outer Disciples reward, Lucy confirmed. Liam had already guessed as much by comparing the various tasks on the mission board. Besides, as his first team mission, Liam didn't want to play any bargaining games. Splitting the points evenly would prevent any headache. We should move then, Liam exclaimed, standing up. We are burning daylight. Lucy felt surprised once more. Liam truly felt like a different person, even using idioms on his own, prompting her to comply with the order. Eric also stood up, only for him and Lucy to exchange a faint nod. They had tried to hide that interaction, but Liam noticed it from behind the map, and a sense of uneasiness formed inside him. Something had felt odd ever since the trio had descended the mountain. Actually, even the creation of that team had been strange. Still, Lucy had promised to tell Liam later, so he put the matter aside for now. There's a rocky clearing south, Liam announced. Let's head there first. Lucy and Eric led the way, with Liam following close behind. They ran over the ground and snow, unleashing a stable speed that only the chi circulating in their bodies could generate. The quick advance brought the trio to the appointed area in no time, under half an hour. The trees soon grew scarce, replaced by a vast clearing covered in snow. Junior brother, Eric called as the group stared at the clearing, drawing a small shovel from his pouch. If you are sure this is the place, we should start digging. Liam didn't reply, instead sniffing loudly as he handed the map to Eric, exchanging it for his shovel. He inhaled deeply, searching for any peculiar smell and following its trail. Lucy and Eric stared in silence as Liam reached a seemingly random spot on the snow and squatted down to start digging, the process quickly culminating in a call. Found it, Liam called, and his companions promptly reached his side, their 3 pairs of eyes staring down at the feces resting on the rocks beneath the snow. Junior brother, did you receive a perception-oriented martial art this week? Eric couldn't help but gasp. Did you really track it by smell? Lucy asked instead, knowing that Liam didn't have a martial art. Is that it? Liam questioned, ignoring the question to focus on the feces. It doesn't look special to me. It doesn't seem like it, Lucy confirmed. Brother Eric? I can't feel any chi, Eric concluded. It must be from an ordinary wolf. There's another problem too, Liam pointed out. These feces are quite old. They almost lost their smell. But you smelled them anyway, Lucy commented. My nose is good, Liam claimed, looking up at Lucy. But wolves use their poop to mark their territory. This is very old, so the pack will probably mark it again soon. So? Eric questioned. So? Liam sighed, standing up to trade the small shovel for the map. Unless we want to wait for the pack to mark their territory again, we might have to go for something more certain. Was there a more certain target? Eric asked. Why haven't we gone there directly? Because that's probably where the wolves travel, Liam said, his eyes falling on the river he had spotted earlier. The river was long enough to keep a safe distance from the likely location of the den, but it was also where the chances of meeting the pack were higher. Lucy and Eric followed Liam's gaze, spotting the river on the map. He had warned them about it earlier, but staying safe could stretch the search by entire days or longer. Junior brother said that we are safe during the day, Eric pointed out. I say we risk it. Liam didn't like the idea. Timing was key to successful hunts. If he were alone, he would have already retreated to wait for more favorable conditions. Nevertheless, Liam wasn't just a hunter now. He wasn't even alone. Cultivators made that team, and that played an important role. If Liam could feel instinctively scared about the Chi, so could animals. Chances were that any wolf would leave the team alone, flagging them as too dangerous to hunt. As for the magical beast, that was a dark territory for Liam. Senior brother Eric, you know this magical beast better than I, Liam eventually announced. I'll trust your judgment. Eric nodded, and Lucy exchanged another odd glance with him before the trio got on the move. Liam gave directions, and the duo led the way, crossing the forest quickly to reach their destination. The river was farther than the first clearing. Despite the group's speed, morning turned into afternoon by the time the trees disappeared again, replaced by a vast, empty white space. The group stopped there, not advancing any further since Liam had started sniffing loudly. The cold hindered his nose, but his nostrils eventually caught something intense, and they weren't alone. A distant howl resounded through the area, loud enough for everyone to hear it. After the warning, the cry spooked Eric and Lucy, but Liam kept focusing on his nose. Do you think they noticed us? Eric wondered. They smelled us a while ago, Liam bluntly revealed. This is their territory, and up ahead is their river. Liam's calm was reassuring, but even he looked away when the howl resounded again. Is it warning the pack? Lucy guessed. This wasn't from the same wolf, Liam commented, earning himself Lucy and Eric's questioning gazes. The howls had sounded identical, even coming from the same direction, but Liam had spotted the difference. Liam closed his eyes to concentrate. The snow messed things up, but sound wasn't part of it. He couldn't hear footsteps, but growls eventually reached his ears, and there were many of them. This is wrong, Liam thought, countless calculations happening in his mind in the span of a second, leading to a single possible conclusion. It's a territorial conflict between packs. How can you be certain? Eric questioned, his doubts self-explanatory. There was nothing but snow around the group. Even the river wasn't visible from there, but Liam had somehow deduced a whole conflict between packs from sounds only he could hear. Liam had never needed to explain himself in those situations, or talk, for that matter, so only fragmented lines escaped his mouth. Winter, hunger, many growls, and they sound desperate. Lucy wanted to believe Liam. It wasn't that she trusted his superhuman senses. She simply knew he wasn't a liar, but that deduction did sound like a stretch. However, louder noises soon reached the area. Grows, wails, and howls resounded in quick succession, even simultaneously, highlighting the high number of animals involved. Lucy and Eric could only turn in the direction of the noise. Despite being unable to see it, a battle was indeed unfolding, probably hidden by some slopes along the way. The two looked back at Liam at that point, shocked that his hearing and knowledge could achieve so much with so few clues. Yet, Liam didn't glance back, his mind already working out a different problem. Where is the alpha? Liam pondered. Is it fighting too? Realistically, the fear of wolves was a leftover of Liam's mortal mindset. He had no idea how much he should be worried about them. If anything, he was pretty confident he could escape them now. However, the magical beast was a variable that Liam didn't know how to address. He guessed he had to fear it, but respecting it enough to abandon the sex mission was something else altogether. A battle between packs was also the perfect distraction to collect what the mission demanded, but those thoughts crumbled before they could go any further. Lucy, Eric, and even Liam turned at the same time, their gazes claimed by something that spoke directly to their survival instincts. Among the whiteness to the left, on the opposite side of where the battle noises were coming from, a black dot had appeared, seemingly standing on the horizon and looking directly at the trio. The area wasn't flat. Despite the leafless trees being absent, The various slopes and snowy dunes prevented Liam and the others from having a clear view of the environment. Even the alleged river wasn't visible. The map marked it in front of the group, but they couldn't see it. Yet, the black dot seemed to stand on a distant elevation, and the white environment highlighted it. It was too far away for any detail to stand out, but two things became immediately clear. Whatever that dot was, it was dangerous, and it was eyeing the trio. Experience in those fields was unnecessary to acknowledge that danger. Even without the sixth sense developed in the mountains, Lucy and Eric froze, the instinctive fear rising through them explaining exactly what they were. Despite being cultivators wielding abilities that could only be described as magical, that situation had turned them into mere prey. As for Liam, he experienced the same fear, and his knowledge in those fields even deepened the intensity of that feeling. However, that same knowledge allowed Liam's mind to remain active. He still froze, but his stillness was on purpose, driven by cool-headed calculations. Is that the Alpha? Liam wondered, his fear basically confirming that point. Is that a magical beast? Liam's mind had started to catch up with his discoveries. He could now recognize when Chi was involved, leading to that confident guess. Nevertheless, Liam didn't fall prey to despair. If everything he had guessed was correct, that meeting wasn't necessarily dangerous. Is it just overseeing its pack's battle? Liam considered. Will it ignore us? That wasn't Liam being optimistic. The fight between packs would theoretically take priority in the Alpha's mind. That was how wolves behaved. Besides, the Alpha had to experience some fear, too. Liam and the others weren't ordinary prey. They were three Chi-enhanced individuals. Magical beast or not, they couldn't look like easy marks worth hunting while another battle was unfolding. At the same time, a battle among ordinary wolves could look trivial in the Alpha's mind. Instead, the presence of three cultivators in its hunting ground could appear as the real danger, shifting its priorities. Should we run? Liam thought. It won't try to hunt us while its pack is busy, right? Let's retreat slowly, Liam eventually said. It should let us go. Lucy and Eric didn't turn but still nodded. They also waited for Liam to take the first step before following suit, slowly retreating toward the trees behind them. However, magical beasts weren't mere animals. They often behaved like one, but had also developed traits beyond their basic programming. They wielded traces of intelligence, and with that came emotions. Taking offense toward the invasion of a domain was among those emotions, as well as the urge to teach those invaders a lesson. Before the trio could take another step, a loud howl resounded through the white landscape, carrying meanings that didn't need translators to understand. Liam's hair stood on end, but his face remained stern while he uttered a single word. Run! Lucy, Eric, and Liam turned simultaneously, unleashing their full speed to shoot toward the trees. Liam even folded the map, not needing it in that situation. After all, the distant three peaks acted as the perfect landmark the group could head toward. Theoretically, that should have been it for the threat. Liam and the others were unbelievably fast, and the forest provided the perfect cover. Nevertheless, a sense of tense dread kept pressing on the trio's minds, intensifying with each passing second, disregarding how quickly they escaped from the confrontation they didn't want to face. And then, Liam heard it, softer when it hit the snow, and louder when it slammed on the ground. Heavy footsteps filled his ears, getting closer and closer, faster than anything he had ever managed to sense. The noise eventually made Liam glance to his right, spotting a blurry dark figure moving behind the trees. The succession of trunks prevented him from getting a clear view of the beast, but the latter soon fixed that. The footsteps grew even closer until they claimed Eric and Lucy's glances, too. The dark figure was visible now, nimbly navigating the trees despite its huge size. The creature was indeed a wolf, but a 2-meter-tall one donning pitch-black fur. Now, Liam had never really dealt with wolves. He had seen them, but they had never been potential targets of his hunts. Still, that clearly wasn't a mere animal. That size, speed, and agility went beyond anything Liam had ever seen. He should have the advantage inside the forest, but the magical beast didn't care for reason. And something else happened during Liam's inspection. Lucy and Eric looked away, exchanging a solemn nod before the former split from the group, rushing to her right to cut the beast's path. "Lucy!" Liam shouted, but to no avail. Lucy rushed through the trees, and that diversion claimed the wolf's attention, making it chase after her. "Junior broth dash!" Eric began to cry, but Liam was already on the move, shooting after Lucy and the magical beast, his body depleting more of his chi to unleash a superior speed he didn't know he was capable of. The sudden acceleration brought Liam to the huge magical beast's side. He was lagging a few meters behind, but the chance to catch up soon manifested itself, making him draw his knife. As soon as the magical beast swerved left to dodge a trunk on its path, Liam leaped, closing that distance, thrusting his whole body forward, so that his left arm could reach the black fur. Yet, when Liam slammed his knife into the beast's side, the blade split, its severed half bouncing on that tough hide and flying away. The magical beast disregarded Liam and continued to chase after Lucy. Meanwhile, Liam crashed onto the snowy ground, his body rolling to no end to disperse the accumulated momentum. However, Liam quickly restored his balance and jumped to his feet, planning to resume the chase, only for something heavy to slam on the back of his neck. Liam's vision spun as his balance crumbled. He fell on his back, struggling and failing to stand up, until he spotted Eric towering above him, a serious look on his face, while he reached down to drag him away. Liam's consciousness went dark, but only for a few seconds. He awakened quickly, only to find himself on Eric's back. Eric was hurrying through the forest, the additional weight not hindering his advance at all. However, Liam's vision soon stopped spinning. He recovered and awakened completely, leading to anger. "What are you doing?" Liam shouted, jumping off Eric's back, landing on the snow to check his surroundings. He could see the tracks Eric had left, and his gaze followed them to understand where Lucy might have gone. "Junior brother," Eric called. "We must escape." Liam turned a deaf ear to the request, but his arm moved on its own when something tried to grab it. He was still wielding the cracked knife, and Eric found it pointed at his throat while a firm hand held him by his collar. "What have you done?" Liam asked, his voice chilling while more strength flowed into his grip, lifting Eric until his feet left the ground. Eric was beyond shocked. Liam's innocent, clueless mood was nowhere to be seen. What looked like pristine killing intent had replaced it. In a way, Eric felt no different from when the magical beast had chased him. That instinctive fear simply had Liam as its source now, which left him speechless. Nevertheless, Liam wouldn't let any shock waste his time. "Talk," Liam urged, lightly tugging Eric, his single arm enough to keep him in the air. "Why did you hit me? Why did you drag me away?" Eric knew he shouldn't answer, but Liam's evident anger replaced his shock with annoyance. "How clueless can you be?" Eric scoffed, disregarding his position to express his real feelings. "You truly have no idea of how rare you are, have you?" Liam frowned in confusion but didn't tug Eric again. His brain had started to connect dots, but Eric spoke again, accelerating that subconscious process. "A genius with 9 spiritual roots can improve a sex standing on his own," Eric explained. "Your talent is so unheard of that the Pale Moon sect is willing to sacrifice all its outer disciples to keep you safe." Dots kept connecting, forming a complete puzzle. Liam had guessed much of the sect's politeness toward him was due to his talent, but he had underestimated how deeply those repercussions went. "We have all received orders to watch over you," Eric revealed. "The elders are even offering rewards to whoever manages to keep you out of harm's way." The crowds that formed whenever Liam appeared in public suddenly made sense. Even that morning's extensive gathering gained a new meaning. It had felt odd for so many disciples to stick around the plateau despite the available missions, but that behavior had an explanation now. Everyone had been waiting for Liam so that they could get the opportunity to team up with him. Eric and Lucy's strange looks also fell into that category. Everyone but Liam was on the same page. They all had orders to keep him safe, even if that meant risking their own lives. Something shattered inside Liam at those realizations. He had known about his talent's role, but the innocent parts of him had still been happy about that general acceptance. Liam had gained a home. He had obtained comrades who shared his journey. He had even found a friend he believed he could trust. But all that felt like a naive illusion now. Everyone, even Lucy, never saw Liam. He was his talent and nothing else. A hiss resounded in Liam's ears as that illusion shattered. He felt angry and betrayed, but mostly toward himself. The truth was that he was the problem. Liam had been the one who failed to understand how the cultivation world worked. And that lack of understanding had culminated in something Liam had sworn never to experience again. He had been protected once more, forsaking others while hiding like a coward. "Never protect me ever again," Liam threatened. "I'm the one who protects." Before Eric could voice his confusion, Liam threw him away, flinging him on the snow with one arm before turning toward the tracks on the snow. "Junior brother," Eric called, his sense of duty overcoming his shock toward Liam's raw strength. "You have seen that magical beast. We must escape." "Me? A hunter running away from a beast?" Liam thought, the hiss in his ears intensifying. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Liam hated himself for ending up in that situation, but that only steeled his resolve. He glanced at the cracked knife in his hand before throwing it away, choosing instead to focus on his fingers. Clueless. Liam cursed himself. Stupid, clueless boy. You are a cultivator, so act like one. Liam closed his hand into a fist, experiencing the power that ran through it. That was far more than any mortal weapon could possess. Actually, the sole fact that he had dared to bring a knife was an insult to his new status. They made me into a weapon, didn't they? Liam wondered, his gaze returning to the tracks while his other senses sharpened to search for anything that could give him some clues. "Shut up," Liam ordered. "I need to concentrate." Eric frowned. He hadn't said anything, but Liam wasn't talking to him. Liam needed his ears, and the hiss was getting in the way. Yet that cry subsided at his order. "You are faster than this," Liam thought. "They forced you to become faster than this. They carved it in your body." Terrible memories from his time with the divine cult flooded Liam's mind, but he only focused on what they contained. The torturous training had rebuilt him. It had given him instincts that always came out whenever the situation demanded it. Now, it was only a matter of using those teachings willingly, adding the chi to them. Liam was also in a forest, his comfort zone, so he couldn't imagine anyone or anything being faster than him there. And as soon as a specific noise reached Liam's ears, he shot forward, forsaking any limitation the still mortal parts of his mind were attached to. Eric wanted to urge Liam to escape again, but never got the chance. Instead, his mouth opened in shock at the sight of Liam's vanishing figure. Somehow, Liam seemed to have become as fast as the magical beast. Liam lost track of his speed. The environment in his eyes became an endlessly retreating canvas that saw an instantaneous succession of trees, but no tunnel vision arrived, prompting him to push himself even further. The training from the previous night had borne fruit. Despite Eric's sudden attack, Liam's circulation technique had remained active, continuing to refill him with chi he could use, and Liam relied on that chi freely, disregarding any limiting mortal mindset. No amount of speed was too much or dangerous anymore. He urged his body to deplete as much magical energy as it needed, and the process didn't stop there. The divine cult had carved habits into Liam's body, but he also had his upbringing, and the two fused in that heated moment. When the path forward became too cluttered with trunks, Liam directly leaped, performing an inhuman jump that brought him to a tall branch, only for him to use it to fling himself even further. Liam soon noticed that he had miscalculated his momentum. The swing flung him farther than he had ever planned to go, but no panic appeared in his mind. Instead, Liam kept his gaze forward, crossing his arms when branches tried to hinder his flight, only for him to slam into them and shatter them. The crash changed Liam's flight trajectory, sending him toward one of the trunks he had jumped to avoid. However, his body twisted midair, curling as if he were a spring, which unleashed its strength once his feet touched the bark. The trunk's vertical slope didn't hinder the jump at all. Liam leaped diagonally, shooting toward another trunk, only to repeat the action. He ricocheted among the trees, never losing any speed. Actually, he accelerated even further by the time his feet returned to solid ground. And there, Liam subconsciously realized his greatest problem. His thoughts had been an anchor that had limited his potential because they still couldn't conceive such superhuman abilities. Truth was, Liam had all the right cards to be stronger than his fellow outer disciples. He possessed miraculous, even divine, talent. He had trained in ways that many wouldn't have survived, and now he also had the magical chi. The only thing that Liam had lacked was time to experiment in what he could do, time to build confidence in those newfound abilities, and time to make his current state his new normality. Still, the recklessness born from self-hatred worked, too, even acting as an accelerated course on what would have taken Liam weeks or months to get used to. As long as he forsook what might happen to himself, testing and learning became incredibly easy. Meanwhile, Lucy had done her best to use the environment to her advantage, but her opponent knew that forest better than she ever could, and its physical abilities surpassed hers. Lucy's escape had met a wall when the snow under her feet suddenly crumbled, pulling her into a relatively vast rocky hole she had been unable to spot due to that white cover. To make things worse, the magical beast had been ready for that moment, leaving her quite cornered. She was stuck in the hole now, her back pressed against a rocky wall, tainting it with the blood the 3 cuts there leaked. The injury was annoying but not deadly. It hurt, but Lucy could still move. Also, the hole was barely 2 meters deep. It was large, but she could jump out of it. Nevertheless, the huge black figure looking down at Lucy froze her every muscle. The alpha wolf was there, standing atop the hole, its hungry eyes fixed on her. The second Lucy jumped, the magical beast would leap, too, probably doing far more than scratching her back. She was stuck, and the wolf didn't even linger in that trap, carefully descending the hole to shorten the distance from its prey. Lucy could only raise her palms, wearing the battle stance she had learned in the sect. Running away wasn't an option, so she had to fight, no matter how hopeless the situation looked. The wolf didn't care for the battle stance. It took another step down the hole before leaping forward, lunging with its maw open to deliver a killing blow. However, its jump was cut short. Something impossibly fast slammed on the wolf's side midair, flinging it away, sending it to the other edge and rolling on the snowing ground. Meanwhile, the figure that had slammed into the wolf fell straight into the hole. Liam landed inside that cavity, quickly straightening himself up, bark shards and snow falling from his pale gray robe. "Liam, what dash?" Lucy gasped, only for a cold glare to shut her up. Liam threw her a look that conveyed the entirety of his angry mood, forcing her to gulp and close her mouth. Liam quickly diverted his gaze, looking up at the hole's edge. He had hit the alpha pretty hard, but nothing had broken. He had heard as much, so he knew the battle wasn't over. As predicted, the huge black figure soon peeked out of the hole's edge, its hungry eyes now fixed on Liam instead of Lucy. That terrifying mass of fur was taller than Liam, even holding an advantageous position, but no fear appeared on his face. Liam half-turned, slightly bent his knees, and withdrew his right arm while stretching the other forward. That was the same battle stance the jailer had worn. Now that Liam wielded chi, it was identical in every way. And Lucy felt confused. That wasn't her first time seeing that battle stance, but she finally had the chance to realize something. Liam knew how to fight in ways that he couldn't have learned on his own. Moreover, that battle stance clearly had cultivators in mind. Liam would use fists instead of palms otherwise, making Lucy wonder who could have taught him that. Still, the situation changed in the next second. The giant wolf jumped down, instantly reaching Liam, its teeth and claws closing on him. As for Liam, the wolf's speed burst made its charge unavoidable, but he had never planned to rely on evasive measures. Instead of dodging, Liam stepped forward, his stretched arm meeting the magical beast head-on. Everything froze after the clash. Liam ended up with a huge chunk of the left side of his torso inside the wolf's mouth, which couldn't close due to the bleeding palm pressing on its teeth. The wolf's claws had also pierced Liam's back, sticking deeply inside it, tainting his robe with expanding blood stains. Lucy wanted to gasp, but her brain noticed a confusing detail that delayed that reaction. Liam's retracted right arm had now stretched, and she discovered where it had gone when Liam swung it away, releasing a tearing noise. Liam's right arm was now in the open, lifted at his side, dripping blood to no end. However, that didn't come from any injury. Instead, it flowed from a large chunk of gore and black fur resting in his palm. Beasts were beasts, be it magical or not. Some rules were universal and they applied to humans, too. The moment an animal attacked was also the time when it was most vulnerable. Without battle stances to compensate for that flaw, any seasoned hunter could exploit that weakness. Liam didn't have the time to arrange traps, so he once again became the trap. Just like he had done with the jailer, he had welcomed injuries to create the opportunity for a deadly blow. However, Liam was different now. He had to rely on his teeth back then, fighting like a mere beast. Instead, his opponent was the beast now while he was a cultivator. Where Liam's knife had failed, his iron, chi-empowered fingers had succeeded. His steel grip had pierced the wolf's hide, ripping away a significant chunk of its throat. The magical beast was still alive and tried to put strength into its bite, but the effort only deepened the gravity of its injuries. It couldn't breathe, and its strength quickly dwindled, allowing Liam to overpower it. Liam pushed the huge mouth away, throwing the wolf to the ground. The beast tried to straighten, but a heavy palm strike immediately landed on its head, slamming it down again. Blood spurted everywhere from the injury on the wolf's throat. Liam's fingers had cut deeply, but the hunt wouldn't be over as long as the magical beast lived. So, when the wolf tried to stand up again, Liam jumped on its back, wrapping his arms around its neck. He squeezed with all the strength he was capable of, pulling as much as possible until a cracking noise resounded in the area. The magical beast never got the chance to utter a last wail before going limp, crashing dead on the ground once Liam let it go. The strain of the run and battle caught up with Liam at that point. He took deep breaths to prevent it from becoming ragged, feeling the exhaustion his reckless charge had left him with. Despite the circulation technique being active, Liam had depleted a lot of chi, which his core was failing to refill. It wasn't that he had run out of energy, but refining new chi for his body took time, causing that temporary partial absence. Still, Liam merely took a mental note of that aspect before his cold, still angry gaze went on Lucy. "Did the elders tell you to protect me?" Liam asked, slowly approaching Lucy. Lucy had a lot to say about everything that had unfolded. It wasn't just about Liam's incredible battle prowess. That cold demeanor had nothing to do with the innocent boy she thought she knew. However, the direct question took priority, making Lucy lower her head in guilt. "Elder June said she'd give me one of the sex gardens," Lucy revealed. "I'm sorry. I wanted to tell you, but Eric joined us, and..." Lucy had actually warned Liam about that, and he had agreed, but that didn't absolve her from her unforgivable action. "Let me be clear," Liam announced, placing his bleeding hand on the wall behind Lucy, partially trapping her. "My name means protector. I protect me." Lucy timidly lifted her gaze, stunned once again by Liam's cold expression. Yet, she couldn't deny the truth. Despite how angry Liam looked, he had still rushed back to save her and had even succeeded at that. "I'm not hiding behind anyone ever again," Liam added. "I'd rather die." There was a deeper truth to be found there, but Lucy decided to avoid connecting dots, instead focusing on the close, now manlier than ever face. Still, warmth rushed to her cheeks, so she lowered her head again. "I'm sorry," Lucy muttered, nodding. Liam's anger didn't subside, but he couldn't blame Lucy for that. Truth was, he hated himself for having been so clueless and swore to learn from it. However, Liam's following helpless sigh told Lucy that the scolding session was over, allowing her to notice something else. A large red patch had expanded on the left side of Liam's chest, hinting at the presence of a bleeding injury. That wasn't even the end. Liam's left palm was bleeding, too, and more injuries became visible when he turned. Two large, red, and half-torn patches expanded on his back due to the damage the wolf's claws had inflicted. Nevertheless, Liam completely disregarded his state, instead approaching the dead magical beast and half-crouching toward it. "Should we bring this to the sect?" Liam asked. "I don't think I'm in the mood to collect feces now." "Aren't you in pain?" Lucy probed. The wolf had hit her, too, but only once, and that was already enough to annoy her. So, Liam was bound to fare even worse. "How can this little even be pain?" Liam scoffed, mostly to himself. After what he had gone through in the divine cult, a few deep cuts were hardly classified as injuries. Lucy didn't understand Liam but didn't really care. Her attention fell on Liam's broad back instead, partially captivated by feelings she didn't want to acknowledge but that were too understandable to ignore. Liam was someone Lucy could trust, despite the nature of the cultivation world. He had even risked his life to protect her, showcasing great battle prowess. On top of that, Liam was a legendary genius bound to achieve incredible status, and his face wasn't bad at all. There was a limit to how much Lucy could deny the obvious before it caught up with her. Luckily, before Lucy could delve into anything coy, Liam looked up, glaring at the hole's edge until a blonde head peeked over it. "You are alive!" Eric exclaimed, his sigh of relief interrupted by the sight of the dead magical beast. "You killed it." "I ripped out its throat," Liam explained, his lingering anger making it sound like a threat. "What should we do with it? Is this more important than its feces?" Eric was utterly shocked. The Black Wolf was at the same level as a Foundation expert, but magical beasts held the advantage due to innate physical superiority and natural weapons. Cultivators typically needed martial arts and traps to compensate for that gap, but Liam had killed the wolf despite receiving the circulation technique little over a week ago. That wasn't only proof of Liam's advanced foundation and immense talent. It also showcased his keen battle sense, which his inexperience in the cultivation world had failed to affect. "He is a monster," Eric concluded in his mind, searching for Lucy's gaze for support, only for her to avoid looking at him. "It's far more important," Eric eventually was forced to admit. "Junior brother, let me help you carry Dash." Before Eric could finish his polite offer, Liam had already stood up, lifting the huge dead wolf with him. He placed the carcass on his shoulders, wanting to split its weight evenly, but the magical beast remained heavy nonetheless. "Let's return to the sect then," Liam ordered, his robe growing loose while he kept adjusting the carcass on his shoulders, only for Lucy to promptly fix it, unable to look him in the eye during her gesture.